simultaneously crossing from Japanese anime to American comics. A powerful blow. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 151. Revisiting the Old Place. Old stories in southern Xinjiang. After Li Xiaoyao left, the only sound left in the newer temple was Zixuan's heartbroken crying. Chu Yang listened to the crying and suddenly remembered the scene of his first meeting with Xiaolinga. That girl also liked to cry. The Nuwa tribe's inheritance of crying is quite stable, just like their spiritual power. Chu Yang still hated this kind of drama and interrupted. Crying can't solve the problem. It will only waste time. During the years you were away from Nansheio, everything that should have happened has already happened. There is no point in doing anything except making up for it. Zixuan stared at the Nuwa statue, cast a spell to take out the Holy Spirit Pearl from her body, and then handed it out. Please take back this Holy Spirit Pearl. Zixuan is not worthy of it. Nuwa did not take back the Holy Spirit Pearl, but fell into complete silence. Zixuan stood up anxiously, calling for Nuwa to show up, like a little girl who had lost her mother, walking around helplessly in the Nuwa temple. Obviously, Nuwa doesn't agree with your way of making up for it. Chu Yang walked to Zixuan's side and persuaded her to take back the Holy Spirit Pearl, but Zixuan kept calling Nuwa. He shook his head and turned to walk out of the Nuwa temple. Arriving at a deserted place, Chu Yang entered the Soul Palace. As soon as he came in, Magic Chu Yang smiled and handed the newly upgraded monster-eating goo to Xiangsha Chu Yang. The copying technology of the monster-eating goo has reached perfection. There will be no more loss of power, and we have also developed an upgraded version of the monster-eating goo. Xiangsha Chu Yang took the monster-eating goo and looked at it up and down with curiosity. What does the upgraded version of the monster-eating goo mean? Magic Chu Yang explained proudly. The original monster-eating goo can only absorb monsters, but the upgraded version of the monster-eating goo can work on monsters and demons, as long as the other party has a physical body. Xiangsha Chu Yang was shocked. Science is indeed the primary productive force. What about the golden silkworm goo? Xiangsha Chu Yang asked impatiently. The research difficulty of that thing is much higher than that of the demon-eating goo. It is extremely difficult to replicate. Perhaps we should be prepared for failure. More importantly, the process of a golden silkworm goo from birth to maturity is very long, and we have not yet found a suitable way to accelerate this process. Magic Chu Yang had a sad face. There was still too little information about goo worms. It was just a waste of time to work behind closed doors. If we want to make a substantial breakthrough, we have to collect more samples or the cultivation experience of the Myo people. Immortal Chu Yang thought for a while and said, I'm now in the Nuwa temple of Nansheio state. I have Zixuan with me. She should know many goo worms and can help me find some materials. Magic Chu Yang was delighted and nodded quickly. This is the best. Get more goo worms to study and try to learn more about goo worms from her. Then, Immortal Chu Yang left the Soul Palace with the upgraded version of the demon-eating goo he had just trained. Nuwa temple. Zixuan stood there in despair. She had accepted the fact that Nuwa did not want to pay attention to her anymore. Senior Zixuan has time to be depressed. Why don't you come and help me do something? Zixuan turned her head and looked at Chu Yang, who was standing at the door, and said in a low voice, you have also seen how I am now. It's not that I don't want to help you. I really have no power. Chu Yang smiled and shook his head and said, no need to work, Senior Zixuan. Just take me to a place. Zixuan looked surprised. After a while, the two came to the Baimyo tribe's residence. Because the moon worship sect has dominated the Nansheio kingdom in recent years, the Baimyo tribe has moved from Nansheio to the mountains. When Kinga passed away, Zixuan came back once, but was driven out by the previous saint aunt. Now she revisited the old place. Her face was full of sadness. Why can't Nuwa let me and Xiaoyao go back 10 years ago together, so that I can die for Kinga? Zixuan murmured to herself. Everything is destined. Even if you can go back to the past, it is probably difficult to change what is going to happen. This is why Nuwa told Xiaoyao not to try to change it. Chu Yang glanced at her and strode into the Baimyo settlement. Over the past decade, the population of the Beimayo has dropped sharply, and the number of people is less than 1/5 of the peak period. They entered the depths of the mountains, not only to compete with the ferocious beasts in the mountains and forests for living space, but also to deal with the moon worship sect at all times. Chu Yang, wearing a Taoist robe, quickly attracted the attention of the Beimayo people. A group of armed Myo soldiers quickly surrounded him and Zixun, with hostile eyes, as if they were about to attack at the next moment. "Stop!" A crisp voice like the cry of an oriole sounded, shouting back the Myo soldiers who were about to attack. The Myo soldiers and the nearby Beimayo people showed respectful expressions on their faces, as if the person who came was of high status. Not long after, Chu Yang saw a beautiful woman who was no less beautiful than Zixun. "Saint Aunt!" Everyone shouted in unison. Ming Yuan King, the disciple of the last Saint Aunt Puppet Grandma, and the mother of the next Saint Aunt Anu, the daughter-in-law of the drunken sword immortal. What should I call my uncle's wife? Chu Yang suddenly had a headache. As soon as Ming Yuan King appeared, she stared at Zixun with indifferent eyes. She had seen this woman when she was very young, and her master said that he would assist her in the future. But in the end, she became Kinga. She helped Kinga to become the witch queen loved by the people, but Kinga died. When she and Kinga needed help the most, this descendant of Nuwa who had lived for hundreds of years never showed up. Instead, she ran here to cry hypocritically after Kinga suppressed the water monster. Ming Yuan King, who was lost in memories, gradually had anger on his face. If the puppet grandma was disappointed with Zixun, then Ming Yuan King was simply resentful of Zixun. If she was there at the time, if she had not taken the Holy Spirit Pearl, the situation in Nansheio today might not be like this. You are a sinner of Nansheio and Nuwa. You should not be here. Master told you very clearly before he died. Ming Yuan King pointed outside. Please leave here and take your friend with you. She knew that Zixun left for love, so there was something wrong with her look. When she looked at Chu Yang, Chu Yang glared back immediately. Are you kidding? According to the rules of the martial arts world, hooking up with the second wife will lead to being thrown into a pig cage. I'm a disciple of Shushin. I met Zaolinga by chance on Zionling Island and escorted her all the way to Shushin. Now Linga is resting in Yuzhou City at the foot of Shushin. After so long, Anu should have contacted Senior Saint Aunt. Chu Yang took a deep breath, tried to force his smile, and explained politely. Ming Yuan King's indifference suddenly disappeared, replaced by a little panic. With a look of guilt and apology, she quickly signaled the surrounding Myo soldiers to retreat, walked to Chu Yang in 2 or 3 steps, and asked softly, "Excuse me, are you Taoist Chu Yang from Shushin, or Taoist Zhu Changqing?" Zixun couldn't help but be slightly distracted when she heard Zhu Changqing's name from Ming Yuan King. Chu Yang clasped his fists and said, "I'm Chu Yang from Shushin sect. Zhu Changqing is my senior brother. I came to the Beimayo tribe today to ask for help. I hope that Senior Saint Aunt can help me." For Chu Yang's sake, Ming Yuan King finally let Zixun enter her long-lost home. She took the two to her house. But in terms of attitude, she still seemed very cold. But to Chu Yang, she was like a different person, always looking amiable. I have to thank Taoist Chu for saving Anu and Tangyu. I told Anu that Beiyu was a dangerous person a long time ago, but that child was naive and always thought that Beiyu was a good person. How could she know what the monster was like behind it? When talking about Anu, Ming Yuan King showed the same feeling as an ordinary mother. Senior Saint Aunt, don't worry about Anu. She and Ling are in Yuzhou City. There are Elder Shi and Tangyu guarding them, and my uncle Jiu Jiangxin is taking care of them. Speaking of my uncle, he really likes Anu. He was supposed to travel around the world, but now he stays in Yuzhou City and doesn't go anywhere. The two of them are really destined to be together. I don't know why, but he always cries when he is with Anu. Listening to Chu Yang's vivid description of Anu's time in Yuzhou City, Ming Yuan King showed a loving smile, but when he heard Jiu Jiangxin's name, his smile stopped abruptly. Chu Yang saw that the time was almost right, so he stopped talking. Ming Yuan King would sooner or later find Jiu Jiangxin, or Jiu Jiangxin would sooner or later find Ming Yuan King to confront him. Master Chu has been talking for so long, and I haven't asked if there is anything that needs help from the Beimayo people. Ming Yuan King hurriedly interrupted the topic. I'm quite interested in the goo worms in my Chu Yang. I came here today for this purpose. But rest assured senior, this is a fair transaction. I will pay you a reward that satisfies you. Chu Yang took out a jade bottle from his arms and poured out a few blood bodhisattvas. What are you talking about, Taoist Chu? The Beimaru tribe still owes you a great favor. Let alone a few goo worms. As long as it is not the sacred object of the Nuwa tribe, we can give you anything. Ming Yuan King said confidently. Chu Yang smiled. Talking to sensible people is a kind of enjoyment. Then, the two chatted for a long time. Chu Yang not only got the Beimaru tribe's method of raising goo worms, but also got a lot of goo worms. It's a pity that there is no golden silkworm goo. According to Ming Yuan King, golden silkworm goo cannot be raised by human power, but is born from the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Every goo worm has the possibility of evolving into a golden silkworm goo. No wonder Magic Chu Yang said that it is difficult to copy golden silkworm goo. It seems that we can only find another way, think of other methods, and do some technology and hard work. After achieving his goal, Chu Yang still left a lot of blood bodhisattvas to Ming Yuan King, using the same words as when he traded with Zaolinga for the demon-eating goo. Ming Yuan King was afraid that it would delay Chu Yang's practice, so she could only turn this gratitude into a transaction. But she left a promise. No matter what the matter was, as long as Chu Yang needed the Beimaru tribe, they would do their best to help Chu Yang. Ming Yuan King personally sent Chu Yang outside. Before leaving, she seemed to remember something and whispered, if Taoist Chu urgently needs the golden silkworm goo, you can go to the Shuan Mountains south of Nan's Heio Kingdom. There are many natural goo insects there. But remember that you can only move on the edge of the Shuan Mountains, and not too deep. There are the Black Witch tribe and the 63 Barbarian tribe. They are fierce and aggressive and very dangerous. But the most dangerous thing is, be careful with your words. Ming Yuan King was interrupted rudely by Zizuan before she finished her words. For the first time, she showed a tough attitude in front of Ming Yuan King. It was the first time that Chu Yang heard about the 100,000 mountains to the south of southern Xinjiang. This was obviously not a setting in the fairy sword, but a mixture of other world lines. What story involved the 100,000 mountains? The Black Witch clan. Chu Yang suddenly remembered the Black Mao clan, who were competing with the White Mao clan. Ming Yuan King showed a trace of apology for the first time, and nodded to Zizuan, saying, this is the biggest taboo of the White Mao clan, and I shouldn't say it. Zizuan sighed, if Taoist Chu wants to know, let's find a deserted place. This matter is not glorious for the Nuwa clan. The two of them left the White Mao clan's residence, and did not return to the Nuwa temple. Instead, they sat down in a dilapidated pavilion 30 miles away from the Nuwa temple. Master Chu should also know that every generation of Nuwa's descendants is accompanied by a saint aunt. The position of saint aunt has been passed down for as many years as the Nuwa clan has been passed down. The purpose of the saint aunt is to help the descendants of Nuwa grow quickly, but thousands of years ago, there was a saint aunt whose talent and ability were unparalleled in the world. Even the descendants of Nuwa of the time were far inferior to her. Gradually, that person was not satisfied with the position of saint aunt. She sought immortality, enlightenment, and to walk her own path. This is understandable. Everyone has the right to choose. But her actions directly caused the split between the White Mao and Black Mao tribes. She took some of the Black Mao people to the 10,000 mountains and called themselves the Black Witch clan. She also stole a large number of treasures from the tribe, causing the Nuwa tribe to be unable to recover for a long time. Fortunately, she did not take away the three most fundamental things, the Sky Snake Staff, the Holy Spirit Cloak, and the Holy Spirit Pearl. She should never have used evil methods to seek immortality and created a monster based on the evil energy of heaven and earth. As long as she continues to absorb the evil energy of her natural enemies, she will continue to become stronger, just like the evil sword immortal today. The only difference is that evil energy is easier to produce than evil thoughts, especially in battle. It can even be said that, as long as someone wants to kill that monster, he can get a steady stream of nutrients from the other party. Unlike the head of Shushan, that woman quickly realized her mistake and sealed the evil sword immortal. Instead, she helped the evil and helped the monster to grow. until one day, she found that the monster was so powerful that she couldn't control it, and she felt desperate. She returned to Chu Yang, hoping to use the power of Noah's descendants to destroy the monster. For the sake of the people of the world, Noah's descendants agreed, and the two went to the Shuan Mountains together. However, at the critical moment of the action, the woman actually fell in love with the monster she created and showed mercy. The operation failed, Noah's descendants died, and the treasure was sent back here by the Black Witch clan. The woman regretted it so much that she could only find another way to seal the monster. In the end, she used her own flesh and blood to bind the monster and sealed it in the demon-suppressing stone cave deep in the Shuan Mountains. The woman's name is Linglong, and the monster she created is called the Beast God by the people in the Shuan Mountains. It was not until he heard the end that Chu Yang understood what the story was. Zhu. The Kingan sect was mentioned in the ancient books in the Shushan Sutra library, but Chu Yang had never seen the Kingan sect in the heart of the Central Plains, and even inquired about it, but could not find any news. Including Fengxiang Valley and Xian'an Temple, there is no similar sect in the entire Central Plains. Over time, Chu Yang thought it was a misunderstanding, but he didn't expect to hear the story of Linglong and the Beast God from Zixuan today. Linglong is actually the saint aunt from thousands of years ago. Chapter 152. Leave it to me. Chu Yang once again witnessed the power of a hodgepodge. He never dreamed that the two worlds would actually be connected in this way. Chu Yang took a deep breath and asked, Senior Zizuan, I want to know if there are still people on the other side of the 10,000 mountains. Zizuan asked in surprise, how do you know there are living beings on the other side of the 10,000 mountains? That continent is called Shenzhou. Sure enough. Chu Yang continued to ask, there should be sects similar to the Shushan sect over there. Zizuan nodded and said, yes, there are also immortal sects over there. The largest sect among them has a close relationship with your Shushan sect. Chu Yang wanted to continue asking, but Zizuan said first, that's all I know. If you are interested, you might as well go back and ask the head of King Wei. He should be able to give you the answer. This past event involves the face of the Nuwa clan. No matter how wrong Linglong is, she is still a saint. She will suffer and prosper together with the Nuwa clan. I hope you just know it, and don't spread it to others. Chu Yang nodded. Zizuan said solemnly, with your skills, you can come and go freely in the Shuan Mountains. Those so-called barbarians cannot pose a threat to you at all. The only thing you should pay attention to is the ancient demon cave. Don't go there. Chu Yang smiled and said, don't worry senior. I always pay attention to caution and never take risks. Zizuan continued to instruct, you must memorize the things Ming Yuan King gave you before going to the Shuan Mountains. The barbarians are not scary, but the poisonous creatures in the deep mountains are not easy to deal with. If you are not careful, not to mention you, even King Wei may get into trouble. Chu Yang noticed something strange in Zizuan's expression and asked senior, are you planning to leave? Zizuan nodded disappointedly. You also saw Ming Yuan King's attitude towards me, so it is meaningless for me to stay here. I have to do something to atone for my sins. Chu Yang bowed and congratulated. Congratulations senior, for finally having a great enlightenment. I wonder where you want to go? Zixuan was silent for a moment and said with a gentle look, just as you said before, I will go to Yuzhou City to Sealinger. I hope to make up for the love I failed to give Kinga. That's good. I hope that the senior will have a safe journey and get what he wants. Chu Yang expressed his most sincere wishes to Zixuan. He still believed that Zixuan did nothing wrong in pursuing love. Even if the Witch Queen Kinga sacrificed, the spearhead should be pointed at Baiyu and the water monster. That is the real culprit. Zixuan did not step into the Nuwa temple again, but left without looking back. Although the Holy Spirit Pearl was seriously damaged, she still had enough magic power to rush back to the Central Plains. When he came, Chu Yang had already checked that Baiyu was not in Nanzhao at this time, so there was no need to worry about Zixuan's safety. After watching Zixuan leave, Chu Yang walked into the Nuwa temple. The silent Nuwa suddenly spoke at this moment. My dear friend, thank you for your help to the Nuwa tribe. Both Zixuan and Zhaolinga have benefited a lot from you. Chu Yang bowed and said, Your Highness, you are too kind. It is my duty The significance of Shushan's existence is no different from that of the descendants of Nuwa. We are all here to protect the land under our feet. Besides, your highness worked hard to protect the human race and paid the price of her life. Now it is time for me to repay you. After saying this, Chu Yang felt a gentle gaze falling on him. Then I will have to trouble you for the next thing. Chu Yang nodded in agreement, sat cross-legged in the Nuwa temple, began to deduce the exercises, and silently waited for Li Xiaoyao to return. A week passed. Suddenly, a bright light appeared in the Nuwa temple, and Li Xiaoyao's figure appeared from the light. He looked dazed, and gradually came back to his senses, when Chu Yang called him. How do you feel? Like a dream. I know you think you are dreaming, but the water spirit beads in your hand are real. Li Xiaoyao was shocked. Then he couldn't help but take out the water spirit pearl, and looked at it. I really didn't expect that the water spirit pearl was given to me by myself 10 years ago. I even exchanged it for a wooden sword. I said I didn't have any impression of it when I was a child. How come there is a wooden sword next to me? Chu Yang patted his shoulder and asked. Nuwa asked you not to try to change the future. I think you will never do it according to your personality. Li Xiaoyao scratched his head and said, I did do something, but brother Chu is still here, which means it should be useless. You are self-aware. You think Nuwa doesn't know your thoughts. Everything is already determined. Li Xiaoyao sighed and said no more. No matter what, he hoped Xiaolinga would be happier. Let's go. Take your water spirit pearl. Let's go back to Shushan and hope that Jingshan and the others will be smooth. Chu Yang flew his sword straight into the sky, and Li Xiaoyao followed closely behind. The two rushed back to Shushan at a very fast speed. In this time journey, Li Xiaoyao has obviously become stronger than before, and it is unknown how much difficulty he encountered 10 years ago. Half a day later, the two of them could already see the whole picture of Yuzhou City. Chu Yang didn't want to delay and took Li Xiaoyao directly to the location of the demon locking tower. Zhu Changqing and Jingshan were one step faster than them and were already waiting beside the elders. The sword saint on the top of the tower saw the water spirit pearl in Li Xiaoyao's hand and was excited. In addition, Zhu Changqing had collected 4 spirit pearls before, so all the 5 spirit pearls were in his hands. Next, he only needed to mobilize the power of the 5 spirits to repair the magic array of the demon locking tower. As soon as Li Xiaoyao landed, before he had time to speak, the water spirit pearl in his hand was taken away by Zhu Changqing and handed over to the head of King Wei. You are all good kids. I didn't trust you wrongly. Shushan's crisis this time depends on you. I thank you on behalf of Shushan. Chu Yang laughed. Master, why don't we do something practical? Li Xiaoyao and the others have been following us for so long, going to the God Realm and the Ghost Realm. King Wei stroked his beard, smiled and nodded. The rewards we should give will not be less. I don't need you, a little rascal, to remind us. Chu Yang stepped aside silently and winked at Li Xiaoyao, who returned his grateful look. Soon, the 5 people, including King Wei, stood at a corner of the magic battle. The 5 spirit beads were stimulated by spiritual power and slowly rose above the magic circle. The power of the 5 spirits surged out like a flood, turning into rays of light flying towards the demon locking tower. The demon locking tower, which was shaky just now, immediately became stable, and the broken walls were repaired bit by bit. After a while, the repair suddenly became extremely slow, as if the progress of the download tool was stuck at 99%. King Wei said with an unpleasant look, the magic array inside the demon locking tower is seriously missing. Someone needs to go in and repair these magic arrays so that the power of the 5 spirits can continue to work. This trip is a life-threatening one. Who is willing to go? Chu Yang shouted righteously without thinking. Leave it alone, I'll do it. The demon locking tower is a good place. There are many talented people in it, and they speak well. The most important thing is that it can feed the demon eating goo. The demon suppressing sword is also a good thing. Jingshan doesn't want it anyway. Instead of letting it stay in the demon locking tower, it's better to let him take it away. Hearing Chu Yang volunteering, King Wei didn't nod and agree immediately, and vaguely revealed a trace of concern. After Zhu Changqing returned to Shushan, he told him that Chu Yang might be the reincarnation of Fengdu Emperor. After understanding the whole story, King Wei was a little unsure of Chu Yang's true identity. This disciple went from obscurity to the present, and his improvement speed was only comparable to Jingshan, who was also the reincarnation of the god General Fenipeng. Even the talented Li Xiaoyao was inferior. There seems to be no other reason to explain it, except the reincarnation of the Emperor of Fengdu. Moreover, the origin of the ancient sword is mysterious. If it is said that it is not the magic weapon of the Emperor of Fengdu, I'm afraid that few people will believe it. Chu Yang smiled faintly and said, "Why is the master hesitant? Could it be that Chu Yang is not considered a disciple of Shushan and is not qualified to enter the tower?" Kangoo said with a worried look on his face. "Yang, you have a special identity. If something goes wrong, I'm afraid." Chu Yang shook his head and said, "Master, you can't get into trouble because of your special identity. Are the lives of ordinary people not lives? And what about the descendants of Nuwa? How can their lives be sacrificed?" Kangoo was so angry that he trembled. "Nonsense. You know that's not what I meant." Chu Yang sighed and said, "Master, don't blame me. I know what you mean, but who among you present is more suitable than me?" After these words came out, most people fell silent. Only Zhu Changqing stepped forward and said firmly, "I'm the eldest senior brother. I should be the one to go to the demon locking tower." Chu Yang said proudly, "What is your attainment in formation, senior brother? Are you sure you can repair the formation in the demon locking tower?" Zhu Changqing was stunned for a moment and suddenly speechless. He knew that Chu Yang had spent the past 10 years in the Sutra library because he could not practice. In terms of understanding the formation, he was far inferior to Chu Yang. That's why I said that the most suitable person to enter the demon locking tower is me. Master, and all the uncles, there should be no other opinions now, right? Chu Yang's eyes swept over King Wei and others one by one, his expression indifferent, as if life and death were just a trivial matter. "In that case, then you go." King Wei stroked his beard, his eyes deep. "Your uncle, the Sword Saint, is in charge at the top of the tower. The big monsters have all fled below. It's safest to enter from there." Kangoo walked to Chu Yang and whispered, "If it's impossible, just return along the same route. We can think of other ways. Now we have gathered all the 5 spirit beads. Is there anything more difficult than this?" Demon souls and monsters are two different things. Your sword can restrain demon souls and evil spirits, but it may not work on monsters. There is also a demon suppressing sword in the monster locking tower. Try to find that sword first, and you will get twice the result with half the effort. Chu Yang's heart warmed. From beginning to end, only his master Kangoo's attitude towards him had never changed. In his eyes, he seemed to still be that frustrated young man. At this moment, Jingshan walked out hesitantly. Even though Tang Zujian dragged him, he slowly walked to Chu Yang and said, "Brother Chu, Long Kui is very familiar with the demon locking tower. How about I go in with you?" Tang Zujian stomped her feet in anger and said, "He is a hero, and you are just a fellow. It is such a dangerous place. The first one to die is you." Jingshan scratched his head and said, "But, if something happens to the demon locking tower, doesn't it affect the whole world? I didn't understand it before, but now I understand. I also have a responsibility here, even though I'm an ordinary person." Tang Zujian heard that what he said was reasonable and well-founded. She had no reason to be angry. She gritted her teeth and said, "If you go in, I will go in too. I'm the eldest lady of the Tang family. Can't I be better than you, a fellow in jargon?" Jingshan laughed. When the two of them said they wanted to go in, Li Xiaoyao and Lin Yuru couldn't sit still and clamored to follow them in. Zhu Changqing became restless again. Chu Yang felt a splitting headache and quickly interrupted the noisy Li Xiaoyao and others. "The situation in the demon locking tower is special. It's not that more people can solve everything. Don't make trouble." No matter how they persuaded him, Chu Yang was still determined not to take anyone with him. "Are you kidding? I'm going in to brush up my cultivation. How can I brush up if you follow me?" Amidst the noise, Chu Yang flew to the top of the tower on his sword. The Sword Saint didn't tell him anything like Kangoo King Wei did, and waved his hand to open the barrier. Chu Yang jumped in through the gap and came to the top floor of the demon locking tower. The sword tomb that sealed the magic sword. There were scattered talismans all around, and the barrier on the high platform had collapsed for the most part, leaving only a ruin. Chu Yang walked through the ruins, but did not enter the next floor, but entered the Soul Palace first. The demon-eating goo on his body was not enough to clean up the entire demon locking tower. Soul Palace. The one who greeted the immortal Chu Yang was still the magic Chu Yang, but today there was also a pirate Chu Yang. The two looked excited, as if they had made some major breakthrough. Pirate Chu Yang took a deep breath and said, "Let me start." Some time ago, Vegapunk's research on the infinite energy engine came to a standstill, so he turned to restudy the bloodline factor technology. I originally planned to change my mood, but I didn't expect him to come up with something new. The latest technology now allows the characteristics of living things and dead things to be perfectly combined to create an alternative organic life form. Do you know Spandam's Western sword Fankfried that ate the elephant fruit? It is an upgraded version of that situation. Now the scope is no longer limited to devil fruits, but can be extended to other living things. Immortal Chu Yang smiled and said, "For example, the demon-eating goo?" Pirate Chu Yang nodded and said, "Yes, if all goes well, we can transfer the characteristics of the demon-eating goo to a certain object and provide it with enough energy. In this way, we don't need to spend energy to constantly copy the demon-eating goo." Magic Chu Yang then said, "Since it is a certain object, the magic weapon must be included." After thinking about it, the most likely magic weapon combined with the demon-eating goo is. The three said in unison, "Demon locking tower. Seal the monsters, refine the monsters, and transform their cultivation." If it is matched with an almost unlimited energy system, it is simply a fully automatic monster refiner. Pirate Chu Yang said with a dry mouth, and subconsciously licked his lips. This is real technology and hard work. Immortal Chu Yang sighed, "It's really better to come early than to come at the right time. I'm now in the monster locking tower, preparing to repair the magic array inside." Magic Chu Yang said excitedly, "Bring the camera robot in, and be sure to record the magic array and structure inside. After we come out, we will refine it ourselves." Pirate Chu Yang smacked his lips. "This monster locking tower has finally been ruined by us." Chapter 153 Uncle Master, you are really unreliable. The Soul Palace was filled with shadow clones, who were working overtime to produce demon-eating goo. The current stock could not keep up with the number of monsters in the demon locking tower. It was not easy to come here, so we couldn't waste it. The demon locking tower had a total of 10 floors. Excluding the top floor used to seal the magic sword, there were 9 floors left. Chu Yang was now sweeping the monsters on the 9th floor. There were not many monsters on the 9th floor. One reason was that some time ago, the big monsters rushed to the top floor to escape from the demon locking tower. Everyone wanted to be the first to leave, but they had an internal conflict here. After a big battle, the number of monsters dropped sharply. The other reason was that the big monsters were beaten back to the demon locking tower by the Sword Saint because they failed to attack the seal. They were disheartened and brought many monsters back to the bottom floor to continue to bully others in their territory. The further down you go in the demon locking tower, the more monsters you will encounter. Not long after, Chu Yang killed his way from the 9th floor to the 7th floor. He even chopped the passing ants in half. He was so bloodthirsty that the monsters couldn't hide from him. If the number of demon-eating goo was not critical, he would have killed his way to the bottom layer. Now he can only take a short break, carefully record the internal structure of the demon locking tower, and send it back to the Soul Palace. King Louis and others who were watching the situation of the demon locking tower outside suddenly changed their expressions, with incredible expressions on their faces. How come there is no demonic energy in the upper floors of the demon locking tower? What is Chu Yang doing in there? We asked him to go in to repair the formation, but why did he start killing people in there? If this goes on, how can his body support him to the bottom layer and repair all the formations? Little bastard, even if you hate evil, you have to consider the overall situation. I really calculated everything, but I didn't calculate his temper. Brother, what should I do now? King Louis pondered for a moment, shook his head and said, wait a little longer. The elders could only look at the demon locking tower anxiously. Brother Zhu, the elders look very anxious. Li Xiaoyao asked worriedly, did something happen to Brother Chu in there? Zhu Changqing said in a deep voice. The demonic energy on the 2 upper floors of the demon locking tower has decreased dramatically. Maybe my junior brother is clearing out the monsters there. Tang Zujian asked curiously, isn't the purpose of entering the demon locking tower to slay monsters and eliminate evil? Zhu Changqing explained. The powerful monsters are basically gathered on the lower floors. If my junior brother consumes too much true energy on the upper floors, the battle will become more and more difficult as he goes down. What's more, the interior of the demon locking tower is full of demon transforming water and seals, and it is difficult to replenish spiritual power. Under normal circumstances, my junior brother should try to avoid fighting on the upper floors and go to the next floor immediately after repairing the magic circle. My junior brother is naturally jealous of evil. I'm afraid he didn't even think of this. After listening to Zhu Changqing's explanation, the others understood why the Shushan elders were so anxious. According to them, if Chu Yang kept killing like this, he would never be able to reach the bottom floor. Tang Zujian screamed, doesn't that mean that Taoist Chu is dead? Jingshan hurriedly covered her mouth, thinking that the little girl was still talking nonsense at this time. Brother Zhu, let's go in. Li Xiaoyao pulled Zhu Changqing and prepared to fly to the top of the tower. Zhu Changqing looked back at the head of King Wei and the elder Kanggu, shook his head and said, since the head didn't say anything, it means that the situation has not reached the most critical moment yet. Wait a little longer. Li Xiaoyao shouted, what if it's too late? While the two were arguing, the demonic energy of the demon locking tower began to weaken again. Everyone knew that this was a signal for Chu Yang to continue moving forward. Then wait a little longer. Li Xiaoyao gradually calmed down. In the demon locking tower, Chu Yang was not as embarrassed as everyone imagined, but was extremely happy. Although the monsters killed so far were small monsters with a cultivation of 1 or 200 years, they were still large in number, and there were as many as 5 or 6 red ghost kings. Quantitative change leads to qualitative change. Chu Yang's sword controlling proficiency is rising, and he has also comprehended the 10,000 swords art. When the new demon eating goo is replenished, he continues to kill. Anyway, there is no need to hide your strength in the demon locking tower. Just go all out and use whatever you have. Just one demon suppressing shrine can kill through the upper floors. Some demons with no form, but only souls have also entered the stomach of Fengdu. Since returning from the ghost world, the netherworld aura of Fengdu has become more and more dense. Chu Yang has a premonition that it is about to reach the level of Bankei. When entering the 3rd floor from the 4th floor, Chu Yang met the first 1000-year-old demon who entered the tower. Its strength is comparable to that of the Red Ghost King. Then, Chu Yang killed it in seconds with the demon suppressing shrine. The second one. The third one. Chu Yang came to his senses and found that the 3rd floor was full of 1000-year-old demons. Compared with the previous floors, it would undoubtedly take some strength, but fortunately there was no one with particularly outstanding strength. It took Chu Yang half a day to clean up this layer. His own cultivation had reached more than 10,000 years. With 10,000 years of cultivation, Chu Yang pushed all martial arts to the extreme, including using the top 10 martial arts to reverse the Zuan Wutru art. The Yuan Wutru body once again ushered in an epic enhancement. At this time, the outside of the demon locking tower fell into extreme silence. No one thought that Chu Yang could kill almost all the monsters in the demon locking tower by himself. This was something that had never happened in the demon locking tower for tens of millions of years. Before this, the demon locking tower was a death place for monsters, and a death place for Shushan disciples. No one could walk out of the demon locking tower alive. This sentence was like a curse. Good boy. Now we are only 2 floors away. This is a feat that has never been seen since the founding of Shushan. Ha ha ha. Great. Great. These damn monsters should be killed. Let them have a chance to repent in the tower. How can we be worthy of those ordinary people who died in vain? That's right. It's a pity that I don't have the opportunity to enter the tower with my nephew Chu Yang. It's a pity. Several elders laughed heartily. Although the locking demon tower can torture monsters for hundreds or thousands of years and let them die slowly, for the sword immortals of Shushan, it is still more satisfying to kill these monsters on the spot. Over the years, they have been holding their breath because of the rules of the sect. Now seeing Chu Yang almost slaughter all the monsters inside, they are suddenly very happy. Lee Zioyao and others also applauded. Tang Zujian asked with a smile, "Now there are only 2 floors left. What kind of monsters are they?" The laughter of the elders gradually stopped, and solemn expressions appeared on their faces again. Seeing this, Tang Zujian stood timidly behind Jingshan. "What did I say wrong again?" Jingshan shook his head and smiled bitterly. The eldest lady of the Tang family was incredible in her ability to chat. The second floor is the Heavenly Demon King. This monster is extraordinary and cannot be compared with other monsters in the tower. The figure of the drunken swordsman suddenly appeared beside everyone. 300 years ago, the Sky Demon Emperor led a group of demons to invade the human world. Even the combined strength of thousands of Shushan disciples was unable to resist. The current Shushan leader used the ancient method of summoning gods to confuse the demons and led them into the demon locking tower. He ordered the disciples to form a 5-spirit formation to activate the demon transformation water in the tower to refine the demons. After 49 days, most of the demons were subdued, but the Sky Demon Emperor was not affected because of his powerful demon power. You should know that the demon transformation water is a treasure bestowed by the gods. It seemed horrifying at the time. Not only that, the Sky Demon Emperor also planned to use the force to break out of the tower. In the crisis, Shushan disciple Wei Jing entered the tower with the demon suppression sword and fought with the Sky Demon Emperor for 3 days, severely injuring him and dying of exhaustion. From then on, the demon suppression sword was lost in the demon locking tower. The drunken sword immortal took a big gulp of wine. His collar and clothes were soaked, and he breathed a sigh of relief. The demon lord destroyed the demon locking tower for the demon sword, but he took the demon sword by mistake. He probably didn't expect that the demon sword was not on the top of the tower, but at the bottom of the tower. Tang Zujian poked Jingshan's lower back with her finger and whispered, "The demon sword is your sword in your previous life, right?" Jingshan nodded inside. "That's why we are in today's predicament. That red-haired monster is really annoying." Lee Zioyao said in a deep voice, "Senior, what you mean is that Brother Chu may not be able to beat the Heavenly Demon Emperor." The drunken sword immortal explained, "The Heavenly Demon Emperor is indeed extraordinary. Even the demon water bestowed by the god realm can't do anything to him. If you want to defeat him, you can't rely on brute force alone. You must find a way to find the demon sword to have a chance. I just don't know if the Heavenly Demon Emperor will give junior brother Chu Yang this opportunity." As soon as the voice fell, the demonic energy of the second layer also disappeared. Dong dong dong. Chu Yang was struck by lightning, and the wine gourd in his hand fell to the ground, rolling all the way to Lee Zioyao's feet. Lee Zioyao picked up the wine gourd and returned it to Chu Yang. He looked at him as if he was a charlatan and even patted his shoulder with sympathy and said, "Senior, every time I see you, you look unreliable. You are not young anymore. You must not be disrespectful to the elderly. I'm very worried when I think about calling you uncle." After joining the sect, Chu Yang's blood rushed up and his handsome face suddenly turned purple. 10,000 curses stuck in his throat. Jingshan and others couldn't help laughing, and the depressing atmosphere suddenly became much more relaxed. But they didn't see that King Lui and others had similar expressions to Chu Yang and were also very surprised. Compared with the joyful atmosphere outside the tower, it was Chu Yang's turn to be unhappy. He looked at the body of the Heavenly Demon Emperor that turned into blood and water with a sad face, and the demon-eating goo also disappeared with it. Chu Yang didn't expect that the monster-eating goo would be burst by the Heavenly Demon Emperor's cultivation. The Heavenly Demon Emperor has at least 10,000 years of cultivation. For the monster-eating goo, swallowing 10,000 years of cultivation seems to have exceeded the limit. It will explode when the load is too heavy. It's a mistake. I should have thought that there is an upper limit to the monster power that the monster-eating goo can swallow. It seems that the plan to build a fully automatic monster refining tower must be listed as an emergency project. Otherwise, if it is wasted again, I will definitely have myocardial infarction. Before entering the last floor, Chu Yang thought about it and entered the Soul Palace with the Demon Suppression Sword. In the Soul Palace, Magic Chu Yang has taken the initiative to stop the production of monster-eating goo. He and Pirate Chu Yang are studying the structure and formation of the monster locking tower. Even so, they still stored hundreds of monster-eating goo. The monster-eating goo has an upper limit to swallow the monster power. The one that swallowed the heavenly demon emperor just now has exploded and lost 10,000 years of cultivation in vain. Hearing the words of immortal Chu Yang, Magic Chu Yang and Pirate Chu Yang suddenly felt like cardiac arrest. Fuck. What a loss. Pirate Chu Yang wanted to cry, but had no tears. Just think of it as paying tuition fees. We ignored the limits of biological existence. If we switched to magic weapons, we shouldn't have this problem. Magic Chu Yang quickly adjusted his mood and said calmly, "It is not difficult to refine the demon locking tower, and we don't need to build such a large tower. As long as we solve the problems of the 5 spirit powers and energy, we can make it soon." Immortal Chu Yang said, "After repairing the demon locking tower and restoring the Holy Spirit Pearl, we can use the 5 spirit pearls to replenish the 5 spirit powers." Pirate Chu Yang worriedly said, "The spiritual power of the 5 spirit pearls is not endless. If we continue like this, will it be ruined?" Immortal Chu Yang smiled and said, "The 5 spirit powers of the 5 spirit pearls do not come out of thin air. They can be slowly restored by absorbing the 5 spirits between heaven and earth. Of course, external forces can also be used to accelerate this process. With the 10,000 years of cultivation I have gained in the demon locking tower, I should be able to meet the requirements for accelerated recovery." Magic Chu Yang smiled knowingly and said, "It is likely that we don't need to take action. Someone will solve this problem for us." As soon as these words came out, a figure suddenly flashed through immortal Chu Yang's mind, and he also laughed. After chatting for a while, the immortal hero Chu Yang left the demon suppressing sword in the Soul Palace and returned to the world. After returning, Chu Yang glanced at the blood on the ground and walked towards the last floor. At the same time, the drunken sword immortal was vividly describing how powerful the demons at the bottom of the demon locking tower were. The demon suppressed at the bottom of the demon locking tower was the Shushan sword sect disciple who was possessed by the devil at the beginning, named Jiangming. Decades ago, the sword sect had a genius disciple named Jiangming, who was the adopted son of the then generation of the head Jiangjuski. Jiangming has been practicing with the head Jiangjuski since he was a child. He can practice Taoism and swordsmanship at will. There is no so-called bottleneck in his practice. In just over 10 years, he has become a strong man who suppresses the younger generation. In those years, our sword sect has always used the name of Shushan sect to the outside world, not the immortal sword sect. It was after that disaster that the sword sect fell into a slump and has not won a sword energy battle until now. Speaking of this, the drunken sword immortal sighed. The root cause of the disaster was that Jiangming fell in love with a fox demon when he went down the mountain to practice in the secular world. Human demon love is a taboo, not to mention that Jiangming is a disciple of Shushan. After the truth was revealed, the head of the sect, Jiangjuski, sent a large number of disciples to hunt down the fox demon and lock her in the demon locking tower. Jiangming rushed to the tower after hearing the news and saw the dying fox demon in front of the demon locking tower. On the one hand, he had the grace of his master's upbringing and the friendship of his fellow disciples, and on the other hand, he had the love of his life. Jiangming, who was torn between the two, fell into the devil's barrier and eventually became possessed by the devil. He was sealed in the demon locking tower at the same time as the evil sword immortal, but Jiangming is much stronger than the evil sword immortal. He was originally the most talented cultivator who fell into the devil's way. When the evil sword immortal was born, he was contaminated with the breath of the outer demon. This time the seal of the demon locking tower was broken, and only the evil sword immortal escaped, which was a blessing in disguise. If it was Jiangming who came out, Shushan would have been gone long ago. After listening to the drunken swordsman's explanation of the whole story, everyone immediately felt horrified. If Jiangming was really so powerful, how should Chu Yang deal with it? Chapter 154, Shocking Change. Stable Triangle. Chu Yang was also having a headache about how to deal with Jiangming, not because he couldn't beat him, but because there was a cute little girl standing in front of him. Jiangwana, the daughter of Jiangming, and the fox demon. It was because of Jiangwana's existence that Jiangming didn't completely fall into the devil's way and still retained a trace of sobriety. The moment he entered the last level, Chu Yang met Jiangwana. feeling the breath of a living person on Chu Yang. Jiangwana was surprised at first and then became afraid. She was afraid that Chu Yang would be killed by his father who was possessed by the devil, so she persuaded Chu Yang to turn back. Chu Yang didn't expect that the last level would be Jiangming, but it made sense. There was no one more powerful than the other party here. The Heavenly Demon Emperor would only die against the possessed Jiangming. Jiangming is a very special person. Although he is the cause of the Shushan disaster, it is ultimately his beloved master and fellow apprentices who forced him into the devil. If he had a choice, he would not take this path, but it was a pity that no one let him choose at that time, or forced him to choose a path he didn't want to take. That generation of the sword sect, from the head of the sect Jiangjuzi to his disciples, was more like a self-inflicted punishment. They sowed the seeds, and then bore the consequences. That's all. From beginning to end, Jiangming was more like a victim in that special environment. Chu Yang could kill the Heavenly Demon Emperor without hesitation, but he hesitated again and again for Jiangming. You'd better leave quickly. If daddy is not awake later, you won't be able to leave. Jiangwana shook Chu Yang's arm and anxiously asked him to leave. Do you think he is in pain now? Chu Yang suddenly asked. Jiangwana looked at her father who was separated by a door with deep eyes. Her eyes were full of sadness. Of course it's painful. Daddy lives in self-blame every day. He goes crazy because of self-blame, and he kills many people because of madness, and it has been like this for many years. He is awake for less and less time. Maybe sooner or later he will become a devil who only knows how to kill, but I can't leave him, because I'm his only relative. Chu Yang sighed. I can try to free him, but he may die. Can you accept it? Jiangwana was stunned, looking at Chu Yang with incredible eyes, as if asking if it was really possible. Rather than falling into the devil's way completely, daddy should want to be free. Jiangwana gave a positive answer. Then you wait for me outside. Chu Yang walked slowly into the door. At this time, Jiangming is much more terrifying than Jiangming in the original plot. When he was possessed by the devil, he attracted the devil, and after his death, he was infected by the devil's breath, and he was in a state of half ghost and half demon. In terms of evil, even the evil sword immortal is probably inferior to him. Who are you? Jiangming tilted his head. His eyes were red, full of madness. Chu Yang bowed and said, Junior Chu Yang, meet the senior Shushan disciple. Jiangming recognized the Taoist robe on Chu Yang, and his tone suddenly became dull. The next second, his pupils had turned into a sea of blood. The two words Shushan were like some kind of switch, which would stimulate Jiangming to the greatest extent. Jiangming was instantly possessed by the devil. I wanted to learn from the Sword Saint and chat with you, but now there is no need. Chu Yang reluctantly sacrificed Fengdu, and the yellow spring water rushed out from the void and drowned the possessed Jiangming. Jiangming, who was about to take action, stood there motionless, as if he was cast a spell of immobilization, and his expression became extremely painful and struggling. The yellow spring has a very high damage to the soul, and at the same time it will wash away the demonic aura on Jiangming's body. If he is lucky, Jiangming will return to normal before it dissipates, and can talk to Jiangwana. At first, Jiangming would still wail, but as the demonic thoughts decreased, his eyes gradually became clear. Even if he was still in great pain, it seemed insignificant. Finally, Jiangming's figure became thinner and thinner, like a bubble in a dream, as if it would break with a poke. Thank you, my friend. I have been in a daze for many years, and finally I can have a day of consciousness. Jiangming nodded slightly with a kind smile. Time is running out. If you have anything to say, please leave it to Jiangwana. Chu Yang turned around and called Jiangwana in from outside the door. Because she hadn't talked to Jiangming for a long time, Jiangwana was a little timid and walked very slowly. If you don't say something, the senior should leave. Chu Yang reminded her, turned around and walked out of the door, leaving the space to the father and daughter. After just a few breaths, Jiangwana's crying came from inside. Before she had time to feel the love of her father and mother, her parents left her one after another. When Chu Yang entered again, Jiangming had disappeared. His soul had been cleansed by the yellow springs and was qualified to enter the reincarnation. Otherwise, with his soul stained with the breath of the devil, he would definitely be annihilated. Jiangwana cried and thanked Chu Yang. Chu Yang waved his hand and looked at the magic arrays around him. As the bottom floor of the demon locking tower, this is the foundation of the entire tower and naturally the place with the most magic arrays. It will take a longer time to record it completely. Chu Yang was not afraid of Jiangwana being next to him. He took out various high-tech equipment in front of her. The little girl who was still crying was immediately attracted and her crying stopped. Anyway, with her identity, no one would believe her if she went out and said anything, and she would not stay in Shushan. Just as Chu Yang was repairing the magic array, the situation outside the demon locking tower was changing. Beiyu and Zhiangsen came together and suddenly attacked King Wei and others who were maintaining the magic array and took away the 5 spirit beads. The 5 spirit array was broken in an instant. The situation that was maintained with great effort was destroyed in an instant, and the demon locking tower, which had been repaired for the most part, began to crumble again. Damn it. I was careless. Seeing that Chu Yang was going very smoothly, Sword Saint Dugu relaxed his vigilance, which resulted in a big mistake. He attacked in anger, and thousands of sword energies swept through the evil sword immortal Beiyu. The drunken sword immortal also had his eyes split open, and threw the wine gourd directly to the ground, using the sword control technique to trap the 2 people, and assisted his senior brother Sword Saint to eliminate the 2 evil demons. Zhu Changqing ran towards King Wei and Kangoo in panic, with unprecedented fear in his heart. Li Xiaoyao and Jingshan were also ready to go over, but were stopped by Lin Yuru. She said anxiously, "We will handle this here. You go to help Senior Sword Saint and Senior Drunken Sword Immortal, and don't let Beiyu and Evil Sword Immortal take the 5 spirit pearls." Li Xiaoyao immediately rushed to Beiyu after hearing this, and Jingshan followed with the magic sword in hand. Turning around, Lin Yuru found that Zhu Changqing was holding Kangoo. His face was pale, and her heart sank. "Brother Zhu, cheer up and feed the blood body to the seniors." Lin Yuru grabbed Zhu Changqing's clothes and shook him vigorously, only to see Zhu Changqing with a bitter smile on his face. "Miss Lin, I have fed them the blood body, but it has no effect at all. The wounds on the master's body are occupied by evil thoughts, like maggots on the tarsal bones, preventing the wounds from healing." Zhu Changqing's voice trembled, fearing that these elders of his beloved master would die. "Wake up." Tang Zujian came up and slapped Zhu Changqing in the face, and said to the stunned Zhu Changqing, "Only you can save them here. Do whatever you think of." Zhu Changqing took a deep breath, straightened King Wei and Kangoo's bodies, and then passed his own spiritual power to them to help them resist the erosion of evil thoughts. Lin Yuru followed suit, helped Jingming, one of the elders, up, and used his true essence to help him fight against the evil thoughts. Although Tang Zujian's power is not good, she is the fruit of the sacred tree, and has a sacred aura. With the help of the 5 poisonous beasts, she can barely resist evil thoughts for an elder. The last elder is assisted by Long Kui, who is the spirit of the magic sword, and is good at dealing with evil thoughts and magic energy. In this way, they barely kept King Wei and others alive, but as time goes by, it will not be able to maintain it sooner or later. Everyone understands that the only hope now is Chu Yang in the demon locking tower. Don't pin your hopes on him. If he hadn't maintained the magic circle inside, this demon locking tower would have collapsed long ago. A red figure suddenly appeared. Red-haired. Tang Zujian felt Changlau's cold gaze before she finished speaking, so she quickly changed the topic and said, "Senior Demon Lord, you're here at the right time. Please help us." Changlao glanced at the seriously injured and dying old man and said lightly, "The agreement between me and that guy is to protect you from death, and old man King Wei and others don't count." Tang Zujian said anxiously, "Why is that? If something happens to the head of King Wei and others, Taoist Zhu and Taoist Chu will definitely be sad. By then, they will be heartbroken. Wouldn't it be considered that you didn't keep the agreement?" Changlau's eyelids jumped when he heard it, and he held it in for a long time before saying, "Women really like to make trouble unreasonably." Lin Yuru said unhappily, "Since you don't help us, then go help Li Xiaoyao and Jingshan, kill Beiyu and Zhiangsen, and it will be considered that you have fulfilled the agreement, okay?" Changlau's mouth corners slightly raised. "They are not in a dead end. I won't help." Tang Zujian glared at him fiercely and said angrily, "If you don't want to help, then don't help. You are just here to laugh at us." When the stalemate reached a critical juncture, a cold voice rang out. Since the Demon Lord won't help, let me do it. Please ask the Demon Lord to leave the quiet place of Shushan. Zizuan suddenly appeared and walked towards him step by step with the Holy Spirit Pearl. He said to Zhu Changqing, the repair of the demon locking tower is just a finishing touch. The Holy Spirit Pearl and the 5 Spirit Pearls are of the same origin and can differentiate out the power of the 5 spirits to make up for the last bit of spiritual power. Zhu Changqing and the Demon Lord said in unison, no. Zhu Changqing shook his head and refused without hesitation. In that case, the Holy Spirit Pearl will be completely destroyed and you won't live for a few days. I have lived for a long time, that's enough. Zizuan smiled like a flower. Now that I have recognized Linga and spent some time with her, I'm already satisfied. Zhu Changqing still shook his head and said, no. Zizuan's eyes were gentle. She walked to Zhu Changqing, touched his hair, and whispered, I'm leaving. You must practice well and become an immortal. Zhu Changqing could only watch Zizuan walk towards the demon locking tower. He still held the lives of King Wei and Kangoo in his hands and could not move. What a waste. Changlao didn't know whether he was scolding Zhu Changqing or himself. After scolding, he walked out with big strides and pressed his hand on the demon locking tower before Zixun. The powerful magic wrapped around the demon locking tower, instantly replenishing the spiritual power needed for repair. Almost at the same time, the crisp sound of swords rang out, and Fengdu was the first to fly out from the top of the tower, and then everyone saw Chu Yang's figure. Fengdu flew towards King Wei and others, summoning the yellow spring water to wash away the evil thoughts, while Chu Yang rushed straight towards Beihuan Zijiangsen. Die. Anger burned every corner of Chu Yang's body. It was the first time he was so angry since he came to this world. The strange phenomenon of the sun and the moon in the same sky appeared behind Chu Yang. The pressure of the upgraded Yuan Wu true body was even stronger, and there was a palpitating breath in his every move. The sun and the moon were in the sky, overwhelming the world. Chu Yang raised his fist and brought it down fiercely. In an instant, the whole space was shaking. The feet of Beihuan Zijiangsen suddenly sank, and the terrifying fist force even made them unable to stand up. The two of them flashed and disappeared from the spot. The next moment, their original position exploded, and then quickly collapsed, shaking the surroundings like a tsunami. Even the Sword Saint and others not far away were affected. Chu Yang, hanging in the sky, had a breathtaking power, like a god. Beihu and Zijiangsen looked at each other, and had the idea of retreating. The 5 spirits pearls were already in hand, so there was no need to continue fighting. With such a terrifying Chu Yang and the Sword Saints, the two of them had almost no chance of winning. Fortunately, the Demon Lord had no intention of taking action, otherwise Beihuan Zijiangsen would have escaped at the first time, and would not have fought here at all. Chu Yang noticed their thoughts and immediately used the 10,000 Things Heaven attraction. Zijiangsen was pulled by the terrifying suction force. His body shook, and the 5 spirits pearls flew out immediately. Oh no. The evil sword immortal wanted to fly over to grab it, but a sharp sword energy slashed over and forced him back. The Sword Saint used his finger as a sword and performed the 10,000 swords technique. Countless sword energies were like a storm, knocking the evil sword immortal away. After putting away the 5 spirits pearls, Chu Yang held Fengdu and opened the ghost gate, wanting to completely subdue the evil sword immortal. The appearance of the ghost gate broke the last psychological defense of the evil sword immortal, and a look of fear appeared on his face for the first time. He wanted to escape without thinking. Suddenly, a huge crack appeared on the ground, and a huge monster emerged from the ground, blocking the attacks of everyone. In a flash, Beihu and the evil sword immortal disappeared. Chu Yang glanced at the monster that suddenly appeared, but didn't take it seriously. He handed it to the Sword Saint and others, and then flew to Kangoo. Without the evil thoughts, his injuries healed quickly under the effect of the blood body. The same was true for others. Chu Yang heaved a sigh of relief, and began to reflect on himself. He shouldn't have underestimated Beihuan Zijiangsen. They were just a little bit away from succeeding in this raid. If it weren't for the agreement with the Demon Lord before, the consequences would be disastrous. The complete collapse of the demon locking tower is secondary. The most important thing is that King Wei and others almost lost their lives. Once the 5 of them died, the Zhejiangsan of the same origin would be able to obtain the cultivation of the 5 of them and ascend to become an extraterritorial demon in one step. Fortunately, the worst situation did not happen. Chu Yang learned from his mistakes and decided to take advantage of Changlao more next time. It was really useful at the critical moment. But these are all later stories. Now there are more important things to deal with. Not far away, Changlao was staring at Zixuan. Zixuan was looking at Zhu Changqing tenderly. Zhu Changqing was glaring at Changlao, and the 3 of them formed a perfect triangle. Chu Yang couldn't help but sighed. What a stable shape. Chapter 155. The new leader of Shushan. Changlao was like a huge light bulb standing between Zhu Changqing and Zixuan. It was clearly a movie for 2 people, but he was protruding like a disc in the waist. Chu Yang couldn't bear it anymore and whispered, "Senior Demon Lord, do you want to find a place to rest? You just spent a lot of magic power repairing the demon locking tower. No need." Changlao waved his hand and continued to stare at Zhu Changqing. Seeing that he was so ungrateful, Chu Yang simply said, "Senior Demon Lord, don't you think it's a bit redundant to have you in this scene?" Tang Zujian and Lin Yuru couldn't help laughing. Changlao suddenly understood what Chu Yang meant, turned around and stared at him, his eyes gradually becoming dangerous. "The second match between you and me should be about to start, right?" Changlao said with a bad look. Not really senior, you haven't fulfilled the first promise yet, and you, the dignified demon lord, can't owe it to me." Chu Yang smiled. Changlao was stunned for a moment. "You just said that I repaired the demon locking tower." Chu Yang said admiringly, "Senior Demon Venerable has the world in mind and is a role model for us, but what does this have to do with the agreement between you and me?" Changlao was afraid that Chu Yang would not understand what he meant, so he explained again, "If I watch the tower fall, many people will die, including those you asked me to protect." Chu Yang scored twice. "Senior Demon Venerable has enough." Changlao's face turned red with anger, and now it was red from head to toe, becoming a veritable red-haired monster. Even Zhu Changqing and Zixuan couldn't help laughing. Changlao, who was originally angry, suddenly calmed down again, and Chu Yang shook his head. TSK, love brain is really terrible. Change the agreement. This seat is not suitable for this." This sentence came out of Changlao's mouth, basically begging Chu Yang, "Please wait a moment, Demon Venerable." Chu Yang walked in front of Zixuan and asked her to take out the Holy Spirit Pearl. Zixuan seemed to have guessed Chu Yang's thoughts and hesitated. Zhu Changqing smiled. "Give the Holy Spirit Pearl to junior brother." Hearing this, Zixuan no longer hesitated and handed the Holy Spirit Pearl to Chu Yang, another love-brained person. Chu Yang used his true essence to wrap the 6 spiritual pearls. 5 spiritual pearls each occupied a corner, forming a pentagram shape, and the Holy Spirit Pearl was in the center. This was a miniature 5-spirit formation. The 5 elements spiritual power circulated back and forth, continuously repairing the damaged Holy Spirit Pearl. The eyes of the Demon Lord lit up, and he nodded in praise. "The 5-element formation can still be used in this way. Your formation talent is much stronger than that of Taoist King Wei." The elders looked embarrassed. Only King Wei stroked his beard and laughed. "The emergence of talents is a sign of the revival of Shushan." The Sword Saint looked at Chu Yang and Zhu Changqing and other young disciples, and suddenly fell into deep thought, as if he was fighting something in his heart. After a long while, he turned to the drunken swordsman and said, "Junior brother, do you think that the Sword Sect has a chance to take back the name of Shushan Sect in the next 100 years?" The drunken swordsman shook his head solemnly. "Senior brother, if the key sect only had Zhu Changqing, and we accepted Li Xiaoyao, the 2 sects could compete with each other. But the key sect now has a disciple like Chu Yang with extraordinary talent. He can almost suppress the sword sect for thousands of years, until he ascends to become an immortal. Thousands of years." The Sword Saint was disappointed. "I often think that, if there had been no dispute between sword and key back then, and if the strength of the 2 sects was combined, we would have enough power to stop the possessed Jiangming from wreaking havoc on Shushan." Also, King Wei and the others were anxious to use forbidden methods to improve their skills, and created a monster like the evil swordsman, because the sword sect put too much pressure on the Ki sect. In the final analysis, the dispute between sword and Ki has poisoned our Shushin for many years. The drunken swordsman seemed to have heard some kind of enlightenment from the sword saint's words. His expression became very shocked. He subconsciously wanted to drink some wine to calm his nerves, but when he reached out his hand, he found that the wine gourd was no longer at his waist. He could only swallow hard and mutter to himself, "This is really going to change the world and Shushin." After a while, Chu Yang used the 5 spirit beads and the 5 spirit formation to repair the holy spirit bead, and returned it to Zizuan. As a result, the light of the 5 spirit beads dimmed, and it would be difficult to restore its power without a few hundred years. Just when everyone was wondering how Chu Yang would deal with the 5 spirit beads, they saw him handing the spirit bead to Chang Lao, and said with a smile, "The matter of restoring the 5 spirit beads will be handed over to the Demon Lord." At the beginning, Zizuan was unwilling to let Chang Lao repair the holy spirit bead. First, she didn't like Chang Lao's persistence in pestering her, and second, she didn't want the magic power to taint the holy spirit bead, because the holy spirit bead was of extraordinary significance, and was the place where the holy souls of the descendants of Nu from all generations took refuge. Chu Yang took a detour and used the 5 spirit beads to repair the holy spirit bead, and then let Chang Lao repair the 5 spirit beads. In this way, everyone was happy and no one was offended. "Do you trust me so much? I'm a demon, and I'm the most unpredictable." "Senior Demon Lord, you are joking. If you hadn't come here today, the situation would have become worse. Chu Yang will remember this." Chang Lao showed a fleeting smile, then nodded and accepted the 5 spirits pearl. It would take him some time to repair the 5 spirits pearl that was almost dry. Kangoo and others seemed to have objections, but were suppressed by King Wei. "Since you and I have reached an agreement, when will the next competition be held?" When Chang Lao said this, everyone's faces showed worry. They didn't know how Chu Yang would deal with it this time. Chu Yang glanced at Jingshan. His expression changed. "Last time we competed in strength, so how about this time we compete in moves?" Chang Lao nodded and said, "Yes." Then he pointed his finger at Jingshan. "You come too." Jingshan was shocked. Tang Zujian stepped forward and protected Jingshan behind her and said with her hands on her hips, "He is the weakest among you. Why drag him along? Are you afraid of losing and being embarrassed?" Chang Lao's face turned pale. Jingshan covered Tang Zujian's mouth again. He could hardly remember how many times he had done this. Chang Lao opened the teleportation array and walked in with a dark face. "Junior brother, be careful." After Chu Yang walked in, Zhu Changqing hurriedly reminded him. Chu Yang nodded at him and then walked into the array. Jingshan hesitated for a moment, broke free from Tang Zujian's arm, and walked towards the array. Tang Zujian stomped her feet in anger and decided to scold him. After he came back, "Wait a minute, little brother." King Wei stepped forward and handed Jingshan something, a mirror-shaped magic weapon. He explained, "This thing is called the Zhuanggang mirror. It is a magic weapon I use to contact the disciples of Shushin. It allows us to see the situation on the other side." Jingshan accepted the Zhuanggang mirror and entered the magic circle under the watchful eyes of everyone. When he appeared on the other side, he saw a beautiful scene. "This is a new fairyland. Fei Peng and I discovered this place at the same time. In order to fight for this place, we fought for thousands of years, until Fei Peng was demoted to the mortal world. This place has never changed, but Fei Peng." Chang Lao shook his head in disappointment. Jingshan felt that he was cursing, but he had no evidence. Chu Yang said, "Senior Demon Lord asked Jingshan to come here, probably to teach him something, so that he can become stronger as soon as possible and fight with you, and fulfill his wish." Chang Lao smiled for the first time. "You are smart and different from others. Compared with Fei Peng's return, I'm more looking forward to your growth. One day, you and I can fight each other openly." The duel between the two began under the witness of Jingshan, and Chu Yang used his most proud swordsmanship to fight Chang Lao. Chang Lao has experienced countless battles since his debut, and he is superior to Chu Yang in both consciousness and experience. His moves or fighting skills are gradually formed from killing and fighting. Every move is a killing move. Neither side used their true essence and spiritual power, and they simply fought with moves, but they still couldn't avoid the support of physical ability. In this regard, Chu Yang has the advantage. Then there is a difference in moves. Chang Lao's moves are more concise and direct, which are completely killing skills, while Chu Yang's moves contain the principles of heaven and earth, and have the embryonic form of Tao. Seeing this, King Wei, who was watching the battle with the Zhuangguan mirror, couldn't help but sigh. The fourth realm of cultivation, the threshold of refining the void, and merging with the Tao is like nothing to Chu Yang. As long as he reaches that realm, he can merge with the Tao, and become an immortal at any time. He is a sure immortal. Kangoo and several other elders couldn't help but smile bitterly. What they wanted in their lives was to cultivate the Tao and become immortals, but for Chu Yang, it was as simple as drinking water and eating. Tang Zujian didn't quite understand what he said, she only knew that Chu Yang could become an immortal. Looking at the silly Jingxian, she couldn't help but feel that the gap between people was really big. Everyone's previous life was extraordinary, why are you the only one who is so stupid? Li Ziao stared at the Zhuangguan mirror, absorbing Chu Yang's swordsmanship like a sponge, and then silently deduced it in his mind. The swordsmanship of several worlds collided in his mind, sparking sparks. After a long period of accumulation, a shocking swordsmanship was about to be born. Fighting with the demon lord who had lived for who knows how many years, Chu Yang's mental consumption was very huge, and his observation and hearing color domineering was almost in a state of failure, and he couldn't predict the opponent's next move at all. The only thing that could play a role was the Samurai. Chu Yang relied on the Samurai to capture the opponent's moves and then learn them. His offensive style became closer and closer to Chang Lao. Chang Lao also felt that Chu Yang's swordsmanship gradually abandoned the previous heavy and became more and more sharp and simple. Not bad, but if you just blindly learn from me, you will only lose faster. Chang Lao reminded him. Chu Yang knew that he would lose this way. He just wanted to see how Chang Lao would deal with his offensive moves and then integrate them into his swordsmanship. Letting the test setter take the test paper himself and then copying the answers may not be the right way in the eyes of most people, but it is the most suitable way to deal with the current situation. The battle was unexpectedly long. After a whole day and night, Chu Yang and Chang Lao finally decided the winner. Chu Yang just won one move. Chang Lao seemed to have expected that he would lose. He said lightly, "Don't let me protect anyone," then walked into the teleportation array and disappeared. Hey, why don't you open the way back? Chu Yang cursed Chang Lao for being stingy, and then flew back to Shushan with Jingxian on his sword, which took most of the day. With the repair of the demon locking tower, the biggest crisis in Shushan in hundreds of years was resolved, and there was peace and prosperity from top to bottom. Li Ziao and others took the opportunity to propose to join the Shushan school to learn swordsmanship and Taoism. Because the previous few people had contributed to collecting the 5 spirit pearls, the 2 heads of King Wei and Jian Sheng nodded in agreement. Late that night, the head of the Shushan school, King Wei, Kangoo and other 4 elders, as well as the head of the Xianjian school, Dugu Jiansheng and Jiu Jiangsun, and 7 others, discussed the future survival of Shushan in the Patriarch Hall. Whether it was the Jiangming rebellion decades ago, or the current disaster of the demon locking tower, they all realized that Shushan could not continue like this. Dugu Jiansheng took the lead in proposing the merger of the 2 sects of Jianqi to form the Shushan Xianjian school. King Wei was moved by Jian Sheng's determination and agreed to the proposal without hesitation. The 2 sect leaders made the final decision, and the suggestions of others were not so important. After all, no one dared to disobey the decision of the 2 leaders at the same time. The merger of Shushan Sword Ki became a foregone conclusion. However, things were not smooth sailing. Who should be the leader of the Shushan sect after the merger? We can't have 2 leaders at the same time, right? The question raised by the drunken sword immortal made everyone fall into silence. It's not that others haven't thought about it, but they think it's not appropriate to discuss this issue now, because it's too sensitive. If you're not careful, the tacit understanding that you have finally reached tonight will be ruined. Everyone in the hall cherishes this opportunity. After a while, King Wei laughed loudly and said, since junior brother Sword Saint can put aside the past grudges and propose the merger of Shushin, the old Taoist should naturally respond. Junior brother Sword Saint will be the leader after the merger. Kangoo Jingming and several elders shouted in unison, Master, think twice. King Wei shook his head and said, I have made up my mind, and junior brothers don't need to say more. Kangoo sighed, turned his back, and said no more. The Sword Saint stared at King Wei and said, brother, there is no need to do this. King Wei smiled and said, it's not that I'm giving up the position of the head to you, but I'm actually old. If I don't work harder, I'm afraid that I will have no hope of becoming an immortal in this life. It's time to put down the burden and have a good rest. The Sword Saint was stunned and speechless. When he was still an ordinary disciple of the Sword Sect, King Wei was already the head of the Key Sect. The two of them called each other brothers, but it was because of the Jiangming rebellion that year that the Sword Saint took the position of the head early, so they treated each other as equals. King Wei's age is indeed at the point where he may pass away at any time. King Wei continued to persuade, junior brother's reputation as a Sword Saint is much greater than that of an old man. Shushin can go further under your protection in the future. At this point, everyone thought that the Sword Saint would agree, but he still shook his head. Now the drunken sword immortal couldn't help showing a puzzled expression, and said bluntly, brother, what's the matter with you? You are usually straightforward, why are you so fussy today? Seeing everyone's eyes focused on him, the Sword Saint smiled and explained, the two sects have merged, and Shushin will be a brand new sect in the future. Since it is a new sect, it should have a new atmosphere. We old guys are not suitable to be the head of the new sect. The drunken sword immortal showed a strange look on his face and joked, you don't want to be the head, and he doesn't want to be the head either. Can I be the head? Or let Chu Yang or Chu Yang? At this point, the drunken sword immortal's voice stopped abruptly, and he turned his head suddenly, and looked at the Sword Saint in shock. The Sword Saint laughed, why? That kid can't be the head of Shushin? For a while, the sound of people sucking in cold air in the ancestral hall was endless. King Wei frowned slightly, and fell into deep thought. Of course I deserve it. The drunken sword immortal quickly took out a new wine gourd, and fed it to his mouth. He gulped down several mouthfuls and let out a long sigh. Brother Sword Saint is even more crazy than me when he gets drunk. Kangoo hesitated and said, isn't it too risky? Aang's previous life might be. The Sword Saint said calmly, I can't control who he was in his previous life, but he is my Shushin disciple in this life. As long as he is not expelled from the sect, he will be a Shushin disciple for life. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 156, Heading to Nan's Heio Kingdom. The Disappearing Moon Worship. In the Patriarch's Hall, the elders looked at each other, not knowing whether to agree or disagree. The Sword Saint looked at King Wei and said, you also said that the boy would become an immortal sooner or later. If he doesn't become the head of the sect, will we, who already have little chance, waste our time as the head of the sect? King Wei's expression changed slightly, and finally nodded slowly. The Sword Saint smiled and said, the future of Shushin will be left to the young people to deal with. We should try to live a few more years. King Wei was stunned for a moment, and then burst into laughter. I have known the Sword Saint for decades, but this is the first time I have seen him joke. Everyone talked for a long time, and decided to hold a merger ceremony, and invite all the righteous people in the world to participate. When he was in high spirits, Chu Yang suddenly said, we have to deal with the Nan's Heio Kingdom first, right? Otherwise, those guys probably won't have the heart to hold any merging ceremony, especially with junior brother Chu Yang's hatred of evil. I'm afraid it will be like a thorn in his throat. King Wei nodded slightly, stroked his beard, and said in a deep voice, junior brother Mo is right, and the descendants of Nuwa have also helped Shushin a lot. We can't just sit back and watch. The Sword Saint looked stern and sneered, leave this matter to me. Bay, you actually dared to sneak attack Shushin with the evil sword immortal. Don't blame me for being rude after getting into this muddy water. Chu Yang laughed. The Sword Saint in front of him was the one he was most familiar with. Although he looked gentle and elegant in recent years and would discuss Taoism with others at every turn, he was actually very violent in his bones. Beiyu couldn't be a match for senior brother Jiancheng. He was afraid that the other party would be forced into a corner and use some evil method to awaken the suppressed water monster. That would be tricky. Thinking of this, Jiangxin suddenly heard the voice of the Sword Saint in his ears. Brother Eno, come with me down the mountain. Cough, cough, cough. The drunken sword immortal was caught off guard and kept coughing because of the wine. He wiped his mouth and laughed dryly. Brother, I'll forget it. It's so tiring to travel a long distance. Li Xiaoyao's cultivation is progressing rapidly. He is enough by your side. The Sword Saint narrowed his eyes and said unhappily, taking you to Nan's Heo Kingdom is not to wipe my ass, but to wipe your ass. The drunken sword immortal's scalp tingled, and he was timid and didn't dare to speak. He looked like a student who went out to play games all night and was caught by his parents the next day. The eyes of the other few people all fell on the drunken sword immortal. All of them were asking questions. It must be no small matter to make the Sword Saint so angry. The drunken sword immortal simply closed his eyes and lay on the ground, pretending to be drunk. The next day, the matter of the merger of the two factions was kept secret for the time being. King Wei and others summoned Chu Yang and others to the main hall of the sect and told them that the Sword Saint would go out to eradicate the moon worship sect. Li Xiaoyao jumped up happily, and the others also looked happy. Zhu Changqing, Zixun, Jingshan, and Tang Zujian were not present. They went to the Thunderbolt Hall in Dayang last night to seek revenge from Luo Ruli against the old fortress owner Tang. There is no time to lose. Let's go down the mountain and tell Elder Shi and the others about this good news. Chu Yang patted Li Xiaoyao on the shoulder to remind him. That's right, Brother Chu. Li Xiaoyao smiled from ear to ear. After bowing in the direction of King Wei and the others, he rushed down the mountain without stopping. Master, I will take the others to Nan's Heo to eliminate the power of the moon worship sect. When the moon worship sect appears, it will not be too late for Master Sword Saint to take action. The Sword Saint's sword controlling skills have reached the level of heaven and man. In addition, Shushan and Nan's Heo are both located in the southwest, so it doesn't take long to fly with a sword. The Sword Saint said, it doesn't matter. I have my own plans, but junior brother will go with you. The drunken sword immortal walked out of the hall with a bitter face and shook his arms. After a moment, Chu Yang and Lin Yuru came to Zuxianju and saw a group of people gathered in the lobby. Tang Yu, Anu, Elder Shi, Zhaolinga, Liu Jinian. They couldn't wait any longer and packed their bags ready to go back to Nan's Heo Kingdom at any time. Lin Yuru persuaded Liu Jinian to stay in Yuzhou, but he firmly opposed it. He couldn't help collect the 5 spirit beads, but this time he had to go to deal with the moon worship sect. Elder Shi unexpectedly interceded for Liu Jinian, saying that his wisdom was an indispensable force in dealing with the moon worship sect. During this time in Yuzhou City, the two learned and talented people often got together to talk about everything and became close friends. Zhaolinga, Tang Yu, and Anu were also attracted by Liu Jinian's talent and regarded him as a close friend, so they spoke for him. Lin Yuru couldn't stand so many people's persuasion, so she could only agree to let Liu Jinian go to Nan's Heo Kingdom. With the Shushan School as a foundation and the drunken sword immortal accompanying them, the mood of the people after setting off again was completely different from the beginning, and they were much more relaxed. Zhaolinga's smile became more noticeable. Even Shigang, who no longer had a stern face. Among the group, the one in the worst mood was Jiangxin. Anu liked to stick to him, but he couldn't help crying when he saw Anu. Halfway through the journey, Jiangxin couldn't help it and planned to fly to Nan's Heo Kingdom first. He ignored Anu's request to stay and flew up on his sword, heading southwest. In any case, he had to find Mingyuan King to remove the spell first. After Jiangxin left, Anu felt lost. Although they didn't recognize each other, she liked this Jiangxin uncle very much in her heart, even more than Uncle Beiyu, who had always been very kind to her. It was also because of Jiangxin's persuasion that Anu and Beiyu completely lost contact. Everyone continued to move forward and arrived in Nan's Heo Kingdom half a month later. Anu led everyone to the Beimyo tribe's base, where Chu Yang had been once, and was familiar with it. After arriving, Chu Yang found that Zhu Changqing and Zizuan had been waiting for a long time. After dealing with Eluo Ruli, they returned to Shushan, and flew from Shushan to Nansheio. Flying a sword is much faster than walking, so they arrived here many days earlier than Chu Yang and his friends. The drunken swordsman was also there, flirting with Ming Yuanqing in the crowd, and his inexplicable tears naturally stopped. Ming Yuanqing welcomed everyone into the room, and began to explain the current situation of Nansheio. Due to the years of poisoning by the moon worship cult, the entire Nansheio people have become loyal believers of the moon worship cult, and it is not something that can be reversed by sending a few people to expose the true face of the moon worship cult. This superstitious power even affected the army of Nansheio. Except for the Nanman general and the confidants of Eldershi, the rest stood against them. The Witch King was completely sidelined and became a real puppet, and the situation was even more serious than before Shiganhu left. In other words, if they wanted to deal with the moon worship cult, they would basically have to deal with the entire Nansheio kingdom. It's easy to deal with the army and the moon worshippers, just fight them with real weapons. The real dilemma is how to deal with ordinary people. You can't just kill them all at once, right? If you take the people into consideration, it will be difficult to gain the upper hand over the moon worshippers. If you look ahead and behind on the battlefield, not only Zeolinga, but the entire Beimyo tribe will become passive. If you ask me, the best way now is to find the moon worshippers and eradicate this scourge. In this way, you don't have to be hostile to the people of the entire Nansheio kingdom. Li Zioao made a throat-cutting gesture, which meant a beheading operation. But no one paid attention to him, and the drunken swordsman stared at him with an idiotic look. Brother Zioao, it's because we can't find the moon worshippers that things become complicated. Zeolinga reminded in a low voice. Li Zioao realized it later, and scratched his head with a dry laugh. What a fool. If you don't understand, don't interrupt. Let others tell you, okay? Lin Yuru stared at Li Zioao with a look of disappointment. It's none of your business, you evil woman. I told you not to come here long ago. You're so annoying. Li Zioao retorted without any hesitation. Now is not the time to argue. Be sensible. Zhu Changqing had a gloomy face and showed the authority of a senior brother. Before, they were not disciples of Shushan sect, so he could only turn a blind eye. But now, the two of them were about to formally join the sect, and he couldn't just ignore it. Li Zioao shut up obediently and didn't dare to refute anything. When he saw Zhu Changqing now, it was like a mouse seeing a cat. Not to mention that he would soon be his senior brother. What was more terrifying was that there was a generation gap between them. It was a blessing that he didn't call him grandpa with Linga. After the two shut up, Shiganhu took over the conversation. The princess is right. The most difficult problem is that we can't find the trace of Beiyou now. Beiyou disappeared after going to Shushan. Jiangxin continued. It is very likely that he is still with Jiangxin. I don't know what they are plotting. Everyone in the room began to discuss Beiyou's whereabouts. Chu Yang was annoyed by the noise, so he quietly left the room, while no one was paying attention. It was already late, and the moon was high in the sky. He sat on the stone bench outside, closed his eyes and rested, waiting for everyone to discuss the result. In fact, Chu Yang himself was more inclined to use force to suppress the people who were bewitched by the moon worship sect. As the saying goes, a short pain is worse than a long pain. Without the moon worship sect, Beiyou couldn't do much alone. Unfortunately, with Zeolinga's personality, it is absolutely impossible to solve the predicament of Nansheio Kingdom in this way. Where did Beiyou go? Recalling all the plots of the fairy sword, Beiyou no longer has room to display his talents. The 5 spiritual pearls were taken away by Zhang Lao. Even if he wanted to break the seal of the water monster, he had no way. No, we should think differently. Without the 5 spiritual beads, what method can Beiyou use to break the seal? He only has the evil sword immortal by his side. Evil thoughts? Violence? The 10,000 mountains. Chu Yang stood up suddenly. He remembered that Beiyou was from the Black Myo tribe and must have heard of that legend. At this moment, he had no chance of turning the tables. he would most likely go to the 10,000 mountains to find a way to lift the seal of the beast god. Baihu's goal from the beginning was to destroy the world. As long as he could achieve this goal, the process and means were not important to him. Using the water demon beast to destroy the world and using the beast god to destroy the world would have the same effect. Thinking of this, Chu Yang felt more and more that Baihu had gone to the depths of the 10,000 mountains, so he quickly walked into the room and told everyone his guess. Among all the people present, only Zixuan and Mingyuan King knew about this legend, so they looked the ugliest. The drunken swordsman said, if the beast god is really as scary as you say, then he is more difficult to deal with than the evil swordsman. We must stop this from happening. Mingyuan King shook his head and said, you don't understand the situation in the 10,000 mountains at all. It's like two different worlds from the outside world. Don't think that you can come and go freely just because you have a high level of cultivation. It's useless to have a high level of cultivation there. Any poisonous insect that you haven't seen before may poison a master like the head of Shushan. In addition, the complexity of the terrain and environment is unimaginable, and there are barbarians and monsters that may attack at any time. The 10,000 mountains can be said to be a hell on earth. Seeing that she said it so seriously, the drunken swordsman was no longer stubborn and frowned. If they really enter the 10,000 mountains, and we don't chase them in, then won't we be able to do nothing now? Chu Yang turned to look at Xiaolinga. If the chaos in Nanzhao kingdom cannot be dealt with as soon as possible, and the beast god really comes out, the situation will get worse. As a princess, Miss Xiao, you must make a decision. Xiaolinga gritted her teeth and her expression became very struggling. Think about it carefully. Chu Yang left the room, and the others left one after another, intending to give Xiaolinga space to think alone. In the end, only Li Xiaoyao stayed to accompany her. The huge pressure made Xiaolinga start to cry, and Li Xiaoyao hugged her tightly. The two leaned on each other and became each other's strongest support in the world. The whole night passed. Xiaolinga still decided not to hurt the people of Nanzhao, which meant that her side would fall into a very disadvantageous environment. But everyone could understand her. Chu Yang nodded and said, in this case, let's kill the moon worshippers first, and take back control of the Nanzhao army. Liu Jinyuan suddenly said, as for the army, why don't you let me and Elder Shi, the heroic senior, solve it? Chu Yang patted his shoulder, since you have confidence, then go, and be sure to pay attention to safety. So, except Liu Jinyuan and Shi Gonghu, everyone else went to the moon worshippers together. Chu Yang went to the sealed place of the water monster alone. Although the moon worshippers were very likely to go to the 10,000 mountains, the water monsters had to be guarded against. Compared to the seal of the beast god, the seal of the water beast is easier to remove. God knows what is in the 10,000 mountains. What if Baihu accidentally finds something that can remove the seal of the water beast? Chu Yang felt a little uneasy. The lake where the witch queen sealed the water beast is very famous in the local area. After a little inquiry, Chu Yang knew the location. When he rushed over, Chu Yang found that the road was very quiet, even silent, as if the whole space was muted. The animals seemed to sense the danger and left this place in advance. The more this happened, the more Chu Yang was sure that Baihu was nearby. The stone statue of the witch queen incarnation gradually became clear in his sight. At the same time, another figure came into view, smiling at Chu Yang. Baihu, did I guess wrong? Chu Yang muttered to himself and slowly walked towards Baihu. Brother Yang, we meet again. It's a pity that we meet in this way. I wanted you to join the Baihu sect to realize your great ideals. Baihu looked very disappointed, with a very sincere look in his eyes. There are too many scientists working with me, and you are not in the top position. I gave you a chance, but you didn't believe in the relationship between Tang Yu and Anu. Chu Yang entered the state of Yuan Wu Zenshin and rushed straight to Baihu. Baihu smiled slightly, and a marble-sized blood ball popped out from her fingertips and fell into the lake. After a few breaths, the lake was surging with wind and clouds, and the waves were surging. Chapter 157, Death of Baihu. No one knew what the blood bead was, but it actually broke the seal of the witch queen, and the stone statue of the witch queen on the lake began to collapse. Brother Yang should be very curious. What did I throw into the lake just now? Beiayu's eyes flashed with pride, as if he was showing off his wisdom to Chu Yang. That was the blood power of the 5 spirits that I gathered by blood sacrificing people from 5 tribes in the 10,000 mountains. Those 5 tribes are born with the ability to control the power of the 5 spirits. Beiayu had a blank expression, as if he was talking about something insignificant. Chu Yang's face sank. You just said people. People from the Black Witch clan. Beiayu looked at Chu Yang in surprise. Oh. Brother Yang actually knows the Black Witch clan too? Chu Yang did not answer. Looking at him, Beiayu was already crazy. How crazy was it to blood sacrifice 5 tribes? The lake was turbulent, as if a peerless beast was about to appear. Don't be angry. Those people died for my ideals. Their deaths were very valuable. In fact, I know that I will die today, but it doesn't matter. My ideals already have a successor. Beiayu's muttering made Chu Yang feel uneasy. What does successor mean? He knew he would die, so why did he return to Nansheio? Just to awaken the water monster? There are too many mysteries in Beiayu's behavior. It is impossible to guess his intentions. What's more, he came back alone, and the whereabouts of the evil sword fairy are unknown. Chu Yang can only deal with Beiayu and the water monster at this moment, no matter what conspiracy he has. Boom. The sky was full of dark clouds, a flash of thunder exploded, and the sea level suddenly rose. A huge monster jumped out of the sea. It looked like a snake, but not a snake. It had 8 heads. The middle head had a human face, which was extremely evil. The water monster was one of the ancient 5-element monsters sealed by Noah in the prehistoric era. It had the ability to call for floods and live when it encountered water. Because it was very difficult to kill, it could only be sealed by the Noah clan. As long as it stays in the water monster's recovery ability is even at the same level as Chu Yang's. The water monster's ability is very powerful, but its intelligence is almost 0, and it is easy to be controlled by people. Beiayu didn't spend too much effort to control it. The huge waves flooded the nearby land, and Chu Yang could only fly in the air to confront Beiayu. The appearance of the water monster represents the arrival of the flood. In order to test the recovery ability of the water monster, Chu Yang used the demon suppressing shrine, and in an instant, a strange shrine appeared under his feet. As a disciple of Shushan and a righteous person, you actually use such a strange and evil method. I believe that the group of leaders and elders must be very surprised. Beiayu tried to stimulate Chu Yang with words, to make him reveal his flaws, but Chu Yang was unmoved. Kill. As if speaking the law of heaven, countless slashes were like a rainstorm, pressing the water monster back to the bottom of the lake. Even the lake was cut out of a vacuum zone by the slashes, revealing the water monster below. The water monster was covered in blood and flesh. Under normal circumstances, it should have been dead, but it was still alive. After the slashing stopped, the wounds recovered quickly at a speed visible to the naked eye. It didn't work. The water monster's self-healing ability in the water was more terrifying than Chu Yang thought. In just a moment, it appeared in front of Chu Yang intact. Haha, no matter how strong you are, you still can't destroy the water monster, and the flood is threatening the safety of the people of Nansheio all the time. While he was talking, Nansheio had been swept by an unprecedented flood. Since the water monster would recover, no matter how he hit it, Chu Yang had to target Beiayu. It was difficult to lock Beiayu with spells, so Chu Yang gave up the idea of using the demon suppressing shrine to fight the enemy, and teleported directly to Beiayu's side for a hand-to-hand fight. A punch was thrown out, like the world overturning. Beiayu's spiritual shield collapsed instantly, and the domineering aura shook the 8 directions. Beiayu cast a spell to fight back, and wind, rain and lightning came. Rain and wind, lightning gathered in the rain curtain and shot towards Chu Yang in beams. Destructive power concentrated on Chu Yang's chest, and a dull tremor echoed between heaven and earth, like a morning bell. Chu Yang's body crackled. With Wu's transformation as a foundation and his supernatural vitality, he could recover from any injuries instantly. Beiayu looked at Chu Yang in disbelief, and a chill surged in his heart. How could this be a human? It was clearly a humanoid water monster. The vision of the sun and the moon in the sky gradually rose from behind to Chu Yang's head. 2 rays of light hung down, like the Milky Way falling from the sky. The light of the sun and the moon flowed on his body, and the starlight fell with his every move. God. Beiayu looked dazed. Chu Yang pushed his hands forward, and the light of the sun and the moon turned into a millstone, erasing the area illuminated by the light, and Beiyu and the water monster were covered in it. Beiyu used his magic power to resist, and the water monster resisted with his body. Chu Yang fought one against two and completely suppressed them. At this moment, a sword light fell from the sky and pierced Beiyu's body with lightning speed. Chu Yang looked up and saw that it was the sword saint who arrived in time. Beiyu's eyes were blurred and his thoughts went back to his childhood when he was with his adoptive father Shi Ganhu. At that time, he could always see the smile on his adoptive father's face and the doting eyes. Why? Before Beiyu finished speaking, more sword lights fell and completely submerged him. Chu Yang breathed a sigh of relief and strangled the water monster with all his strength, but no matter how he killed it, the monster could be resurrected quickly. Chu Yang tried to forcibly move it out of the lake to weaken its recovery ability, but it could create floods by itself, and there was no shortage of water wherever it went, so this plan was directly ruined. The Sword Saint joined the ranks of those who dealt with the water monster. The golden sword energy was like a galloping horse, crushing the water monster again and again. This guy can't be killed. We have to find other ways. If it doesn't work, we can only let the descendants of Nu seal it. The Sword Saint thought of the Witch Queen, and there was both guilt and heartache in his eyes. Any method is fine, except this one. We must kill the water monster, otherwise everything we have done so far will be meaningless. Chu Yang pays attention to doing things once and for all. He feels uncomfortable if he doesn't get rid of this thing that keeps coming back again and again, and every time it appears, he has to sacrifice a descendant of Nu. Just when the situation was at a stalemate, a red teleportation array opened in the sky, and Changlau's figure appeared. The thing is fixed. Changlao threw the 5 spirits pearl to Chu Yang, and prepared to leave. Hurry up and ask him to help you get rid of the water monster. Sword Saint shouted anxiously. Changlao glanced at Chu Yang, then glanced at the arrogant water monster, nodded and said, "This is okay. What the hell?" Chu Yang bowed and said, "I won't bother the demon lord with this trivial matter." Changlao was very surprised, but since Chu Yang didn't let him help, he wouldn't make trouble for himself, and his figure disappeared in the teleportation array. The moment he got the 5 spirits pearl, Chu Yang had an amazing idea. He asked the Sword Saint to resist for a while, and he ran to a deserted place to enter the Soul Palace. After so many days, Magic Chu Yang has already refined the prototype of the Demon Refining Tower, and Pirate Chu Yang has also embedded the Infinite Fire Seed into it. Now all that is missing is the 5 spirits beads to provide the power of the 5 spirits. Immortal Chu Yang handed over the 5 spirits beads. The 5 spirits formation automatically appeared around the Demon Refining Tower, and the 5 spirits beads were pulled and fell into place. After a moment, Immortal Chu Yang had a teacup-sized Demon Refining Tower in his hand, and he hurried back to the world. On the other side, the Sword Saint could no longer remember how many times he had killed the water monster, and his expression became a little numb. Suddenly, a divine light fell, and the water monster was sucked away and disappeared in front of the Sword Saint. The sword energy in the sky stagnated in the air, and a big question mark appeared in the Sword Saint's mind. Where did such a big water monster go? The water monster disappeared, and the flood subsided, leaving a mess. In Nanhao, houses were destroyed by floods, and the remaining ruins were also submerged in mud. The once prosperous became desolate. If Xiaolinga had not activated the power of Nu's bloodline in time, and used her huge spiritual power to stop the flood from spreading further, Nanhao would have become a thing of the past. Xiaolinga's divine appearance in front of people also made most of the people and soldiers believe in the legend of Nu's descendants again. People stood in the puddle to worship Xiaolinga, just like they were superstitious about the moon worship cult before. For some reason, Xiaolinga felt sad when she saw this scene. This was not what she wanted. Shi Ganhu led the surrendered soldiers to continue to encircle and suppress the remaining moon worship cult members and destroy the moon worship cult's stronghold. Zhu Changqing and others were busy treating the injured victims. The Witch King died in the war and did not have time to see his daughter, which made Xiaolinga very sad. Fortunately, Zixuan was with her so that she could be comforted. The Sword Saint returned to Nanhao with the news that the moon worship cult was executed. When everyone cheered, He flew away on his sword. What a fool. The drunken sword immortal shook his head and sighed. You're not much better. Ming Yuan King was standing behind him. His tone was so resentful that it made people shudder. Hehe. Cold sweat broke out on Jia Jiangxin's forehead. There was another big thing waiting for him. Should he stay in the mountains to practice, or return to secular life and go home? After Ming Yuan King left, Jia Jiangxin recovered from his state of being like a thorn in the back. Uncle Master, are you having a happy trouble? Not far away, Chu Yang walked slowly with a playful smile on his face. Don't make fun of me. Didn't you see that your uncle couldn't even drink wine? Jia Jiangxin stared at Chu Yang depressedly. Brother Jin Sheng has been here once, and you, a kid, just showed up now. Chu Yang shook his head and smiled bitterly. The movement of refining the water monster in the demon refining tower was very loud, so he had to hide in the Soul Palace and wait until everything was settled before coming out. But the result of this refining was completely different from what Chu Yang imagined. He did not gain any cultivation, but gained a magic weapon similar to the water spirit pearl. Temporarily named it the water demon pearl. The effect is that it can help Chu Yang deduce all water-related Taoist methods, and the spiritual power consumed by performing water-related Taoist methods is halved, and the power is enhanced. The holder can obtain self-healing abilities similar to those of water monsters in places with abundant water vapor. Chu Yang really couldn't understand why the ability of the demon eating goo, which is clearly to devour the cultivation of demons, would have such a mutation after combining with the demon locking tower. In the Soul Palace, Chu Yang from other worlds was working overtime to study. Fortunately, the effect of the water demon pearl was satisfactory, otherwise Chu Yang would have really lost a lot this time. 3 days later, the disaster caused by the flood was being cleared, and basically no longer affected the lives of the people. The moon worship sect completely disappeared, and the entire Nanseo kingdom was returning to normal. The death of the Witch King did not cause any waves. During the years he was in power, he had no sense of existence. So many people died in the flood, and who would care about a Witch King? For Xiaolinga's sake, everyone simply held a funeral for him. Then there was a very realistic problem in front of them. Who will succeed the throne of Nanseo Kingdom? Xiaolinga is a girl, so she shouldn't be able to succeed to the throne. However, she performed a miracle in front of people 3 days ago, which gave her a very high status in the hearts of the people. General Nanman and Ming Yuan King were very supportive of Xiaolinga's succession. Li Xiaoyao had no objection to this. At most, he could just bring his aunt here to live. It wouldn't take long for her to fly with a sword. It wasn't a big deal. After everyone came to a consensus, including Shi Ganhu, they all supported Xiaolinga's succession, but Xiaolinga had a different opinion. That day, I saw them worshipping me. The fanaticism in their eyes scared me. I don't know what ideas the moon worship cult has instilled in them, but I don't want to continue on this basis. If it's because of the identity of the descendant of Nuwa, then I don't want to succeed to the throne of Nanseo. Xiaolinga's face was full of worry. She was worried about the future of Nanseo, because the people here had problems with their thinking. Shi Ganhu and others anxiously persuaded Xiaolinga not to be willful, but they didn't expect that Xiaolinga, who was usually docile, was very stubborn at this moment. After Liu Jinyuan pondered for a moment, he suddenly smiled and said, I think you probably misunderstood Miss Linga's meaning. She is not unwilling to take responsibility, but she is unwilling to use faith to kidnap the people. Miss Linga hopes that the people of Nanseo can get rid of their dependence on faith and rely on their own hands to create the future. Li Xiaoyao asked, Linga, is that true? Xiaolinga nodded vigorously. Chu Yang reminded, the people of Nanseo have been poisoned by the moon worship for a long time. If they suddenly give up their current lifestyle, there may be problems. It is better to proceed step by step. You can use their worship of you to influence them subtly. Although this is similar to the moon worship, the original intention is different and the result will be different. Xiaolinga fell into deep thought. Liu Jinyuan then persuaded, faith itself is not a bad thing. It only needs to be properly guided. The Taoist priests on Shushan are the best examples. They believe in Taoism. Everyone is kind, and they take it as their responsibility to eliminate demons and defend Taoism. Xiaolinga was finally persuaded and decided to officially succeed to the throne and replace the people's belief in the moon worship with the belief in Nuwa. The matter of Nan's Heo has come to an end. The rest will be handled by Senior Saint and General Nunman. Let's go back to the mountain with me. After Chu Yang finished speaking, except for Lin Yuru and Liu Jinian, everyone else stood still. Li Xiaoyao said awkwardly, I decided to join Shushin in the first place, to thank Brother Chu for saving my life, and secondly, Brother Chu, you said that this would give Shushin a reason to intervene in the affairs of Nan's Heo. It's a bit bad to say that, but now that the crisis of Nan's Heo has been resolved, I really have no reason to go up the mountain again. Of course, I, Li Xiaoyao, will definitely repay Brother Chu's kindness. Before Chu Yang could speak, Lin Yuru became anxious and scolded. You are such an ungrateful guy. You just pacified the moon worship sect, and then you turned your back on me. Li Xiaoyao's face flushed, and he was hesitant to speak. Liu Jinian grabbed the furious Lin Yuru and whispered, Cousin, everyone has their own aspirations, and Brother Xiaoyao is a family man. Even if you go back, you won't stay for long. Why waste time? Lin Yuru angrily broke away from Liu Jinian's hand, turned around and said no more. Chu Yang looked at the guilty Li Xiaoyao and smiled. It's not a big deal. If you don't want to go back, then don't go back. This will not affect the friendship between you and me. Come to me when you are free. We can learn from each other at any time. Li Xiaoyao's eyes lit up, and he nodded quickly and said, Brother Chu, I will definitely come to you. In the crowd, Zhu Changqing and Jiu Jiangxin looked at each other. The two walked silently to Chu Yang, also with a guilty expression on their faces, and said in unison, I won't go back either. Chapter 158 The Shocking New Leader. Chu Yang was shocked. How come you two guys with thick eyebrows and big eyes also betrayed? Zhu Changqing glanced at Zizuan. Jiu Jiangxin looked at Anu and Ming Yuanqing. The reason is self-evident. Chu Yang could only sigh and said, if you don't want to go back, then don't go back. It's not a big deal. Uncle, if you don't go back, it's really a big deal. How can I explain it to the headmaster? Jiu Jiangxin took a sip of wine and said with a smile, no need to explain to them. You decide about Shushin in the future. At this point, Jiu Jiangxin's voice stopped abruptly. He remembered that, after returning to the mountain, his uncle and others would announce Chu Yang as the new headmaster. This might be the most important day in Chu Yang's life. When they are not there, you can imagine how lost Chu Yang is. The drunken sword immortal suddenly said with a serious face, we must go back with Chu Yang. No one can be left behind. Ah. Li Xiaoyao's eyes widened. Senior, you are not drunk again, are you? I just drank a sip. I'm not drunk. The drunken sword immortal couldn't tell them the truth directly. After all, it involved such a big thing as the merger of the two sects. So he had to say vaguely, something very important has happened in Shushin. We can't miss it. Zhu Changqing hesitated and said, does everyone have to go? Including Elder Shi and others? The drunken sword immortal looked around and nodded. Yes. It's best if everyone Chu Yang knows goes. Li Xiaoyao frowned and said, it sounds really serious. Can't you just tell us directly? The drunken sword immortal shook his head decisively. No. Chu Yang was also confused. He really couldn't think of any other plot that had not been triggered. Seeing that the drunken sword immortal kept keeping it a secret, the others were a little anxious, and Anu even hugged the drunken sword immortal's arm and acted like a spoiled child. Shiganga seemed to have noticed something. He nodded slightly at Chu Yang and said with a smile, Princess, since Shushin sect has invited us so kindly, let's go. It's only a few days walk. As soon as Shiganga spoke, he basically represented the position of Nan's Heo state. Xiaolinga, who originally wanted to deal with state affairs, readily agreed. Originally, no one was going back, but now everyone was going. The situation changed so fast that even Chu Yang was a little caught off guard. So the group went to Shushin again in a mighty manner, and the number of people returning was much larger than when they came. General Nanman and Saint Ont were also in the team. A few days later, when Chu Yang and the others returned to Yazhou City, the whole city was talking about the news that Shushin had established a new sect. Everyone was shocked. Liu Jinyuan said with emotion. No wonder senior Jiu Jiangson has kept silent. It is indeed a big event. If you miss it, you will probably regret it for the rest of your life. Li Xiaoyao patted Jiu Jiangson on the shoulder. Uncle Jiu crazy, I have wronged you. Is this a banquet? Anu likes banquets the most. Anu hugged Jiu Jiangson tightly and laughed. Jiu Jiangson also smiled. Don't think that this is just a big event. The real powerful things are behind. You wait and see. I won't let you down. Everyone suddenly had a little more expectation. As early as after the return of the Sword Saint, Shushin announced the decision to merge the sword energy of the world and invited all the righteous ways to come to watch the ceremony. Nowadays, many big sects from all over the world have gathered in Yuzhou City, and some even come from farther places. Among them, 3 groups of people are the most eye-catching. Among them, there are Taoists wearing Taoist robes and temperaments similar to those of Shushin sect, and monks wearing monk robes with a compassionate look. There was also a group of people dressed similarly to General Nanman and his men, and their gestures were like blazing fire. They were obviously more unfamiliar with the customs and practices of Yuzhou City than the people around them, and even their accents were more difficult to recognize than General Nanman and his men. Chu Yang was a little curious, and when he was about to go up to ask, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him and started fighting without saying a word. The man used his fingers as swords, and his swordsmanship was open and closed, just like a general on the battlefield. Chu Yang subconsciously used Take-Eye, using stillness to control movement, to resolve the opponent's sword force, and use the force of displacement to throw the man away. Deng deng deng, it took a series of hurried steps to barely remove the force of Take-Eye. Lin Xiaonan, who had not appeared for a long time, was embarrassed by Chu Yang. Dad, why are you here? Lin Yuru rushed into Lin Xiaonan's arms in surprise. After not seeing him for a long time, she still missed the stubborn old father very much. Lin Xiaonan was full of comfort and laughed. I'm a sworn brother of the Sword Saint. How could I not come to participate in such a big event? After saying that, Lin Xiaonan looked up at Chu Yang. The young man in front of him was completely different from a few months ago. He admired him and envied Shushin for accepting such a good disciple. Chu Yang bowed and said, "Don't blame me, senior. I didn't recognize you just now." Lin Xiaonan waved his hand. "No problem, no problem. I just wanted to see if your skills have improved. You didn't let me down." With this interruption, the 3 groups of people just now disappeared, which made Chu Yang quite regretful. Lin Xiaonan exchanged pleasantries with the drunken sword immortal and invited everyone to go to Shushin together. When they arrived at Shushin, the square of the main peak of Shushin was already crowded with people. All the powerful forces in the world were here. The disciples of Shushin were busy arranging accommodation for the guests. Seeing this, Zhu Changqing subconsciously joined the team to entertain the guests. Everyone immediately gathered around him, as if they had a backbone. Zixen watched silently from the side, somewhat absent-minded. Don't worry, the decision made by the senior brother will not change. Chu Yang stood beside Zixen and said, it's just hard for him to let go of those brothers who have been with him day and night. Zixen whispered, maybe he will be happier living here than with me? Chu Yang rolled his eyes. Senior brother doesn't like men. Zixen was stunned, then covered her mouth and laughed so hard that her body shook and her worries disappeared. Seeing Chu Yang's return, the Sword Saint immediately announced that the ceremony would be held in 2 days. During the 2 days, Shushin had many more guests, which was probably the most lively one since the founding of the sect. Waiting for the day of the ceremony, on the high platform, the Sword Saint, King Wei, Jiu Jiangson, plus 4 elders such as Kanggu, the 7 people lined up in a row. Zhu Changqing and core disciples such as Chu Yang stood behind them. King Wei stepped out of the crowd with a genial look, stroked his beard and smiled. Shushin King Wei thanks everyone for coming to Shushin to watch the ceremony. Then there was a long greeting, and then he slowly told the history of the Shushin sword energy dispute and the shocking changes in the locking demon tower not long ago. Many of the things that the visiting guests had heard of, and now listening to King Wei's talk, it was as if they were there, and a layer of sweat broke out unconsciously. After the disaster, my junior brother Sword Saint and I felt that it was time for the entire Shushin to abandon the old ideas. So today's merger of the 2 sects took place. At this point, a curious voice suddenly sounded from the audience. Master King Wei, after the merger of the two sects, will you be the head of Shushin, or will Dugu Sword Saint be the head? The square suddenly fell silent, as if everyone was waiting for King Wei's answer. King Wei turned his head to look at the Sword Saint, who stepped forward and stood shoulder to shoulder with King Wei. Seeing this, everyone was shocked and thought that the head of the new Shushin sect was the Sword Saint. The Sword Saint said loudly, "Where is Chu Yang?" Chu Yang was stunned for a moment, then took a step forward and bowed, saying, "Disciple is here." The Sword Saint smiled and nodded. "From now on, you are the new leader of Shushin." As soon as these words came out, the whole square suddenly erupted with screams of surprise. At the same time, everyone's eyes were focused on Chu Yang. The new leader of Shushin is neither Taoist King Wei nor Sword Saint Debu, but an unknown second generation disciple. Not even the eldest disciple Zhu Changqing? Exclamation mark. Such news was so shocking that the guests who came here thought that King Wei and Sword Saint had been bewitched by some evil magic. Not to mention the guests who didn't know Chu Yang. Even Li Xiaoyao and others were stunned. No wonder Senior Jiu Jiangxin insisted on asking us to come to Shushin. He didn't want us to miss the important event of Taoist Chu Yang succeeding as the leader. Liu Jinyuan didn't have much surprise on his face, as if he had expected it a long time ago. The same was true for Shigang, who standing next to him. Although Taoist Chu Yang is young, he is qualified to be the head of Shushin in terms of both character and strength. The two heads have extraordinary courage and determination. Shushin will prosper. Shigang, who stroked his beard and sighed. The scene when he first met Chu Yang flashed through his mind. At that time, he felt that this person would definitely achieve great things in the future. Unexpectedly, he became the head of Shushin in the blink of an eye. After a brief moment of surprise, Li Xiaoyao and Lin Yuru applauded at the same time and jumped up excitedly. Some guests who were watching the ceremony realized it later and followed them to applaud. The applause was sparse, forming a sharp contrast with the number of people in the square. Gradually, some people began to question Chu Yang's succession as the head. Although this was Shushin's internal affairs and outsiders had no right to comment, Shushin was in a special position after all, and was a symbol of the righteous way in the world. "I've never heard of this person. How come he became the head of Shushin? Shushin is getting weaker every year. I thought that after the merger of the two sects, Shushin would be particularly strong, but it looks like it will be defeated by the new head in a few years. Shushin's decision is too reckless. This is a matter related to the safety of the world. Please think twice, both heads." Once the voices of doubt started, there was a trend of a lot of noise afterwards. Seeing that the situation was not good, Zhu Changqing hurried forward to calm the emotions of many guests. However, the matter was of great importance, and the crowd did not give him face. Some people even began to openly question Shushin's decision. The one who shouted the most was Shen Jiabao, which was as famous as Lin Jiabao. Lin in the south and Shen in the north. The status of the fortress owner Shen Qingfeng was equal to that of Lin Xiaonan. Over the past few decades, the two families have won and lost, but overall, Lin Jiabao is still stronger. Lin Xiaonan and the Sword Saint were already close friends, and his daughter Lin Yuru also worshipped Shushin. From then on, the connection between Lin Jiabao and Shushin became closer, and its position in the martial arts world was difficult to shake. How could Shen Qingfeng not be anxious? In the current situation, if he did nothing, it would be like sitting and waiting for death. Shen Qingfeng would naturally not miss any opportunity to attack Shushin and Lin Jiabao, even if it would directly offend Shushin. Anyway, he had already broken the jar and broken it. In addition to Shen Jiabao, the four major families of Aoyang, Zihao, Huangfu, and Shangwen also had objections to this. These forces combined almost represented the position of most of the martial arts colleagues. The immortal cultivation sects headed by Penglai Jiantang and Kunlun Kyanghua sect remained restrained, but a little strange could be seen from their expressions. Faced with a lot of doubts, King Wei and the Sword Saint stood still, and they believed that Chu Yang would handle this matter well. At this moment, Chu Yang, who had suddenly become the head of the sect, felt a bit complicated. His original plan was to visit the Sutra library, go down the mountain to catch monsters, and play around in the world without worries in the next few days. He had never thought of becoming the head of the Shushin sect. But things have come to this point. Whatever. Since King Wei and Jian Sheng have decided to make him the new head, Chu Yang will not shirk his responsibility. He is just the head of Shushan sect. Can I not be the head? Chu Yang stepped forward and cast a set of silencing spells at the noisy people. The square suddenly became silent. All the disciples of Shenji Abao, including Shen Qingfeng himself, were silent. The 4 major families were less affected, and only a few people were silenced. The 4 major families were different from Shenji Abao. They had objections, only because they were worried about the safety of the people, not just to make trouble. However, Chu Yang's silencing still made many people change their faces. Everyone had the same thought in their minds. This new head of Shushan has a very bad temper. Compared to the good-natured King Wei, Chu Yang is more used to using force to subdue people first, and then using reason to persuade them. Of course, the second half depends mainly on his mood. If you have any opinions, just say it. Chu Yang's stern eyes looked around, sweeping through many sects, until most people bowed their heads and kept silent. He continued, if there are no opinions, then I will be the head of Shushan from today. Who dares to have an opinion? The mouths of those who have opinions are sealed. In the Kainhua sect, several young disciples were whispering. A short-haired disciple with clear eyes had the loudest voice. He asked his companions beside him, Mengli, Lingsha, why are you all silent? Didn't you have a lot of opinions about the new head just now? A girl with a bun on her head, wearing purple Kainhua sect disciple clothes, with bright eyes and white teeth, knocked his head anxiously and angrily. Yun. Shan. Why are you talking so loudly, you idiot? Don't you see that everyone is looking at us? You really killed me. Han Lingsha pointed her finger at Yun Xian and kept scolding him. Yun Xian held his head in grievance, not knowing what he had done wrong. On the other side, Liu Mengli, who was wearing a lavender dress and was quiet and graceful, reminded the two, you quarreling now will attract more attention. Hearing this, Han Lingsha gradually became silent and glared at Yun Xian unhappily. Feng Yao, the current head of the Kainhua sect, frowned slightly when she saw this, but did not say much, as if she was using Yun Xian's mouth to express her position. Instead, Mirren Xiang, who was known as the double hero together with Zhu Changqing, slowly stepped forward and bowed slightly to Chu Yang to express his apology. The atmosphere became subtle. Penglei Jiantang, which has been friendly with Shushan for generations, may be the only force that supports Chu Yang. The head of the sect, Shang Fengzi, coughed lightly and said, Brother King Wei and Brother Yin are both mature and prudent people. They will not recommend an ordinary disciple as the head of the sect for no reason. In my opinion, this Chu, head of the sect must have his own strengths. Today is the auspicious day for the merger of the two sects of Shushan. Why don't you make a good relationship? Just as Shang Fengzi finished speaking, a man walked out of the team of the 4 major families. The man had a resolute face and an upright posture, like a sharp sword out of the body, with a sharp breath. He said loudly, I'm Yang, the head of the Yang family. I would like to congratulate the 2 predecessors for being able to merge the 2 sects of Shushan in their lifetime. King Wei and the Sword Saint nodded slightly, but for the sake of the people of the world, Yang has something to ask. Senior King Wei is old, and he may find it difficult to lead Shushan, so he chose to retire. I can understand, but why did Senior Sword Saint do this? As a cultivator, you are now in your prime, and can lead Shushan to achieve greater achievements. How can a second generation disciple convince the public, if he wants to lead the world's righteousness? Just as the Sword Saint was about to speak, a red figure suddenly appeared above everyone's head like the sun across the sky. Changlao looked down at the ants below indifferently, with an unhappy expression. These people belittled Chu Yang, but they were also belittling him? The suffocatingly powerful magic power shocked everyone present. Demon Lord Changlao spoke slowly. There are very few people in the 6 realms who can share the same status with me. You ask him why he can be the head of Shushan? Because he beat me twice in a row. Chapter 159. Going against the decision of our ancestors. Demon Lord Changlao, the Lord of the Demon Realm. Why is he here? Some Shushan disciples who had seen Changlao could not help but exclaimed. The faces of other guests changed wildly. The name of the shadow man of the tree. Chang Lao, who looked down on the 6 realms and was almost invincible in the world, was heard by even ordinary people like Shen Qingfeng and Lin Xiaonan, not to mention the great sects of cultivation such as Kyanghua sect and Penglai Yujian Hall. After knowing that the red figure in the sky was the famous demon lord, everyone showed a look of facing a great enemy. Could it be that the demon lord deliberately took advantage of the day when the sword and key sects merged to attack Shushan? Exclamation mark. Isn't it over now? Many people in the martial arts world had the idea of running away. Anyway, there are tall people to hold up the sky if it falls. With so many sects of cultivation present, what can ordinary people like them do? Shang Fengzi and Feng Yao's faces turned pale. They came all the way to congratulate the Shushan sect, but they didn't expect to encounter such a thing. It was really unlucky. Seeing the group of ants below were in danger, Chang Lao's eyes flashed with contempt. His good mood was ruined by these guys. Except Fei Peng, you are one of the few opponents who can make me feel happy. So today you succeed Shushan as the head of the sect. I have prepared a gift for you. Chang Lao waved his hand, and 4 terrifying monsters suddenly appeared in the flashing red light, scaring the guests in the square to flee. The Sword Saint took a step forward. Thousands of sword lights were ready to go, and he said angrily, "What does the Demon Lord mean? Are you going to cause trouble to my Shushan again? Do you really think that there is no one in my Shushan?" Chang Lao didn't even look at the Sword Saint, and said to Chu Yang, "You found the water monster in Miaojiang a few days ago, and these are the other 4 monsters of wind, thunder, fire, and earth that I found in the human world. You can take them all." If it was someone else, they would probably scold Chang Lao for being sick. How could you give monsters as gifts? But Chu Yang knew very well that Chang Lao was helping him to establish his authority. He believed that he had the ability to deal with these monsters. "Thank you for your kindness, senior." Since he had already planned to secure the position of the head, it was meaningless for Chu Yang to continue to hide his incompetence, so he directly threw out the demon refining tower and put the 4 monsters directly into the tower for refining in front of everyone. The appearance of the demon refining tower caused quite a stir. Isn't that the demon locking tower of Shushan? How can it be moved? This is not the demon locking tower. The demon locking tower is on the mountain behind us. Most people looked in the direction of the sound, and they could just see the majestic outline of the demon locking tower from the clouds, standing between heaven and earth. If it's not the demon locking tower, then what is he holding? Could it be that Shushan has 2 demon locking towers? Not to mention the guests who came to watch the ceremony. Even King Wei and others looked at Chu Yang in surprise, and high in the sky, Chang Lao was also very interested. Chu Yang coughed lightly and smiled. "The magic weapon I used just now is called the Demon Refining Tower. I made it myself after repairing the Demon Locking Tower a few days ago. Please forgive me for making fun of you." As soon as he said this, the sound of people sucking in cold air continued to be heard in the square. Everyone knows that, although the Demon Locking Tower is the most precious treasure of Shushan, part of its power is bestowed by the gods, especially the natural demon reducing water in the tower that restrains demons. In addition, the Shushan masters of all generations have continuously improved the formation and added various talismans so that the demon locking tower can have a unique advantage in restraining demons. And the magic weapon refined by Chu Yang himself can actually suppress the 4 great demon beasts. If it weren't for the Demon Lord Sun Lao personally confirming the authenticity of the 4 great demon beasts, they would never believe it. Not to mention outsiders, even the disciples of Shushan sect had a look of astonishment on their faces. Jiangxin and others also looked at Chu Yang with unbelievable eyes. King Wei and Jin Sheng couldn't sit still. King Wei hurriedly walked to Chu Yang's side and asked in a low voice, "Chu Yang, are you telling the truth?" The Sword Saint continued, "This is not a joke. Don't you dare to talk nonsense." Chu Yang smiled and joked, Uncle Master, is there a second demon locking tower in the world? Others don't know. Don't you two know? There is only one demon locking tower." King Wei sighed. "The demon locking tower is the culmination of the formations of the predecessors of Shushan. Ordinary people can't even understand it, let alone learn it. I didn't expect that you could understand all the formations in just one trip. It's really..." After saying that, the Sword Saint immediately uttered a few words. Shocking. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, how many people would believe such a thing? The moment Chu Yang sacrificed the demon refining tower, even if he didn't care about his cultivation, he was qualified enough to sit in the position of the head of Shushin. It was not until this moment that everyone came to their senses and focused their eyes on the red figure in the sky. The appearance of the demon lord was clearly to support Chu Yang. How could he easily let someone humiliate the opponent he acknowledged? Although he borrowed external objects, his performance was not bad. I'm very satisfied. Chang Lao laughed to the sky and disappeared. So far, no one dared to question Chu Yang's succession to the head of Shushin. Are you kidding? The ruthless people who could win 2 rounds in the hands of the demon lord were already given a break by not fighting them just now. If they still don't know what's good for them, what's the difference between that and seeking death? In the crowd, Tang Zujian poked Jingshan's kidney and said stealthily, "That red-haired man is not bad." Jingshan nodded, with a bitter smile on his lips. "I just like to fight with people. It would be better if I could change this problem." Tang Zujian agreed deeply. The two of them were whispering, while Chu Yang on the other side was scanning the 4 major families with a sharp gaze. Finally, he fixed his gaze on Aang. "Does Patriarch Aang have any objections? I'm short-sighted, please forgive me, Sect Master Chu. I can't say I'm sorry. Patriarch Aang cares about the world and is a rare role model of righteousness. I dare not, I dare not." Aang said twice and retreated back to the crowd with a red face. Chu Yang was not praising him, but there was something else behind his words. He heard it and felt ashamed. Chu Yang smiled kindly, and Shen Qingfeng and others felt cold and restless. The Sword Saint was afraid that he would really take it out on these people, so he shouted, "From today on, Chu Yang will succeed as the sect master of Shushin. All matters of Shushin will be decided by him." Everyone was shocked. Decide with one word. This is an authority that has never appeared in the history of Shushin. Even a sect master with such high prestige as King Wei has to consult with Kangoo and others on major matters. Some disciples of Shushin looked at King Wei silently, hoping that he would say something, but they only saw King Wei nodding with a smile. "That's it. They have already discussed it. We are just going through the motions. No need to waste time. Just bow." Shushin disciples bowed down in a sea of people, and the sound of thunder and sea converged into 4 words. "Greetings, Master." Feng Yao of Kyanghua sect, Shang Fengzi of Penglai Hall, and other guests who were watching the ceremony also bowed and saluted. "Greetings, Master Chu." Chu Yang looked back at King Wei and others who were smiling, and suddenly an idea came to his mind, so he immediately promulgated the first new rule after becoming the master. From today on, Shushin will establish the position of the Supreme Elder and establish the Shushin 7 Saints Palace, named after the Big Dipper. Key Sect, King Wei, Kangoo, Jingming, Yalxun, and Haiyang, a total of 5 people. Sword Sect, Dugu Sword Saint and Jiu Jiangxun, a total of 2 people. There are exactly 7 people corresponding to the name of the 7 saints. The Sword Saint was slightly stunned and agreed happily, and the others did the same. Under normal circumstances, most Shushin seniors would retire behind the scenes, leave Shushin, find a place to build a hut and practice, and strive for the chance to become an immortal. This can also avoid some power disputes. King Wei is old, and the chance of becoming an immortal is very small. It is more likely that he will die somewhere. Chu Yang's move is to let him stay in Shushin until the end of his life. The 7 Saints Palace will choose the 7 peaks closest to the main peak to guard the sect hall. The original Sword Sect, which is the original site of the Immortal Sword Sect, is just right for the Sword Saint to use as a dojo. Zhu Changqing and Chang Yin, the 2nd generation outstanding disciples of the same generation as Chu Yang, will naturally be promoted to elders. As for those guys who have embarrassed Chu Yang doesn't need to do anything more. They will go down the mountain obediently and dare not mention Shushin for the rest of their lives. With the promulgation of the new sect rules, the Shushin disciples bowed to King Wei and others. "Greetings to the Supreme Elder." As soon as the Supreme Elder finished speaking, the drunken sword immortal lowered his head with a complicated expression. He originally wanted to say goodbye to senior brother Sword Saint after attending the ceremony, but Chu Yang set up such a 7 Saints Palace. If he left like this, wouldn't the Shushin 7 Saints Palace become a joke? He couldn't let Zhu Changqing take over. What would it look like if he told others about it? On one side was the joy of family, and on the other side was the friendship of fellow disciples. Jiu Jiangson was so torn that he wanted to kill himself. Husband and wife are of the same mind. Ming Yuan King also noticed the hesitation on Jiu Jiangson's face and couldn't help feeling sad. Based on her understanding of Jiu Jiangson, it might be difficult for him to leave Shushan for a while. Anu, after the ceremony, let's go back to Nanshao and wait for your father, okay? Won't father go home with us? You just heard it. Father is now the supreme elder of Shushan, and he has a lot of things to deal with, so he may not come to us until later. Oh, that's okay. Anu will always wait for father. Looking at the innocent smile on Anu's face, Ming Yuan King felt very painful in his heart, which was even more sad than the drunken sword immortal's departure without saying goodbye. At this moment, Chu Yang dropped another bombshell, which shocked everyone completely. Since I started practicing, I have always had doubts in my heart. Although Shushan disciples often practice in the world, they only try a little bit of everything, and they can't say they have any insights. They are even more afraid of love. Once the inner demon comes, the lightest thing is that the Tao is destroyed and the person dies, and the worst is that they fall into the devil's way and never recover, just like the disaster of Jiangming decades ago. If the great master Jiang Jusi chose to fulfill it, for Jiangming, the road was narrow and almost cut off, and he might not be able to see the light if he took a few more steps forward. In this way, he would not have to endure decades of torture in the locking demon tower, and only today he was liberated. Every time I think of this, I feel depressed for a long time. Therefore, I will risk the world's disapproval today and abolish some outdated sect rules. From now on, Shushan disciples can get married and have funerals like ordinary people, and they will not be expelled from the sect for this reason. As soon as the voice fell, an uproar broke out suddenly. Monks can get married? This concept was too advanced for the times, and it was difficult for many immortal cultivation sects to accept it, directly subverting their cognition. The guests looked at each other, and no one dared to say a word, even if they felt that the new leader had some problems in his brain. The drunken sword immortal, who was freed from the dilemma, trembled slightly. He looked up at Ming Yuan King, who was already crying with joy. Li Xiaoyao also had a smile on his face. In this way, he could stay by Ling's side and learn skills in Shushan. Jingshan scratched his head and secretly glanced at Tang Zujian, wondering if he should become a disciple by the way. Zhu Changqing breathed a sigh of relief, and Zixuan smiled like a flower. If the former could become an immortal, they could stay together for thousands of years. In the quiet square, laughter suddenly came from the team of the Zihao family, one of the four major families. Hahaha, Shushan is really interesting. If there were really no such restrictions, I would really like to join this sect. Mr. Z, you are already old. Shushan will not accept you. Hey, little girl, don't look at my age, but I have a high talent for martial arts. Maybe the new leader will think I'm a promising talent when he sees me. Haha, if you can join Shushan, then so can I. Mr. Z, Brother Z, everyone is looking at you, so keep your voice down. A cute little girl was arguing with a sloppy uncle. Next to them stood a handsome young man in gorgeous clothes, who was trying to persuade them with a sad face. Chu Yang turned around and looked at them. Zikangsing closed his mouth in embarrassment, and Zaya, who had been arguing with him, looked back and was immediately startled. She quickly waved her hands to apologize. Master Chu, I'm sorry, we didn't mean it. Chu Yang smiled and said, you two don't have to be so nervous. I think you are very capable and are indeed qualified to join Shushan, especially the senior Z. Zaya covered her mouth in shock. She was just joking, but she didn't expect it to come true. Zikangsing smiled from ear to ear, turned around and said to the young man in fancy clothes, young master, I have brought you to Shushan to meet Master Zaya as promised. The matter of me breaking your jade pendant should be settled, right? Zihao Jinxuan nodded and said, Brother Z, please make your own decision. Jinxuan would like to congratulate Brother Z on getting what he wished for. Zikangsing walked out with big strides, and did not forget to turn back and say to Zaya, little girl, Shushan sect wants to recruit you. Why don't you go with them? Zaya's eyes wandered back and forth between Chu Yang and Zahao Jinxun, with a tangled face. After a long while, she shook her head and said, I still don't want to go. Zahao Jinxun said anxiously, Miss Zaya, this is a great thing. How can you be confused? Mert, who are you saying is confused? Zaya glared at him unhappily. I haven't paid off the money I owe you for the jade pendant. How can I leave? Zahao Jinxun shook his head and said, since I have settled matters with Brother Z, naturally I have settled matters with Miss Zaya as well. Zaya insisted, how can such a short distance be enough to compensate? At least I have to send you back. Zahao Jinxun said helplessly, really, there's no need, Miss Zaya. While the two were arguing, Chu Yang said, Miss Zaya is in poor health. If you leave rashly, I'm afraid she will be unable to be cured in the future. Zaya was like being struck by lightning. Her body froze on the spot and her face turned pale. Chapter 160, Apprenticeship Ceremony. Zaya has always known that she has a problem with her body, but she has no idea how to solve it. She can only live with the awareness that she could die at any time. But the newly appointed Shushan sect leader seemed to know her problem and seemed to have a solution, which made her ecstatic for a while. Sister Chu, can Shushan help me cure my strange disease? Zaya asked tremblingly, fearing that she would hear a disappointing answer from Chu Yang. Miss Zaya, please rest assured. Since I said so, there is naturally a way. Seeing Chu Yang so confident, Zaya no longer hesitated and walked out with Zikangsing. Miss Mew, Miss Zaya has a disease? Why didn't you tell us along the way? Zahao Jinxun looked worried. And beside him, there was a woman in a light green dress, with a slim figure and extraordinary coldness. Mu Changlan said, young master, we just met by chance. How could Sister Zaya talk about this with others casually? Zahao Jinxun looked disappointed and murmured, it was just a chance meeting. Mu Changlan looked happy on the surface, but she was actually very uneasy in her heart. Unlike Zikangsing and Zaya, she had always had other intentions. It was Chu Yang's sudden decision to accept Zikangsing and Zaya as disciples of Shushan. Zikangsing had a connection with Shushan. He was originally a fellow disciple of Li Xiaoyao and a Shushan elder with a good family background. However, due to the influence of the great fusion of the world background, he is now just an ordinary warrior. It is natural for him to return to the mountain gate. As for Zaya, she was a dead baby in a major earthquake more than 10 years ago. The soul was forcibly retained in the body by the great elder of the Yaksha clan of the demon world, Moye, and the Yaksha king Longming, using the soul binding technique. She is not a living person in the normal sense, so her sense of taste, smell, touch and other sensory abilities are only about 20% to 30% of that of ordinary people. Wine is the only thing she can feel, so she likes it very much. The so-called disease is the rejection reaction between the soul and the body. In addition to Zaya, Moye also used the soul binding technique to control the second master of the Zahao family, that is, Zahao Jinxun's uncle, and the younger brother of Zahao Zhang, the head of the Zahao family, Zahao Tao. Zahao Tao also died in the earthquake more than 10 years ago. He was chosen by Moye at the same time as Zaya, but because Zaya was a baby at the time and had no great value, he was abandoned. It was a blessing in disguise. Zahao Tao completely became Moye's puppet clone. He lurked in the Zahao family for many years, using the influence of the Zahao family to inquire about the intelligence of the human world. Even Zahao Jinxun's magic was taught by him. After so many years of getting along, perhaps only Moye himself knew how much affection he had for the Zahao family. Mu Changlan went with Zahao Jinxun and others this time, and she was also paid to provide information to Moye, but she didn't know the reason. Chu Yang's intention of accepting Zaya as a disciple was to guard against the Yaksha tribe. Speaking of which, the Yaksha tribe was also quite miserable, because the water veins of the demon realm dried up, and the countries in the demon realm fell into war, and the Yaksha kingdom happened to be on the passage between the human and demon worlds, becoming the common target of the other countries. For the Yaksha tribe, they only have two choices, either to find a way to restore the water veins of the demon realm, or to move the whole clan into the human world. Moye walked into the human world through the soul binding technique just to keep a backup. The passage between the human and demon worlds is the god and demon well that Zhu Changqing and others were sent to by Changlao before. It is really sad that the painstaking planning for more than 10 years is not as good as Changlau's casual wave of his hand. As the lord of the demon realm, Changlao never seems to care about the life and death of the creatures in the demon realm. He only cares about two things in his life: Zixun and a hearty battle. Regarding suffering, Changlao would only say that the fittest survive. Moyi and others were unlucky to have such a demon master. The merger ceremony became a ceremony of apprenticeship, based on the idea of driving a sheep and letting a flock of sheep go. Li Xiaoyao, Lin Yuru and other disciples who had not held an apprenticeship ceremony before also joined the formal apprenticeship ceremony at Chu Yang's suggestion. The scene instantly became lively. The depression caused by the appearance of the demon lord was much relieved. Just when the guests thought that Chu Yang was going to accept a disciple himself, the new head of the sect began to do some confusing things. He pushed the oldest Zikangsing to the Sword Saint as a disciple without asking. And considering that Lin Xiaonan and the Sword Saint were sworn brothers, Lin Yuru also became the Sword Saint's disciple and a close disciple. Li Xiaoyao and Xiao were arranged to be disciples of the drunken sword immortal. One was destined, and the other liked to drink, which was probably very much to the old drunkard's taste. Jingshan and Liu Jinyuan worshipped King Wei as their master. Although Jingshan has a high talent for martial arts, he is a little tired of fighting. In addition, Changlao forces him from time to time, so he doesn't even want to pick up the sword anymore. It's better to learn some magic. Liu Jinyuan is aiming for the position of national teacher. He not only needs to learn magic, but also learn how to govern the country. Only King Wei, the head of the sect, can teach him these. After all, the difficulty of governing Shushan is not much less than governing a country. Everything here concerns the people of the world. As the apprenticeship ceremony gradually came to an end, the expressions of the guests became playful. The Supreme Elder accepting disciples means that Li Xiaoyao and others will be of the same generation as Chu Yang and Zhu Changqing as soon as they enter the sect. Which head of the sect who is so stupid would do such a thing? Only this head of the sect, Chu, who has an extremely weird personality. It's really eye-opening. Shang Fengzi shook his head and laughed, but he was looking forward to the future of Shushan in his heart. He couldn't say how good it would be, but it would definitely be very interesting. Compared to Shang Fengzi, Feng Yao of Kaianghua sect did not like Chu Yang's behavior as the head of the sect. In her opinion, his behavior was too frivolous. She secretly made up her mind to keep a distance from Shushan sect in the future. The apprenticeship ceremony ended, which meant the end of the first process of the merger ceremony. The next step was the time for the feast. Led by Zhu Changqing, the Shushan disciples began to greet the guests to the main hall. It was time to eat and drink, and Chu Yang did not need to continue speaking. He had free time. However, as soon as he stepped off the high platform, he saw King Wei and Jian Sheng leading several elders to a group of guests. Taoist priests and monks, and some people wearing similar Mao costumes. They were the group of people Chu Yang had met in Yuzhou City before, but he missed them because of Lin Xiaonan's sudden appearance. In the riot just now, this group of people had been standing at the edge, as if nothing had to do with them, so Chu Yang naturally did not notice them. Yang, come here, I'll introduce you to a few people. King smiled and waved at Chu Yang. Chu Yang walked over. Although he didn't understand why, he still bowed and saluted the people around him. They are fellow righteous people from Shenzhou. Shenzhou is located in the south of the 10,000 mountains in southern Xinjiang. It is not easy to come here. You must remember this kindness in your heart. The three leaders are Daogsun, the master of Qinggyan sect, Mr. Yun Yilan, the master of Fengxiang Valley, and Master Pu Hong, the abbot of Xian'an Temple. Among them, Qinggyan sect has a deep connection with our Shushan sect. The founder of the sect, Qinggyan was once a disciple of Shushan, and we are of the same blood. Qinggyan sect, Fengxiang Valley, and Xian'an Temple are the three major righteous sects in the world of Zhu Zun. The protagonist Zhang Xiaodafan grew up in Qinggyan sect and is a disciple of Xian Buyi, the head of Dazu Peak. He also has the supreme skill of Xian'an Temple, Dafan Prajna. Having the strength of both families sounds powerful, but it is a big taboo, so he usually doesn't dare to show it. I wonder how you all came to the Central Plains through the 100,000 mountains? Chu Yang was very curious about this question. King Iron sect was easy to explain. After all, they knew how to control the sword. How did Fengxiang Valley and Xian'an Temple fly over? Fengxiang Valley is different from ordinary sects. We are based in the 100,000 mountains and guard a secret passage that leads to the central plains. It is difficult to open it on weekdays. It requires the combined strength of the 3 sects. The merger of the 2 sects of Shushan is a rare event in the world of immortal cultivation. Naturally, we don't want to miss it. The old valley master Yan Yelan explained with a smile. His accent sounded obviously different from that of the central plains, but it did not hinder communication. As soon as Yan Yelan finished speaking, Master Pu Hong, the abbot of Xian'an Temple, said with emotion, "I didn't expect that I would see the world this time. I could actually see a legendary figure like the Supreme Demon Realm. The Central Plains is indeed worthy of its reputation." Taoist Master Daoxuan stroked his beard and laughed. Master Chu is a rare talent. He can convince the high and mighty demon lord. It really relieves the frustration of us righteous people. Chu Yang bowed and said modestly, "I used some tricks and won 2 games by luck." Taoist Master Daoxuan shook his head and said, "That's wrong. There are so many people in the world who have no plans left, who can take advantage of the demon lord. Master Chu, don't be too modest." Chu Yang smiled but said nothing. "Okay, we are all family. Don't brag about yourself. Junior brother Daoxuan, Mr. Yan, Master Pu Hong, you can follow me with your disciples." King Wei smiled and took over the conversation and led the people from the 3 sects to the main hall. The 3 sects were not immortal sects from the Central Plains. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, it was most appropriate for King Wei to entertain them personally. In the hall, everyone was toasting each other, and the hall was crowded with people. Many young disciples looked up at Chu Yang, who was sitting on the main seat, from time to time, with different expressions. Some were envious, some were jealous, and some were admiring. This headmaster Chu, who was about the same age as them, was now almost at the peak of power in the world. His words and deeds could even determine the safety of the people in the world. It was like you were both 20 years old, but others were already the richest man in the world, while you were still screwing screws in the factory. The huge gap was indeed difficult for most people to accept. Even so, the insurmountable gap between them still existed, and it would not be changed by anyone's will. This was the greatest injustice and the greatest fairness. Chu Yang was too lazy to care about how others looked at him. He was busy chatting with Li Xiaoyao and the others, without any airs of a headmaster. The arrogance just now was just for show. A new official has 3 fires to start, so he has to show it to others to avoid unnecessary trouble. During the chat, everyone talked about their own plans. Jiu Jiangxin wanted to take Anu and Mingyuan King to live in the 7 Saints Palace. The 7 Saints have their own mountains, and this move will not trouble anyone. It's just that some disciples may not be able to adapt to the changes in Shushan in this regard. Anu did not object to this, but was very excited. Nansheo Kingdom is just a small country after all. She has been to almost everywhere since she grew up. It's better to stay in the Central Plains to play. The most important thing is that after Xiaolinga inherits the throne, there will be no time to play with her. Under the training of Shi Gonghu, Tang Yu will sooner or later become a pillar of the country, and it is impossible for him to accompany her every day. At present, only Jiu Jiangxin can accompany her to travel around. Li Xiaoyao has to travel back and forth between Shushan and Nansheo Kingdom frequently. Anyway, he has the sword controlling technique, so it is not difficult. However, Xiaolinga will give birth in a few months, and he will probably stay in Nansheo Kingdom for a long time. Zixen planned to stay in Yuzhou City and become a neighbor of Jingshan and his friends. After Jingshan came back, he opened a pawn shop that was bigger than Zhanggan with the help of Shushan, and became the boss himself. He and Tang Zujian were about to get married. Lin Yuru devoted herself to learning martial arts and was determined to become a female knight. Liu Jinyuan studied the truth and wanted to benefit the world. They each had their own ideals. In fact, Chu Yang wanted to bring the two together at first, but then he decided to let nature take its course. After all, fate is something that cannot be forced and can easily backfire. After chatting for a while, Chu Yang drank a few more cups with Shi Gonghu and General Nanman before getting up and leaving. He walked straight to the four great families. Shen Qingfeng, who was sitting next to the four great families, thought Chu Yang was looking for trouble with him, and he felt uneasy and panicked. The noise in the hall also stopped abruptly because of Chu Yang's actions. Everyone once again focused their attention on the new leader who acted strangely. Is Shenji Abayo going to be in trouble? Not really. Even if the head of Shushin wants to settle the score, there's no need to rush. There are so many martial arts practitioners watching us. This headmaster Chu can't be judged by common sense. Who knows what he will do? I think Shenji Abayo can't escape the disaster. The whispers continued, and even Taoist Master Daoxuan couldn't help but ask King Lui, Brother Dao, Headmaster Chu won't really embarrass a secular sect in front of so many people, right? King Lui shook his head and laughed. I know Yang's character. He doesn't even bother to take people like Shen Qingfeng seriously. At most, he will ask nephew Yuru to find trouble for Shen Qingfeng at the next martial arts conference. As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Yang had passed the people of Shenji Abayo, leaving the pale-faced Shen Qingfeng with his back. Who among you is Jiangcheng? Chu Yang asked as he stood in front of the Yang family's seat. Yang looked at his favorite disciple with a look of surprise, as if asking him when he had offended the head of Shushin. A young man wearing purple coarse cloth and half covered with leather armor stood up and clasped his fists towards Chu Yang, saying, I'm Jiangcheng. I wonder what advice Master Chu has for me. Chu Yang looked at the imposing Jiangcheng and felt sympathy for his rough fate in the future, so he said, come with me. I have something to tell you. What is it? Jiangcheng bowed and said, can Master Chu tell me in person? Chu Yang shook his head and said, as for your life experience, I'd better find a place where no one is around to tell you in detail. After all, it is your personal matter. Life experience? Exclamation mark. Jiangcheng was shocked and suddenly looked up at Chu Yang. The faces of others showed a strong curiosity. What kind of life experience was worthy of being told by the master of Shushin in person? Could it be that Jiangcheng from the Yang family is the illegitimate son of a Shushin elder? Discussions arose everywhere. The drunken sword immortal, who was drinking and eating, suddenly grinned. Looking down, Ming Yuan King was pinching the soft flesh on his waist. You can't afford to be blamed for something that happened to you. The drunken swordsman waved his hands quickly. This is none of my business. Chapter 161, Man and Demon, Good and Evil. The mystery of his origins made Jiangcheng, an orphan, particularly anxious. He lost his usual composure and asked hurriedly, does sect leader Chu know my parents? No one knew who Jiangcheng's parents were. He only knew that Jiangcheng was a descendant of Caillou. This silly boy kept asking questions here. If he really revealed his origins, he would be the target of public criticism. Jiangcheng's being a half-demon was much more serious than Zhang Xianofen's secret. The latter only possessed the skills of Buddhism and Taoism, and at most possessed the magic treasures of the bloodthirsty bead and the soul-sucking stick. And Jiangcheng was an out-and-out half-demon. In the worldview of Xianjian, the predecessor of the demon clan was the Beast Clan, and the Beast Clan was created by Sheneng, one of the three emperors, and the later leader Caillou was the son of Sheneng. In ancient times, the three clans of gods, humans, and beasts fought a war, and the Beast Clan was defeated. As the leader, Caillou sacrificed his life to open the entrance to the demon world for the Beast Tribe. The Beast Tribe lived in the demon world and gradually evolved into the Demon Tribe. At that time, Caillou's descendants did not completely enter the demon world, and a part of their bloodline was left in the human world, which is Jiangcheng's lineage. Legend has it that the root of the supreme tower in the demon world is the fusion of Caillou's blood and the heroic spirit of the ancient three tribes on the battlefield. This is just a rumor. Whether it is true or not, Chu Yang needs to verify it himself. If it is true, Chu Yang will have the opportunity to get the blood of Nuwa and Sheneng among the three emperors. If Fuchs's bloodline is added, it is equivalent to getting the spirit of Pangu. Maybe he can trace the source and get Pangu's supreme bloodline. Unfortunately, now that the heavenly emperor Fuxi has fallen into a deep sleep, it is impossible to get Fuchs's bloodline from him, and another method needs to be found. Chu Yang did not answer Jiangcheng's question directly, but urged him to leave with him again, which seemed even more strange to others. Jiang Cheng was in a complicated mood and did not leave with Chu Yang immediately. If, as others say, he is the illegitimate son of some elder, it would be fine. It is not a shameful thing. What he is afraid of is that the situation is even worse and needs to be concealed. If so, he may as well deny this parent. Jiang Cheng's idea is actually correct. If it were not for the fact that his demonic energy was overflowing at the moment and his half-demon identity could not be concealed for long, Chu Yang would not bother to care about him. Jiang Cheng, there is a deep meaning behind what sect leader Chu did. You have always been calm and wise. How come you can't figure out such a simple truth now? Following out Yang's scolding, Jiang Cheng reluctantly planned to leave with Chu Yang. Brother Jiang, if you have any concerns, how about I accompany you? Zhao Haojingxuan suddenly stood up. Nonsense. Zhao Haozhang also stood up, first observing Chu Yang's expression, then reaching out and pressing his hand on his son's shoulder. Zhao Haojingxuan felt pain, but did not compromise, looking at Jiang Cheng with burning eyes. Jiang Cheng nodded slowly. I'll go too. Zhao came out of nowhere, already dressed in the Shushan School's disciples' uniform, looking cute and lovely. Chu Yang thought for a moment and said, okay, it just happens to be related to you. Zhao was shocked. She just wanted to ease Jiang Cheng's nervousness, but she didn't expect the fire to burn herself. Could it be that he is her long-lost brother? The next second, the two looked at each other subconsciously, and Jiang Cheng also looked panicked, obviously thinking the same thing. Haha, it's so lively, then I'll go too. Zikangsing was watching the excitement and squeezed forward with a smile. Anyway, it's a spoiler, so just say it all at once. It will only make you more uncomfortable if you keep it in your heart. Thinking of this, Chu Yang pointed at Mu Changlan, who was sitting not far from Zhao Haojingxuan. You come too, it's related to you too. Ah. Zhao exclaimed and said in disbelief, Sister Mu, you too. Mu Changlan was confused. There was no mystery about her life experience. She knew her parents, family, brothers, and sisters very well. Zhao Haozhang frowned at the others and said, it's a mess. Chu Yang rolled his eyes. He wanted to call Zhao Haozhang's name and tell him that his second brother had been replaced by someone else a long time ago. The current situation was already enough to make people imagine, so he should not add fuel to the fire. Just like that, Chu Yang led Jiang Cheng and others out of the main hall and the chaos and came to the side hall. Master Chu, there is no one else here. If you have anything to say, just say it directly. I can bear it. Jiang Cheng said with a firm look. You said you can bear it yourself, so don't blame me for being straightforward. Chu Yang said sincerely, you are not a human. Jiang Cheng's face froze and his eyes were dull. What do you mean? You brought me here just to scold me? Exclamation mark. The expressions of the others were as weird as they could be. Good guy. This Master Chu is really not a normal person. Seeing Jiang Cheng's constipated expression, Chu Yang sighed and said, you are a demon. To be more precise, you are a human-demon hybrid. You have half-demon blood in your body. Jiang Cheng's pupils shrank suddenly, and he immediately shook his head and said, impossible. Zhao Haojingxuan also denied it immediately, saying, Brother Jiang and I have known each other for many years. He can't be a demon. Zikangsing and Mu Changlan didn't say anything. In fact, they had already noticed that something was wrong with Jiang Cheng. During the journey, Jiang Cheng had several signs of going astray. Now it seems that it is not just a problem with the practice. Zhao said anxiously, Brother Jiang is such a good person, how could he be a demon? Chu Yang asked curiously, why do you think that there are only bad people in the demon clan? He is a demon. What does it have to do with his good or bad temperament? Zhao's words suddenly got stuck in his throat. He stared at Chu Yang in a daze, not knowing how to refute. Jiang Cheng and others were also stunned by Chu Yang's treasonous remarks. It was hard to imagine that this was what the head of Shushan said. But, they are demons. They are all very scary. Zhao Haojingxuan said hesitantly. Chu Yang asked, when you came here, you should have passed by Kai and Fengling, where there are a group of bandits entrenched, right? Zhao Haojingxuan nodded blankly. Chu Yang explained, the bandits in that place are actually half demons. They have been oppressed by humans since childhood. In order to protect themselves, they have no choice but to occupy the mountain and become kings. It was people who forced them there. Tell me, in their eyes, who is scarier, humans or demons? Xiahou Jingxuan fell silent, and the others could not give an answer, or they knew the answer, but found it difficult to say it out loud. Jiang Cheng suddenly remembered that the bandit leader of Kai and Fenglin called him the same kind, and asked him to find them when he had nowhere to live one day. So that's what he meant. After comparing the two, Jiang Cheng had to believe the facts Chu Yang said, and he was stunned on the spot, at a loss. Whether it's a demon or a devil, those who are kind-hearted are good, and whether it's a human or a god, those who are evil-hearted are evil. I think my experience is more exciting than yours. I have seen infatuated demons, affectionate devils, heartless people, and vicious immortals and gods. If humans and devils were used as the standard to distinguish between good and evil, the world would have been full of demons. After a long time, a relieved expression appeared on Jiang Cheng's face, and he bowed to Chu Yang. Thank you for the teachings of Master Chu. Xiahou Jingxuan bowed his hands and said, what Master Chu said today is really eye-opening. Jingxuan admires you very much. It is a blessing for the people of the world that you can become the master of Shushan at such a young age. Oh, my young master is really better at flattering than me. Zikangsing gave Xiahou Jingxuan a thumbs up and blinked his eyes with a playful smile. Brother Z, don't laugh at me. What I said just now is really from the heart. Xiahou Jingxuan blushed and scratched his head embarrassedly. I think so too. Xia nodded and asked in confusion. Big guy, don't you think so? Hey, don't blame me. My admiration for the master is endless. Zikangsing quickly showed a flattering smile. Mu Changlan sneered at the side. I think the young master's flattery skills are still a long way from Brother Z. Jiang Cheng watched them bickering silently and felt inexplicably at ease, and his fear of the demon clan identity disappeared. The reason why I pointed out your life experience is that the demonic energy in your body has reached the point where it cannot be suppressed. If it is not channeled in time, there will definitely be endless troubles. Secondly, I don't want you to be used by someone with ulterior motives. Your half-demon blood is extraordinary. You are a descendant of Caillou, and you can do things that ordinary demons can't do. For example, opening the passage between the three realms of humans, gods, and demons, the well of gods and demons. Chu Yang told everyone the information about the well of gods and demons. After knowing the seriousness of the matter, their faces also became heavy. Especially Mu Changlan. She was a little panicked in her heaviness. She suddenly thought of the mysterious person who had secretly traded with her. The sharp-minded Jiang Cheng asked, Master Chu, the person with ulterior motives you just mentioned, is the demon clan? Do you think there are demons who will use me to open the passage between the two realms of humans and demons? Chu Yang shook his head and said, it's not that I think so, but he has already taken action. Everyone was shocked. Xia asked anxiously, who is that person? Chu Yang replied, this person's name is Moyi, and he is the great elder of the Yaksha kingdom in the demon world. As for why he did these things, we have to start with the current situation of the Yaksha kingdom. After an intense stick of time, Chu Yang explained the situation of the Yaksha kingdom. After hearing that Moyi was seeking a chance for his people to survive, the expressions on everyone's faces became complicated. Some demons are not simply evil, they just have different standpoints and different perspectives on things. Because of the barrier between the two worlds, Moyi cannot come to the human world in person. He can only find puppets that he can control to walk on his behalf and collect information about the human world for him. It happened that a major earthquake occurred in the Central Plains more than 10 years ago. Among the humans who had just died, Moyi found two bodies that were suitable for him. He used the soul binding technique to force the souls that should have entered reincarnation to stay in the body. One of the two bodies was a baby, which was inconvenient for Moyi, so he gave it up. The baby grew up. Because her soul was not stable, her five senses were weaker than those of ordinary people. She often felt dizzy and sometimes even fainted for several days. When Chu Yang said this, Xia sat down on the ground limply, at a loss, with empty eyes. She never dreamed that a strange disease was caused by this. I'm a dead person. Xia burst into tears. She was only in her prime, and there were many beautiful things she had not experienced, but she had been declared dead. Miss Zaya, don't panic. Master Chu said before that there is a way to save you. Don't scare yourself. Zaya Hao Jingxuan squatted beside Zaya, patted her shoulder, and comforted her softly. Under normal circumstances, Mu Changlan would also comfort Zaya, but after hearing the cause of Zaya's illness, she suddenly remembered the villagers in her hometown. More than 10 years ago, the earthquake caused heavy casualties in Muai village where Mu Changlan lived. Coupled with the spread of epidemics after the earthquake, most survivors were sick and waiting to die. It just so happened that a gap connecting to the ghost world appeared in Muai village. The leaked ghost energy barely kept the souls of the villagers who were supposed to leave their bodies in their bodies, and their time was frozen from then on. The old people no longer get old, and the children no longer grow up. But the good times didn't last long. The gap connecting the ghost world gradually closed, the ghost energy disappeared, and most people died one after another, and their souls returned to the underworld. Mu Changlan's kin brother Mu Tanhuan found the mountain god, and asked him to open the gap, to keep the ghost energy, so that the last small group of people could survive. Unlike Zaya, the people of Muai village cannot leave the area covered by the ghost energy, otherwise they will die. Therefore, over the years, they have been trapped in Muai village and cannot leave. In order to save her brother and the villagers, Mu Changlan constantly seeks a way to break the spell. While learning a lot of skills, she also starts an intelligence business. Mu Changlan stares at Chu Yang, wanting to know what he can do. Under Zaya Hao Jingxuan's persuasion, Zaya also rekindles hope and looks at Chu Yang with hopeful eyes. Chu Yang summons the ancient sword, Shanks, and slowly flies towards Zaya. Even if the ability is not used, Shanks itself can still have a positive effect on the spirit body. In the world of spells, Chu Yang uses the ability of Shanks to restore people who have been transformed by an action back to their original state. He wants to use the same ability on Zaya to help her repair the gap between her soul and body. As the soft white light fell, Zaya felt a warmth she had never felt before. Since she could remember, she had no idea about cold and heat. This was the first time that she had a clearer concept of warmth. Warm currents appeared in every corner of her body, so comfortable that she felt like falling asleep. The white light slowly faded, and Zaya gave people a completely different feeling. Her skin, which was originally as white as a dead person, had a rosy luster. "How do you feel, Miss Zaya?" Zaya Hao Jingxuan asked nervously. "It seems different, but I can't tell where it's different for a while." Zaya touched her body excitedly. Zikangsing immediately suggested, "Girl, try drinking some wine." Zaya nodded, took off the wine gourd from her waist, and drank it in one gulp. The warmth she felt before was now like a raging fire burning in her throat. "It's so spicy. It's so spicy. How can this wine be so spicy?" Zaya fanned her mouth hard, and her tongue was spit out because of the spiciness, and tears flowed. Zikangsing, who succeeded in his evil plan, laughed out loud. He believed in the ability of a head, so he had been teasing Zaya from the beginning. Zaya, who realized it later, chased Zikangsing around with a bright smile on his face. Surviving a disaster is something worth celebrating for anyone. While the two were fighting, Mu Changlan quietly walked in front of Chu Yang and knelt down with a thud. In the surprised eyes of everyone, she knelt on the ground, choking with sobs and wailing. "Please, Master Chu, have mercy and save my family." Chapter 162 The Cruel Truth. Choice. Mu Changlan's motives for contacting Zaya Hao Jingxuan and others were not pure, but they were not bad either, because she had no idea of MOU's intentions. In her opinion, it was no different from the previous intelligence transactions. Moreover, MOU used the alias Deadwood in the human world, and Mu Changlan didn't even know who MOU was. Therefore, Chu Yang did not think that Mu Changlan was a bad person, but she did have her own responsibilities. "Miss Mu, I can help save people, but before that, do you have something to say?" Chu Yang looked at Mu Changlan with a scrutinizing look. He hoped that she would confess her transaction with MOU before the truth was revealed. Mu Changlan, who felt guilty, was suddenly startled and subconsciously shouted, "How did you know?" Chu Yang said, Zikangsing and the others have been with you for a long time, so it is not easy to detect, but in the eyes of outsiders, Miss Mew's worries are all written on her face. Mew Changelan clenched her teeth. Sister Mew, if you have something to say, just tell me. We have been together for so long, and have become friends. Don't you consider us friends? Zaya said, feeling a little sad. Mew Changelan said excitedly, how is it possible? I have already considered you as my own sister. Zaya asked in confusion, what on earth is it that makes you so embarrassed? Mew Changelan struggled with her expression and finally sighed, I did something wrong, and I'm afraid that you will hate me, so I dare not say it. In connection with Chu Yang's attitude just now, Jiang Cheng suddenly realized something, and said in a deep voice, Miss Mew, do you know the mastermind that Master Chu mentioned? Mew Changelan nodded with difficulty. Zaya covered her mouth in shock, and kept backing away in panic, as if she wanted to keep a very long distance from Mew Changelan. Mew Changelan smiled bitterly and said, you probably won't believe what I said, but I really don't know the man's true identity. I'm just trading intelligence with him. Zikangsing touched his chin and asked, what information? Mew Changelan replied, mainly the current situation of Miss Zaya and Jiang Cheng, and young Master Zaya Hao, but I promise that I'm just passing on information, and have not done anything to harm you. Zaya Hao Jinxuan frowned and said, it's okay for him to be curious about the current situation of Miss Zaya and brother Jiang, but why does he want to know about me? This is a bit weird. That's right. I don't even get a share. Who is he looking down on? Zikangsing pretended to be indignant and joked. Zaya's eyes were covered with a layer of mist, and she choked up and said, from the beginning, the meeting in Bixie Village was deliberately planned, including you helping me deal with those hooligans. Mew Changelan didn't want to lie anymore, and nodded honestly, I found those hooligans to deliberately cause trouble for you, and then I came forward to help you solve it, and gain your trust. Jiang Cheng shook his head helplessly and said, I have always felt that the situation that day was very strange, and I also thought that you had other plans, but I didn't expect the result to be like this. Chu Yang explained, MOE wanted to expose your identity as a demon at the right time, so that you would be abandoned by your friends and relatives, become a lonely person, and let him manipulate you from then on. The ultimate goal is to let you gather the half-demons who are wandering in the world and forcibly open the seal at the bottom of the Shushan locking demon tower. Jiang Cheng's palms were sweating coldly when he heard this. Just imagining that scene, he felt a kind of despair. Mew Changelan apologized guiltily, and didn't even dare to look at Jiang Cheng. Miss Mew, what sect leader Chu said was just a hypothesis, and did not happen. Now that we know everything, we can definitely prevent things from developing in the worst direction. Zaya Hao Jinxuan comforted her, instead of apologizing for something that didn't happen. It's better to cheer up and find a way to make up for it. Zaya took a deep breath and said, the nerd is right, Sister Mew. Although I'm very angry, I have decided to forgive you. But from now on, you can't hide anything from us anymore. Mew Changelan nodded quickly. Jiang Cheng looked at Chu Yang in a daze and asked, Master Chu, no matter what, it is an indisputable fact that I have the blood of the demon clan in my body. Sooner or later, the world will know my identity. How should I deal with it then? Chu Yang pondered for a moment and said, I suggest that you find an opportunity to be honest with the head of the Yang family in private. The head of the Yang family is broad-minded. Even if he cannot accept your identity, he will never embarrass you. If the Zgn villa of the Yang family cannot accommodate you in the future, Shushan will leave a place for you to live. Not only you, as long as there are half-demons in the world who have not hurt the lives of innocent people, I can provide them with a place to live. Chu Yang's bold words moved the people in the side hall. It was hard for them to imagine how much courage it took for the head of Shushan to say such words. These words gave Jiang Cheng some confidence and dispelled his hesitation. Zikangsing scratched his head and smiled. Although I'm looking forward to brother Jiang coming to Shushan to accompany us as a friend, I still hope that you can get what you want and stay in Zgn villa. Jiang Cheng thanked him. Zaya said, don't worry, brother Jiang, we will go with you to explain. I think your master will definitely accept you. Master Chu said that we cannot distinguish between good and evil by humans and demons. Jiang Cheng thought about it again and again, and rejected Zaya's kindness. It's better for me to explain to the master myself. Seeing that he became stubborn again, Zaya turned around and said to Zaya Jingsun, "Mert, please persuade brother Jiang." Zaya Jingsun had been keeping his head down and didn't speak since just now, as if he was thinking about something important, and didn't respond to Zaya's words. Zaya came over and patted his back. "What are you thinking about?" Zaya Jingsun was startled, patted his chest twice, and said in shock, "I was just thinking about that person named Moe. Why did he want my information? I'm obviously like Brother Z. I have nothing to do with him." Zaya nodded and said, "It's really strange." Mu Changelan asked, "Is it possible that he actually knows you, but you just forgot it?" Zaya Jingsun said, "Master Chu just said that Moe cannot come to the human world in person, so how could he know me? Unless the puppet he controls has seen me." Jiang Cheng continued, "If it was just a one-time encounter, he would have no need to know your information. The most likely possibility is that you not only know the puppet, but are very familiar with it." Jiang Cheng and Zaya Jingsun are both very smart people. From the clues, they have found the key to the problem, and are gradually approaching the truth. Since both of them guessed this, Chu Yang simply told the truth directly, and carried out the spirit of spoilers to the end. The two bodies that Moe found in the earthquake, one is Zaya, and the other is Zaya Tao, the second master of the Zaya family. Zaya Jingsun heard this, showing an unbelievable expression, stunned in place. He simply could not accept this cruel truth. How could this be? This is impossible. Zaya Jingsun, who has always been gentle and elegant, showed a hysterical expression in front of everyone for the first time. Only then did he understand how desperate Jiang Cheng felt when he knew that he was a demon. If someone else had said this to him, Zaya Jingsun would definitely call the other person a lunatic, but so far, Chu Yang has not said a single lie. Zaya Jingsun and Zaya Tao have a very good relationship, and the two have similar personalities. Because Zaya Zhang is busy with official business, Zaya Jingsun's education and knowledge are almost all done by Zaya Tao. Thinking of the earnest teachings of his second uncle to him over the years, Zaya Jingsun became more and more unwilling to believe that the man would be a false existence, but reason told him that what Chu Yang said was the truth. It is rumored that the second sect leader rarely leaves the Zaya family due to poor health. He always stays at home to manage the business of the Zaya family. Under his management, the business of the Zaya family is thriving. Mu Changelan talked about the information about Zaya Tao, and it was also difficult to connect him with the dead tree, Moi. Zaya Jingsun still had a dull look on his face. Seeing this, Jiang Cheng couldn't help but remind him, "Master Zaya, the most important thing now is the safety of Uncle Zaya. If that man is really Moe, it's hard to say when he will do something bad to Uncle Zaya." Hearing that it was related to his father's safety, Zaya Jingsun finally came back to his senses and walked out. "No, I must tell my father about this as soon as possible." Jiang Cheng walked in front of him, stretched out his hand to stop him, and said, "With Uncle Zaya's character, he won't easily believe this statement, even if it is said by Master Chu himself. What if he goes back and confronts Moe? Wouldn't it alert the enemy?" But Zaya Jingsun couldn't refute, and could only say anxiously, "Then what should I do? I can't just watch my father fall into danger with my own eyes." Jiang Cheng said, "As long as he feels that everything is still under control, Uncle Zaya will not be in danger. We just need to be careful on our side." Zaya looked at Chu Yang with her big watery eyes and asked, "Master, you are so powerful, can't you destroy that guy?" Chu Yang was silent for a moment, and then slowly said, "Of course I can destroy Moe, but how to treat Moe, or the Yak Nation, depends on you. Whether to kill or save, is all up to you." The side hall fell into silence. Chu Yang just said that the whole thing was caused by the drying up of the water veins in the demon realm. There were only two things that the Yak Nation could do, either to repair the water veins or to move the whole clan into the human world and find a new place to settle down. Although Moe was ruthless, it was because of him that Zaya was able to survive, and Zaya Jingsun was almost raised by him, and the grace of education was still there. Zaya Jingsun, who had calmed down, really couldn't bear to fight the other party to the death. Zikangsing and Mu Changelan were outsiders and had no right to make a choice. In the end, the four could only focus their attention on Jiangcheng. If Chu Yang hadn't pointed out the truth, he would be the most miserable one among all people, and he should have made the decision. Master Chu said that we cannot distinguish good from evil by using humans and demons. Regardless of whether Moyi should die or not, the people of Yaksha country should be innocent. I want to save them. Jiangcheng, who knew that he was a descendant of Kaiyu, was no longer so resistant to the demons. Instead, he would consider them as ordinary people. Zikangsing said carelessly, since Brother Jiang has no objection, then we have no objection either. When will it be your turn to represent us again? Mu Changelan frowned and said, although I have no objection either. Zikangsing looked at Mu Changelan helplessly. He didn't know why he always made the other party angry. Chu Yang's sharp eyes swept over everyone. To repair the water veins, we need the Shenending and the water spirit pearl. Now the whereabouts of the Shenending are unknown. You should take the water spirit pearl to Ming's house to find Moyi and have a frank talk with him. It would be best if we can reach an agreement. If not, I will also take action. I hope Moyi can be smarter and not be blinded by ambition. Jiangcheng nodded. Then I will go to Ming's house first and report to Master that I'm a descendant of Kaiyu. After I come back, Zaya and Zikangsing said that they would also accompany Zaya Jinxun and Jiangcheng back to Ming's house city. Only Mu Changelan looked at Chu Yang anxiously. Chu Yang said, let's wait until you come back from Ming's house to deal with the affairs of Muai village. After getting the answer, Mu Changelan breathed a sigh of relief, and excitement appeared on her face. When she thought that her brother and everyone in the village could return to normal, she wanted to shout out in joy. After explaining everything, Chu Yang led a few people out of the side hall and returned to the main hall. When they came back, countless gossiping eyes fell on Jiangcheng, and they seemed to be very curious about his life experience. Jiangcheng didn't say much and walked back to the Aoyang family seat silently and saluted Aoyang with his fists. Although Aoyang didn't say anything, he was also curious about Jiangcheng's life experience. He stared at Jiangcheng's face, trying to catch a clue from the other party's expression, but Jiangcheng's expression was as cold as ice. In desperation, he could only go back and ask again. After returning to the main hall, Chu Yang was pulled by King Wei to reminisce with King Iron Sect. During the conversation, they suddenly talked about the Seven Veins martial arts competition held by King Iron Sect every few decades. Taoist Zuan smiled and suggested, Brother King Wei, our two sects are of the same blood. It's not easy to have this opportunity to meet. How about Shushan Sect also joined this martial arts competition? King Wei hesitated. Even if it was flying on a sword, crossing the 10,000 mountains was a risky thing. Chu Yang smiled and said, I think this proposal is good, but can the venue be set here? Anyway, you are all here. Taoist Zuan nodded happily and said, that's no problem. The old valley master Yun Yilan suddenly popped up and laughed heartily. Since Shushan is going to participate in the 7 sects martial competition of King Iron Sect, why don't I let Fengxiang Valley join in the fun? Taoist Zuan was worried. The purpose of inviting Shushan Sect was to exchange sword skills. What's the matter with Fengxiang Valley getting involved? Just as he was thinking about how to tactfully reject Yun Yilan, Taoist Zuan suddenly heard Chu Yang's voice in his ears. Okay. Yun Yilan's move was to make the reputation of Fengxiang Valley spread in the Central Plains. The prosperity of the Central Plains gave Yun Yilan the idea of opening a sect here. To put it bluntly, he wanted to hug the thigh of Shushan. A sect that can deal with gods and demons at the same time only exists in myths in their country. How can Yun Yilan, who has great ambitions, not be envious? Coincidentally, Master Puhang of Xianayan Temple also proposed to participate, with the same reason as Yun Yilan. The Buddhist sect in Central Plains is not well known, and if they come, they can be said to be the only one in power. With the support of the other two sects, the 7 sects martial arts competition turned into the world's #1 martial arts conference. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 163 Fairy Plan. When the discussion got excited, everyone laughed out loud, attracting the attention of other sects. Among them, Shang Fengzi, the head of Penglai Hall, who had the best relationship with Shushan, couldn't help but ask, "Why are you so happy, brothers? Tell me so that I can have some fun too." Shang Fengzi was a humble person, and he had been a close friend of King Wei for many years, so King Wei told him about the upcoming competition between Shushan sect, King Iron sect and the other 3 sects. "I see." Shang Fengzi stroked his beard and pondered for a moment, as if he had made some kind of decision, and said resolutely, "Penglai Hall also wants to participate in this competition. What do you think?" "Penglai Hall also wants to participate?" Several heads looked at each other. Why did they feel that the matter was getting bigger and bigger? King Wei, who knew Shang Fengzi's temperament well, was more surprised than anyone else, and couldn't help asking, "Penglai Taoism has always emphasized tranquility and inaction, and is not disturbed by external things. Our disciples rarely enter the world to fight with others. Brother, what are you doing?" Shang Fengzi smiled bitterly and said, "That's why I wanted my disciples to participate in the competition. They only know how to practice hard on weekdays. When they encounter monsters, they can't even protect themselves, let alone save people. Not long ago, something happened in the monster locking tower, and some monsters invaded Penglai, and we almost suffered a big loss." Hearing this, King Wei's face was full of guilt, and he bowed his hands to apologize. "I didn't expect that the disaster of Shushan would also implicate Penglai. I'm really sorry, brother." Shang Fengzi waved his hands and sighed. "Exorcising demons and defending the Tao is the bounden duty of those who practice Taoism, so how can it be implicated? It's just that incident made me realize the fact that Penglai's fighting ability is weak. If it goes on like this, it will be difficult to even maintain the Taoist orthodoxy. The 3 words you giant tang are more like a joke." At this point, King Wei could hardly refuse Shang Fengzi's request, so he turned to look at Chu Yang. Chu Yang chuckled and said, "Master, you can make the decision on the sect competition. I'm not good at handling these chores anyway, so I can just watch and learn." King Wei laughed loudly and said, "As the head of the sect, there are more important things to deal with. I really shouldn't be distracted by trivial matters. I will take care of this competition." Speaking of big things, Chu Yang suddenly thought of the missing evil sword immortal. According to Beiyu's words before his death, he guessed that the evil sword immortal should be in the 10,000 mountains now. "I have something to ask Mr. Yun." Chu Yang looked at Yun Yilan and asked, "I wonder if there have been any unusual movements in the 10,000 mountains in recent days?" As soon as this was said, several heads who were in a lively discussion immediately looked at Chu Yang in surprise. "The 10,000 mountains? Why does Head Chu ask this?" Yun Yilan asked curiously. The Shushan disaster was no longer a secret in the world of immortal cultivation. With such a big incident, everyone had heard something. Therefore, Chu Yang did not hide the existence of the evil sword immortal, and told the whole story. "Evil sword immortal." Yun Yilan frowned, and shook his head slowly. "So far, no abnormal situation has been found. I just heard that several witch tribes hidden deep in the mountains were wiped out. For the righteous, this should not be a bad thing. Those witch tribes that were wiped out were the sacrifices chosen by Beiyu to gather the power of the 5 spirits. They had nothing to do with the evil sword immortal." Without any effective clues, Chu Yang could only give up for the time being. However, just in case, he reminded Fengxiang Valley to pay attention to any disturbance in the Shuan Mountains. Taoist Master Daoxuan suddenly sighed and said, "A mountain of 100,000 meters separates Shentao from the central plains. Even if something happens on our side, it is difficult to notify you in time." King Wei nodded and said, "This is a difficult problem." Chu Yang said, "Regarding this issue, I had an idea a long time ago. I want to build a ferry on the top of Shushan Mountain and build several large flying ferries for people from Shentao and the central plains to travel between them. What do you think? A ferry that spans the 2 places, or sails in the sky?" Yun Yilan took a breath and said with admiration, "Master Chu is really courageous. Not to mention, whether it can be built. Even if it can, the cost of building a ship is an astronomical figure." The kind-hearted Master Pu Hong sang a Buddhist name and said leisurely, "If it can be done, the Shushan sect will do a great job in the world." Monk, don't rush to praise him. It's still unclear whether it will work. Taoist Master Deoxuan glanced at Master Puhan with a rather dissatisfied tone. Among the three sects, only Kingayan sect and Shushan sect were of the same blood. He was the one who was really worried about the weird sect leader's disorder. King Wei pondered for a moment and asked, "Are you sure?" "Don't worry, it's just refining equipment. It's just a small matter for me." Chu Yang was full of confidence. He didn't want to build a ship as big as Pluto. It would be enough to carry dozens of people at a time. If you really calculate it, the size of the ferry is less than 1/10 of Pluto. With Chu Yang's manpower and material resources in the pirate world, it would only take a few days to build a ferry. The energy device doesn't need to be too big. Just make a small one. When the time comes, Chu Yang will also engrave some formations that help flying on the ferry, which can greatly reduce the demand for energy. After the boat is built, put it in the space of the Traceless extension spell, and bring it back through the Soul Palace. It's not troublesome at all. Seeing Chu Yang so confident, King Wen also put aside the last hesitation in his heart, and nodded with a smile. When Chang Lao was here before, everyone had seen the power of the Demon Refining Tower, and was convinced by Chu Yang's weapon refining level. At the same time, they were also envious of Shushan for getting a leader with a unique talent for weapon refining. This is not a leader at all. It is clearly the god of wealth who fell from the sky. Among the 100 arts of cultivation, the 4 skills of elixir, weapon, formation, and talisman are the most important, and the rest are second. If the level of each of the 4 skills reaches the extreme, it represents an endless source of wealth. Chu Yang smiled and said, "Since it is a ferry, then in addition to Shushan, other places should also build corresponding ferry crossings. I'll trouble the leaders on the Shenzhou continent." Deoxuan and others immediately agreed. Compared with building a ferry crossing for birthing is not a difficult task, but the location may be a little more particular. After all, it is a ship flying in the sky, and it is difficult to land in a place that is too low. Kingayan sect, Fengxiang Valley, and Chyanine Temple all plan to choose the highest mountain and their respective mountain gates. Building a ferry is also a long-term business. In addition to the disciples of this sect, there may be other forces that want to travel between the two places. It is normal for these people to take a boat and pay some handling fees. The handling fee for using the ferry is just an extra, and the boat fee is the real big deal. In this way, the Shushan sect's ferry is not only not at a loss, but also a business that is sure to make a profit. The several heads of the sects present quickly thought of this, and they all had envious expressions on their faces. They couldn't even remember how many times they had shown similar expressions. After the ceremony, the various sects left Shushan one after another. Those with shallow friendships left earlier, and those with deep friendships left later. The first to leave was Shenjiabao. Shen Qingfeng's appearance of sitting on pins and needles at the banquet was seen by the major sects, and others couldn't help but sigh. If I had known this, why did I do it in the first place? The next South Forest and North Shen Martial Arts Conference will be more lively than ever. Most of the people will go there to see Shen Qingfeng make a fool of himself. It is not so easy to offend Shushan. The Jianghu forces led by the 4 great families followed and left Shushan. Zikangsing and Zia, who had just become disciples, also left with them at Chu Yang's order. The 2 of them went to Mingzhou with Jiangcheng and others to negotiate with MOE on behalf of Shushan. However, before everything was settled, Chu Yang reminded Zia Hao Jingxuan not to tell his father Zia Hao Zhang about this. With Zia Hao Zhang's character, if he knew that MOE had occupied his brother's body for a long time and lurked in the Zia Hao family for more than 10 years, he would definitely not cooperate with the other party in any form. By then, it would backfire and push things in a bad direction. To be on the safe side, Chu Yang sent a clone to follow them secretly. If MOE didn't know what was good for him, he could only choose to solve the matter in the simplest way. In addition to MOE, Longming, the king of Yaksha, used the unique crossing technique of the Long family to travel to the human world to find Shenending, but Chu Yang did not get any information from Zia Hao Jingxuan and others. In order to repair the water veins of the demon world, the water spirit pearl and Shenending are indispensable. According to the original plot, Shenending and the other 2 artifacts, Fuxi Sword and Nuwa Blood Jade, are all treasures enshrined in the Zhuanggang Hall of Shushan. But in this world, there is no Zhuanggang Hall in Shushan, so the whereabouts of Shenending has become a mystery. It is unknown where Longming went to find Shenending. However, according to the current style of the whole world hodgepodge, things that do not appear in the background of Xianjian will definitely appear in other stories. Chu Yang has summarized the rules for this. Shenending is not only a treasure unique to the Xianjian world. Chu Yang already has a guess in his mind, so he is looking forward to how Shenending will appear in front of him. At the end of the show, the noisy sect all became quiet again, but Chu Yang did not expect that the Kyanghua sect, which had almost no friendship with Shushan, would still stay. The head of the Kyanghua sect, Suyeo, seemed to have something to discuss. It was difficult to speak out, because there were so many people just now. She did not find Chu Yang until most people left. Suyeo asked Chu Yang to borrow the water spirit pearl, but did not say what it was for, only saying that she would return it after borrowing it for a while. Chu Yang, who was familiar with the plot, guessed her intention. The Kyanghua sect believed in the Nine Heavens' mysterious woman, and respected the secret art of sword forging. The 3 generations of elders had spent their entire lives to forge the 2 immortal swords Wang Shu and Zai. The 2 immortal swords require people with special fate and physique to control. 19 years ago, under the leadership of the 24th head, taking Zenran, the Kyanghua sect used the power of the 2 swords to net the illusionary world, open the passage to the illusionary world, seize its spiritual power, and intend to use this power to complete the feat of ascending the sect. As long as they can fly high enough and touch the light of Kunlun, ordinary people can ascend to heaven in broad daylight. Unfortunately, dreams are beautiful. The illusionary world is naturally not a place to eat dry food. How can they not fight back when they are beaten? Many monsters also descended on the Kyanghua sect through the space cracks and fought with the enemy. The war between the 2 sides was about to break out. People died every moment. Corpses were scattered all over the field, and blood flowed like a river. The scene was quite tragic. At that time, Suyu, the host of the Wang Shu sword, was unwilling to continue using the Wang Shu sword net to bind the illusionary world, because he could not bear the cruel killing in front of him. This battle was ultimately due to the greed of the Kyanghua sect. They wanted to become immortals, so they took advantage of the spiritual power of the illusionary world, and called it killing demons, and protecting the people. Suyu saw through this, and did not want to make the same mistake again and again. He took the Wang Shu sword and fled down the mountain with his fellow disciple Yunshan King. After they came down the mountain, they lived in seclusion at Kingluan Peak and gave birth to a child, Yunshan. Because of the backlash of the icy power of the Wang Shu sword, Suyu passed away after giving birth to Yunshan. On the other hand, Zuanzaro, the host of the Zai sword, also suffered from the backlash and suffered from the burning of the body by the fire. He fell into the path of bloodthirsty frenzy and was almost crazy. As a last resort, the elders of the Kyanghua sect froze him and used the power of ice to reduce Zuanzaro's pain and protect his mind. The water spirit pearl that Suyeo asked for today was also for Zuanzaro. She believed that the water spirit pearl with the power of water spirit could suppress the backlash of the Zai sword on Zuanzaro. Chu Yang didn't know whether the water spirit pearl could work, but in the face of Suyeo's request, he chose to refuse. Not to mention that the water spirit pearl had been given to Jiangcheng and others. Even if it wasn't, Chu Yang would not use it to save Zuanzaro. He deserved the pain of the burning of the body by the fire. Kyanghua sect committed murders for their own selfish desires. Most people in the sect have become demons in order to become immortals. Those lives lost due to greed should be counted on them. Chu Yang sneered. You want me to help you? Maybe in the next life. Suyeo, who was rejected, looked very ugly. With many disciples watching, she was a little embarrassed and said in a resentful tone, the water spirit pearl is a treasure nurtured by heaven and earth and does not belong to anyone. Now my Kyanghua sect is just borrowing it. Why is sect leader Chu so stingy? Chu Yang rolled his eyes. What do you care about me? It's none of your business whether I'm stingy or not. Suyeo's cheeks turned from red to blue. It was obvious that she was extremely angry. As the sect leader, he actually answered her with such low-level words, including the disciples of Kyanghua sect. Everyone present was stunned by Chu Yang's attitude. The word seemed full of hostility. What the headmaster Chu did today? Could it be that he wanted to make Shushan sect and Kyonghua sect break up? Suyeo saw that soft tactics didn't work, so she threatened Chu Yang with the relationship between the two sects. Although Kyonghua sect didn't have as high a reputation as Shushan sect, it was only a major sect of immortal cultivation second only to Shushan sect. Under normal circumstances, no one would easily choose to offend Kyonghua sect. But Chu Yang was not one of them. People with different philosophies cannot work together. The way practiced by Shushan is indeed very different from that of Kyonghua sect. Killing monsters is only killing monsters that are causing trouble to the world. We will never do evil things for our own selfishness. Chu Yang's cold words immediately caused an uproar. He actually directly accused Kyonghua sect of being evil. For an immortal cultivation sect, this was no longer a simple insult. Suyeo was furious when she heard this, and other Kyonghua sect disciples stared at Chu Yang with anger. The atmosphere between the two sides was tense, as if they would start fighting in the next second. Zhu Changqing immediately surrounded them with a group of disciples. How can we let others run wild on Shushan's territory? Exclamation mark. Chapter 164. The End of Kaguya Rotsutsuki. The Sacred Tree in the Soul Palace. 8k monthly ticket request. Lingsha, what does evil and heresy mean? Yunshian stood silently beside Han Lingsha and shouted at the top of his voice. Can you shut up first? Han Lingsha was almost mad. To say that he was ignorant of the world was a compliment. To put it bluntly, he was just a fool. Oh, but Lingsha, are we going to fight? Yunshian felt a little tense, just like when he was hunting wild boars in the mountains, and was suddenly stared at by a big wild boar. So annoying, so annoying. Han Lingsha covered her ears and squatted down, not wanting to hear Yunshian's voice again. The quarrel between the two eased the atmosphere a little. Mirengxiang stepped forward and bowed, saying, Master Chu, Shushan is a famous and large sect, and the leader of the righteous path. As the master, your every word and action represents Shushan. I hope you don't speak nonsense. Although the disciples of my Kyonghua sect do not go out into the world as frequently as the disciples of Shushan, we also go around slaying demons and eliminating evil. As demons, there is no good or bad distinction between them. We just want to eliminate all evil. What Master Chu said does not sound like the righteous path. Mirengxiang's neither humble nor arrogant demeanor was so impressive that even the supreme elders such as King Li could not help but nod their heads secretly. Eliminate all evil? Chu Yang said with a playful smile. In your eyes, those who are not of my kind are evil? Mirengxiang frowned. Monsters are evil in themselves. Can they still have good intentions? Chu Yang asked again. Have those young monsters ever harmed people? Are they also evil? Mirengxiang said lightly. Even if they are young and ignorant, they will still harm people when they grow up. It is easy to change the country, but it is difficult to change one's nature. The disciples of Kyonghua sect followed Mirengxiang's remarks. Such extreme ideas made even the disciples of other immortal sects feel a little uncomfortable. Under normal circumstances, as long as it is not a monster that harms people, they will turn a blind eye, including Shushan. Even Zhu Changqing, who is the most rigid in his behavior, knows how to make concessions. But in the eyes of Mirengxiang, and most of the disciples of Kyonghua sect, monsters are born to be killed. This is why, when Kyonghua sect attacked the Huanming realm 19 years ago, only a few people thought that the war was wrong. After listening to Mirengxiang's words, Chu Yang sighed. Your Kyonghua sect deserves this disaster. You will be in great trouble one day. You must not forget what I said today. Mirengxiang said coldly. Master Chu, don't worry about the affairs of the Kyonghua sect. Since you are unwilling to lend us the water spirit pearl, you should let us go. Chu Yang did not answer him, but stared at Suyeo, and said in a warning tone, the matter of the entire sect ascending to heaven will ultimately be in vain. Cultivating immortals is to cultivate one's own body. You are trying to become immortals in this opportunistic way, which will only cause the wrath of the gods in the end. Take care of yourself. Most of the disciples, including Mirengxiang, did not listen. Those who understood Chu Yang's meaning all had confused expressions on their faces, while Suyeo, the head of the sect, had a pale face and shouted in panic. How did you know? Chu Yang smiled and said meaningfully, I love making friends. I know many friends in the six realms, and occasionally I can hear some interesting things from my friends. Don't think that, if you let the entire Kyonghua sect fly to Kunlun Chianggang, the Nine Heavens mysterious lady will happily guide all of you to become immortals. Hearing the name of the Nine Heavens mysterious lady, the entire Kyonghua sect was shocked. You must know that the Kyonghua sect's Taoist tradition was passed down by the Nine Heavens mysterious lady. It is not an exaggeration to say that she is the true ancestor of the Kyonghua sect. If Suyeyo heard this from someone else, he would just think he was talking nonsense, but Chu Yang was different. For someone who could make friends with the Demon Lord, it didn't seem outrageous to know the first goddess under the Emperor of Heaven. Suyeyo asked excitedly, has the Queen Mother Xuannu sent down a divine revelation? Chu Yang said no more, and asked Zhu Changqing to invite the people from Kyonghua sect with an indifferent look. Suyeyo was unwilling, but could only leave with the disciples in disgrace. After the Kyonghua sect left, King Wei and Jiansheng walked to Chu Yang and asked him about the whole story. Chu Yang told everyone what happened 19 years ago. The ambition of Kyonghua sect to bind the demon world and ascend the sect was so shocking that several leaders broke out in cold sweat. Shang Fengzi sighed, to cultivate immortals to this extent is indeed to fall into the evil path. How can one become an immortal if he behaves like this? King Wei shook his head and said, it's a pity that such a simple truth is not sobering to those involved. Aang said it so harshly just now, but sect leader Suyeyo didn't seem to be sober. It's obvious that the Kyonghua sect is determined to go its own way. The Sword Saint said coldly, since they have done it, whether it is a blessing or a curse, it is up to the Kyonghua sect to bear it themselves. Master Puhang of Xian'an Temple showed compassion on his face and whispered, I don't think those young disciples know what their sect leader is going to do. If this disaster falls on them, they will inevitably feel innocent. Taoist Master Daoxuan nodded, I think so too. If the sky falls, the Kyonghua sect will hold it up. We should still care about the ferry. Yun Yilan didn't care about the life or death of the Kyonghua sect, so he interrupted and drew everyone's attention back to the business. After the ferry plan was proposed, several sect leaders discussed it and planned to wait until the ferry port was ready before holding the competition among several sects. This would be much more convenient. None of the three sects brought many core disciples to watch the ceremony at Shushan this time. Since they were going to hold it, they should be well prepared. So the three sects stayed in Shushan for another 3 days. Daoxuan and others left after discussing all the rules. The last one to leave was Lin Xiaonan. Because Lin Yuru would stay in Shushan for a long time, he asked Lin Yuru to go home with him to sweep the grave for her mother. Shang Fengzi and the disciples of Penglai Jiantang decided to stay in Shushan temporarily. The disciples of the two sects exchanged ideas and prepared for the upcoming competition. On the Shushan side, with Chu Yang succeeding to the position of sect leader, Zhu Changqing, the eldest disciple, and Chang Yin, who ranked first among the disciples, had been promoted to elders. It was impossible for them to participate in the competition. Therefore, this important task could only fall on Li Xiaoyao and others. However, with Li Xiaoyao's talent, it is estimated that it is difficult to find an opponent who can match him in other sects, including Zhang Xiaofan, the protagonist of ZHU Zun. The two are not even on the same level. Before formally practicing, Li Xiaoyao also had to leave Shushan for a period of time to bring his aunt who was far away in Yuhang town and his grandmother who lived in seclusion to Nan's Heo kingdom. After the grand ceremony of the merger of the two sects, Shushan has returned to its former tranquility. The Seven Saints Palace is under construction, and the disciples are practicing as they should, and those who should go down the mountain go down the mountain. Chu Yang, who was supposed to be in charge of the affairs of the sect, suddenly announced a retreat and let Zhu Changqing manage the Shushan sect on his behalf. In the Soul Palace, Xiangshi Chu Yang is synchronizing his recent memories with other Chu Yangs. After understanding his ferry plan, everyone began to concentrate on designing the ferry style. It is definitely not possible to copy the Pluto. After all, it is a warship, which is mainly used for combat, while the ferry is to transport people. Although it may encounter combat, it should consider defense capabilities more. After discussing for a long time, everyone decided to use formations and barriers to strengthen the defense of the ferry. With the latest energy engine to supply energy, there is no need to worry about the formations and barriers failing, and the strength is also guaranteed. Just as everyone was chatting enthusiastically, Marvel Chu Yang, who had not been seen for a long time, suddenly appeared and showed everyone the latest mecha inlaid with infinite energy. Compared with the previous mecha, this new mecha is closer to the anti-Hulk armor in design, and is very large. According to Marvel Chu Yang, the main function of this mecha is to move short distances in the universe. It is roughly the distance between the Earth and the Moon. To put it bluntly, it is a small interstellar spaceship, but it is only for one person. Chu Yang calls it the Rove Mecha. The reason why Marvel Chu Yang designed such a mecha is to prepare for the future. Hydra and SHIELD are now under his control, and the Earth is no longer a big threat. As long as some people and organizations don't commit suicide, the Earth will be very stable before Thanos arrives. After the Wanderer mecha came out, Hokage Chu Yang became excited and said that he needed the Wanderer mecha very much. The cultivation of the Ten-Tails is nearing its end, but it cannot be awakened directly because it needs to find a suitable place to plant the sacred tree. Planting it directly on the Earth is definitely not possible because the sacred tree will absorb the vitality of the entire planet in an instant. So Hokage Chu Yang plans to plant the sacred tree fruit on the moon. But there has been no suitable way to go to the moon. Now the appearance of the Wanderer mecha has solved this problem. There, Hokage Chu Yang can unscrupulously remove the seal of Kaguya Tanki and even make the other party a sacrifice to the sacred tree. After listening to the plan, Marvel Chu Yang handed the Wanderer to Hokage Chu Yang and told him some details of its use. After Hokage Chu Yang got the Wanderer mecha, he returned to the Naruto world. Konoha village. Chu Yang's figure appeared in the Death Forest. He temporarily resigned from his school job in the name of cultivation. Senju Tobirama, who had high hopes for him, did not say much about it. Chu Yang, who had plenty of time, began to spend the whole day in the laboratory. While cultivating the Ten-Tails chakra, he was also trying to find a way to further refine the Otsutsuki bloodline. However, the concentration of the bloodline seemed to have some kind of shackles. After reaching a certain level, it would no longer increase. This made Chu Yang realize that, if he wanted to get the perfect Otsutsuki bloodline, he had to start with the Otsutsuki clan. Kaguya Otsutsuki or Ishiki Otsutsuki, who came to Earth with her. Ishiki Otsutsuki's whereabouts were unknown. At present, the only way was to unseal Kaguya Otsutsuki and let her return to the world, collect her bloodline, and then let her become a sacrifice for the Ten-Tails. Chu Yang took the Ten-Tails chakra from the laboratory and then disappeared in an instant. He came to a remote place and waited until dark to take out the Wanderer mecha. 3 hours later, Chu Yang's feet landed on the moon. He summoned the Outer Path Demon statue, which was the body of the Ten-Tails, with the spirit summoning technique, and then infused the Ten-Tails chakra into it. The Outer Path Demon statue that received the chakra twisted its body for a while. Before it ran away, Chu Yang sealed it and made it unable to move. After that, Chu Yang used the power of the 6 paths to try to remove the seal of Kaguya Otsutsuki. Kaguya Otsutsuki was sealed by her 2 sons with the Chibaku Tensei. Her body was on the moon under her feet. Chu Yang chose to remove the seal here to get twice the result with half the effort. After a moment, the entire moon began to tremble violently. There was a loud rumbling sound from where Chu Yang was. The next second, the entire land quickly cracked. In the blink of an eye, it developed into a huge abyss comparable to the Great Rift Valley. Under the abyss, a powerful chakra was surging, like waves hitting Chu Yang. There were also descendants of Otsutsuki Hamura on the moon, but Chu Yang had no time to care about them at the moment. Kaguya slowly rose from the bottom of the abyss, staring at Chu Yang with burning eyes. She felt the richness of the Otsutsuki bloodline in the other party, which was even more terrifying than her. Kaguya subconsciously regarded Chu Yang as one of her tribesmen, and could not help but panic. When she planted the sacred tree, she should have let herself be devoured by the Ten-Tails, but she played a trick, and attacked Ishiki Otsutsuki, who was traveling with him. In order for the Ten-Tails to grow into a sacred tree, it must first devour a living member of the Otsutsuki tribe, and then absorb the vitality of the entire planet to bear fruit. Seeing the target appear, Chu Yang entered the state of Genbu Zenshin, and killed the opponent. Kaguya did not dare to be careless, and her first move was a killing move. Kaushahugu. Kaushahugu was like an upgraded version of Kimimera's bloodline limit, and could also use its own bones to change its structure and make it a weapon. People pierced by bones will gradually collapse like the impure world reincarnation. In terms of lethality, this is already one of the top 3 ninjutsu in Kaguya's hands. She is very confident in the lethality of Kaushahugu. But the next second, Kaguya saw an incomprehensible scene. Chu Yang did not dodge or evade, but directly grabbed Kaushahugu with his hands and crushed it completely. Kaguya's pupils shrank suddenly. She actually caught the ash bone of the common killer with her bare hands. Kaguya's brain went into a state of shutdown for a while. Chu Yang continued to fly towards Kaguya. 80 God's air attack. Only Kaguya could launch an extraordinary physical technique. She concentrated her chakra on her palms, and the sky was full of fist shadows with her palms. Chu Yang swung his fists and fought with Kaguya. He was best at physical techniques. No one could beat him, not to mention that Kaguya had just woken up from the seal. The whole moon was shaking under the bombardment of the two sides. But no matter how strong Kaguya was, she could not beat Chu Yang's opponent. Only a few seconds had passed, and Kaguya was already covered in blood. She quickly took a few deep breaths and reorganized her posture. However, Chu Yang did not give her a chance at all. He just beat Kaguya unconscious with his fists. First, he took out enough blood to ensure that it could meet the needs of the experiment. Then Chu Yang brought her to the Tentails and threw her to the Tentails. The Tentails had a low IQ. When it saw something flying towards it, its instinct urged it to swallow it whole. It struggled for a while, twisting its body constantly, and eventually became a towering ancient tree. Kaguya, who had swallowed the fruit of the sacred tree, could replace a large amount of vitality. After feeding her to the Tentails, the fruit of the sacred tree grew very fast. Not long after, Chu Yang had an extra fruit in his hand. The sacred tree that bore fruit quickly withered and eventually turned into dust, but as long as Chu Yang was willing, he could still create another sacred tree. The best fertilizer was the Otsutsuki clan, which was much more cost effective than absorbing the entire planet. Anyway, those guys would come here sooner or later. Chu Yang was waiting for them, burying one by one. Under the cracks caused by the breaking of the seal, some panicked heads popped out one after another. They were all descendants of Hamura and were left on the moon to guard the seal. They witnessed the entire battle just now. The absolute suppression power displayed by Chu Yang also made them feel terrified. As a clan guarding the seal, they knew the horror of Kaguya Otsutsuki better than anyone else. However, even such a legendary figure was like a chicken and a dog in front of Chu Yang, without the slightest ability to fight back. Chu Yang looked down at them. His cold expression was like a demon god, frightening the group of people to tremble. How to deal with the descendants of Yukon? The moon has been regarded by Chu Yang as a back garden for planting sacred trees, and they are somewhat an eyesore here. Before Chu Yang made any move, a very old descendant of Yukon suddenly knelt on the ground. Seeing this, other clansmen also knelt down one after another and worshipped Chu Yang as a god. You can read the eyes. But you are wrong. I have no intention of hurting you. I just want you to live in another place. Before coming, Chu Yang had left the coordinates of Flying Thunder God on the ground, which could easily build a channel to return. But the coordinate point was not in Konoha village, but in a more remote place. Sir, this is our homeland, where we have lived all our lives. I hope you can show some mercy and let us stay here. People kept begging Chu Yang to let them stay here. Chu Yang frowned and said, the moon is short of supplies and has little vitality. Wouldn't it be better to return to our original planet to live? Someone in the crowd answered, we have lived here for too long. Both our bodies and minds are more adapted to this place. We can help you by staying here. If you need any help, just tell me. After thinking about it, Chu Yang did need help from the descendants of Hamura. The Death Forest was still too small to be used as an experimental base. He couldn't dig out the bottom of the entire forest. The bloodline factor experiment couldn't be made public. In the eyes of others, this thing was not much better than Orochimaru's experiments. Considering all the circumstances, it was actually necessary to move the experimental base to the moon, and many chores really needed help. Chu Yang built the Flying Thunder God channel and teleported back to Konoha village. While it was late at night, he began to move with his shadow clone, which lasted until dawn. After doing all this, Chu Yang had time to swallow the fruit of the sacred tree in one gulp, and the huge energy exploded in his body instantly. The fruit of the sacred tree not only has a huge amount of chakra, but also all the genetic information as nutrients. The people of the Otsutsuki clan cultivate the sacred tree and eat the fruit of the sacred tree to gain the power of evolution. The strongest person of the Otsutsuki clan, Otsutsuki Shibai, continued to evolve by swallowing the fruit and eventually became a godlike existence, actively abandoning the body, transcending the concept of life and death, and entering another dimension. From the perspective of immortals, it is almost like ascending to immortality. Compared with the inefficient method of slowly cultivating planets one by one, Chu Yang prefers to do it in one step and directly use the Otsutsuki clan as fertilizer. The huge chakra was gradually absorbed by Chu Yang, and the power of all ninjutsu systems, including the Six Paths Sage Mode, was epically enhanced. Soul Palace. Another new throne lit up. Along with it, a strange tree appeared, like the sacred tree in the Naruto world, rooted in the center of the palace. This change shocked everyone. In comparison, the lighting of the throne seemed insignificant. Why is there another big tree? This version update is really strange. The shape is a bit familiar. By the way, which world's boss has been troubled again? As soon as the voice fell, Hokage Chu Yang appeared in the Soul Palace and brought the news that he had eliminated Kaguya. Everyone gathered around the big tree and kept looking at it, curious about the purpose of this tree. So far, nothing that appeared in the Soul Palace was useless. Hokage Chu Yang tried to inject chakra into the sacred tree to see what reaction it would have, but it turned out that there was a wall inside the sacred tree, blocking the entry of chakra, as if rejecting this power. Afterwards, everyone tried with other powers, and without exception, none of them could react to the sacred tree. There should be other triggering conditions. Don't try it randomly, lest you damage the tree. Magic Chu Yang stopped everyone's attempts, except for a few people who continued to stay in the Soul Palace. The others returned to their own worlds. Immortal World. Mingzhou City. It is not far from Yuhang Town. Because of the well-connected waterways, the business of Mingzhou City is extremely prosperous. As the dominant force in this city, the Ziyahao family almost controls the most profitable industry in the city. Even the government sometimes has to act according to the face of the Ziyahao family. Fortunately, as one of the leaders of the righteous path, the Ziyahao family has a humble and polite family style. They never use their power to oppress others. Instead, they often do good deeds. Whether it is a famine or a sudden man-made disaster, they always appear at the first time to help solve the problem and have a good reputation among the people. Almost as soon as they stepped into the city, many people spontaneously came forward to greet Ziyahao Zhang, the leader of the team, and there was no false concern in their words. Ziyahao Shibo is still loved by the people as always. Jiang Cheng in the crowd couldn't help but sighed. Isn't that the case with Uncle Aoyang? Speaking of chivalrous character, Uncle Aoyang is the best. Ziyahao Jinxun replied politely. Okay, you two, is it fun to praise each other like this? I said you are not nervous at all. We will meet that person later. What if we can't reach an agreement? For some reason, the closer Zaya got to Mingzhou City, the more uneasy Zaya felt, and her mood became worse. Since knowing the truth, Zaya's heart has always been lingering with the figure of Moye. That man gave her a second life by chance, but his intentions were extremely sinister. She didn't even know if she should thank him. As if they had noticed Zaya's abnormality, Ziyahao Jinxun and Jiang Cheng didn't blame her for her bad attitude. Mu Chang'an even put her arm around Zaya's shoulders and comforted her softly. Only Zikangsing laughed out loud and said carelessly, "Girl, don't be so nervous. We can't do this. My sect leader brother is not just a freeloader. As the saying goes, when you beat a dog, you have to look at the owner first." Ziyahao Jinxun immediately stopped him from continuing. "Brother Z, it should be the Buddha's turn to look at the monk." Zaya put his hands on his hips and said, "Who is your sect leader brother? Why are you trying to get close to him? Just call him sect leader." Jiang Cheng couldn't help shaking his head and said, "Brother Z, it's inappropriate to describe sect leader Chu as a freeloader. You have to be careful with your words when you return to Shushan." Mu Changelan said coldly, what an uncultured person. Zikangsing was anxious. Hey, why are you all coming at me? I feel so wronged. Teasing Zikangsing seems to have become an unspoken fun activity for everyone, but to be honest, it is still quite stress relieving. At least Zaire is not as nervous as before, and the effect is significant. The noisy sound reached Zaire Hao Zhang's ears in front. He looked back at the group of young people, shook his head, and sighed. It's really disgraceful to make so much noise. The accompanying housekeeper said cheerfully, Master, young people are completely understandable. We were the same when we were their age. The young master's usual behavior is too mature. It's not a good thing to have a sense of old age at such a young age. Zaire Hao Zhang said unhappily, you and your second brother have spoiled him since he was a child. You asked him to learn martial arts, but he didn't want to learn it. Instead, he insisted on learning some magic. Now he is still not in good shape. I don't know what to do in the future. Alas. The accompanying housekeeper apologized repeatedly, but his eyes were full of smiles. He had served the Zaire Hao family for many years. In the eyes of Zaire Hao Zhang and others, he was like a relative, so he could talk to the head of the family like this. The Zaire Hao mansion is at the highest point in the entire Mingzhou city. It takes a long flight of stairs to go back. When the group climbed up the stairs, Zaire Hao Jingsun, who was the weakest, kept complaining. I have to go through here every time I go home. I really want to move out of my home. Young master, don't be ungrateful for what you have. Go ask the beggars on the street if they mind climbing the stairs, if they can live in Zaire Hao mansion. Well, Miss Zaire is right. Hahaha, young master, why do you get scolded every day? I want to know why too. What else can it be? You have a bad mouth. As long as you say something, it will definitely be bad. After being scolded again, Zaire Hao Jingsun chose to shut up. Back at Zaire Hao mansion, the servants brought the news that the second master was ill and could not get up. Zaire Hao Zhang was so scared that he hurried to visit him. Jiang Cheng and others looked at each other. They knew the true identity of Zaire Hao Tao. How could a puppet have so many diseases? He was really good at acting. Zaire Hao Jingsun had a complicated expression. He stood there in silence for a long time, then suddenly said, please wait for me for a moment. I want to go in and see my second uncle. Zaire immediately shouted anxiously, are you crazy? There was an unspeakable sadness in Zaire Hao Jingsun's eyes. He said slowly, for more than 10 years, I have been with him day and night. He taught me how to read and write, how to behave in society, and how to use magic to defend myself. Everyone is a plant and a tree. Now that we haven't fallen out, I can still call him second uncle. If the truth comes out, we can never go back to the past. Zaire also. He wanted to say more, but was stopped by Jiang Cheng. He shook his head at Zaire and said, Miss Zaire, everyone understands his feelings. Just let him go. Mu Changelan also whispered, Sister Zaire, the saddest person now is the young master. Zikangsing took a sip of wine. Girl, don't worry about the safety of the young master. That man doesn't know anything yet. Zaire turned her back and stopped talking. She was indeed worried about Zaire Hao Jingsun's safety, but she also understood the pain of losing a loved one. For Zaire Hao Jingsun, his second uncle would die completely when the truth was revealed. After obtaining the consent and understanding of everyone, Zaire Hao Jingsun hurried into the backyard and found Zaire Hao Tao's room with ease. At this time, the door was open. When Zaire Hao Jingsun entered, he saw Zaire Hao Tao lying on the bed and his father guarding the bed. The pale-faced Zaire Hao Tao saw Zaire Hao Jingsun, showing a relieved and loving expression, and smiled slightly, saying, Jingsun is back. You must have seen a lot of interesting things along the way, right? Tell your second uncle. Okay, second uncle. A trace of sadness flashed in Zaire Hao Jingsun's eyes. He walked to Zaire Hao Tao's bed and told him about the interesting things he saw during the ceremony. He did not hide anything about what happened on Shushan. When he heard that the demon lord appeared and congratulated Chu Yang on his succession to the head, Zaire Hao Tao's face suddenly became strange. The lord of the demon realm actually has the leisure to join in the fun in the human world. Could it be that the demon realm is now in a state of peace and prosperity and does not need any jurisdiction? The resentment in his tone was evident, but Xiahao Tao controlled his emotions and did not let Xiahao Zhang in front of him see anything unusual. Xiahao Jingxun, who had been watching him, lowered his head and trembled slightly. If he still had some unrealistic fantasies before stepping into the door, Xiahao Tao's attitude at this moment completely shattered his last bit of luck. After talking about Shushan for an unknown amount of time, Xiahao Tao finally showed signs of being tired. In order to help him recover soon, Xiahao Zhang did not dare to disturb him and took Jingxun out of the room. After the two left, Xiahao Tao shook off his previous sickly look, sat up suddenly from the bed, and his expression became fierce. The countries in the demon realm are fighting for water sources. As the lord of the demon realm, you neither choose to mediate, nor try to repair the water veins, and even call it survival of the fittest. Changlao, you really shouldn't be the lord of the demon realm. While Xiahao Tao, or Moi, scolded Changlao, Xiahao Zhang had already taken everyone to the side hall for dinner. They had been sleeping in the open air all the way, and they were already starving. Without saying a word, they started to eat a lot, feeling like they were fighting for their lives. Xiahao Jingxun was not interested, and had no appetite, so he went back to his room to rest early. Instead, Xia, who had been feeling a little uncomfortable before, ate the most. The 5 senses of her body returned to normal. For the first time since she was born, she felt the deliciousness of delicacies from mountains and seas. In the past, even if she had spare money in her pocket, she would not buy delicious food because she could not taste it. The little girl cried while eating, just like a refugee entering the country. Seeing this, Xiahao Zhang's mouth twitched, thinking that if any child married this girl, the family would have to be a little poor. Hasn't this child already worshipped in Shushan? How come she still looks like she has never seen the world? No matter how delicious the food is, isn't it a bit too much to eat until she cries? Xiahao Zhang sighed that he didn't understand the world of young people, so he left the table early, leaving Jiang Cheng and others to eat and drink as they pleased. Until the end, it was Zikangsing who forcibly dragged Xia away, otherwise she would really eat from tonight to tomorrow morning. It was getting late, and the 4 of them first returned to their guest rooms. When everyone fell asleep, they quietly came out of the room and went straight to Xiahao Jingxun's room. Everyone gathered together and found Xiahao Tao's room under the leadership of Xiahao Jingxun. At this time, a dim light came from the room, and there was a faint sound of someone talking. Your Majesty, have you found the exact location of Shenending in Shenzhou? There is a little news, but there are other people here who are also looking for the whereabouts of Shenending. Among them, there is a guy with yin and yang pupils who is very powerful. I suffered a lot at his hands. Your Majesty, please take care of your body. Yaksha country cannot afford the blow of losing you. Haha, with the great elder here, it doesn't matter if I suddenly die in battle one day. I believe you will handle everything. Your Majesty, don't make such a joke. There was some confrontation between the two people in their words. Even though the other party was his own uncle, Longming still had a guard against the ambitious Moyi. Just when Moyi was about to continue speaking, his face suddenly changed. The next second, the door was pushed open and Xiahao Jingxun walked in slowly. Should I call you second uncle, or should I call you Deadwood, or maybe call you the great elder of Yaksha country, Moyi? Chapter 165, Shocked Moyi. The whereabouts of Shenending. When Xiahao Jingxun called out his identity, Moyi's face showed a panic that he had never seen in the past 19 years. Even if Xiahao Jingxun had just heard the conversation between him and Longming, he should not know his real name. Moyi shifted his gaze to Mu Changlin. She probably doesn't know either. What dead tree? What Moyi? Jingxun, I don't understand what you are talking about. Moyi, who occupied Xiahao Tao's body, shook his head slowly and said with a deep look, you have made many friends with unknown origins along the way, so don't trust them easily. Mu Changlin sneered, you are so good at biting back. You say that others are of unknown origin. How can they compare to you, the great elder of the Yaksha kingdom? Moyi's expression was cold, and there was a hint of murderous intent in his words. Girl, this is the Xiahao family. Don't talk nonsense, otherwise the price you can't afford. Xiahao Jingxun shook his head in disappointment and said, you did something wrong again. My second uncle is usually generous and open-minded. He will never draw his sword because of a few words. Moe fell silent immediately. Seeing that the other party was still stubborn, Zikangsing couldn't help but chuckled and said, the head of Shushan told us your identity, including the fact that your demon world's water veins are dry, and you want to move the Yaksha kingdom to the human world. The head brother has told us all about it. The plan was exposed. Moe was stunned for a long time and sighed. I think I acted carefully and planned for nearly 20 years without any mistakes. This head Chu is really resourceful. No wonder he can make friends with such a noble figure as the Demon Lord. Young master, your fake second uncle is also good at flattery. Did you learn it from him? Zikangsing grinned and teased Xiahou Jingxun. Xiahou Jingxun looked helpless. If he was not used to Zikangsing's outspoken character, most people would have turned against him long ago. Big fool, if you don't know how to speak, just shut up. Brother Z, if you don't speak, no one will think you are dumb. Xia and Mu Chang'an stared at Zikangsing with unfriendly expressions. Why are you so excited? Can't I stop talking? Zikangsing quickly admitted his mistake. He could offend anyone, but not a woman who was in a bad mood. At this point, there was no need to play dumb. Moe came up with a plan and said to Jiangcheng with ill intentions, you shouldn't be with them. We are the same kind. Your real identity is. Before Moe finished speaking, Jiangcheng immediately said, descendants of Kaiyu, right? If you want to use this matter to alienate us, you don't have to. They all know that half of my body is the blood of the demon clan. Another card was guessed in advance. Moe's face turned pale, and he was trembling with anger. Did that Master Chu tell you again? Zikangsing laughed and said, not bad, not bad. You have learned to draw inferences from one example. You are not in vain as the great elder. Moe had never seen the mysterious Shushan master, but at this moment he felt like he was being played around by others. Moe believed that his intelligence was not inferior to anyone, and he could not accept such a situation. Who is he, and why does he know so many things? Moe gnashed his teeth and questioned everyone. Xia said coldly, the power of the head brother is beyond your imagination. You'd better put away your little thoughts, sit down and explain everything you need to explain. Zikangsing smacked his lips and muttered, just now he scolded me for making connections, and now he calls me brother. Seeing this, Moe no longer pretended, and the demonic energy in his body poured out like a wave, as if he had changed into a different person. He said in a deep voice, you guys think I will surrender? On the other side, except Xiahou Jingxun, everyone else drew their weapons and confronted. Xia said uneasily, the headmaster asked us to discuss cooperation. It's not good to fight like this, right? Xiahou Jingxun shook his head and said, cooperation that is not based on strength is not stable. The other party is the demon clan, and they believe in the law of the jungle. If we are the weak party, he can tear up the so-called covenant at any time. Jiangcheng also nodded and said, Miss Xia, what Master Xiahou said is right. Moe, who was about to take action, heard their conversation, paused, and had doubts in his heart. What did they mean by cooperation? In this situation, is there still a possibility of cooperation between the two sides, or did these little ghosts say it to him specifically in order to stabilize themselves? Moe was more inclined to the latter, so he decisively attacked Xiahou Jingxun and others. Among them, Jiangcheng was the strongest. If he could take him down first, the others would not be enough. Jiangcheng, who had already made his attitude clear, lost his value in Moe's eyes. What's the use of a descendant of Chiao who can't open the seal of the two worlds? The demonic energy rolled like a big wave washing away the sand, and the terrifying suction burst out and pointed directly at Jiangcheng. Jiangcheng, who had experienced many battles, had been on guard. While his body was being pulled by the demonic energy, he gathered his true energy in his fists and blasted forward. The purple true energy collided with the demonic energy, producing a strong impact. With this impact force, Jiangcheng stabilized his body, did not retreat but advanced, and chose to launch a counterattack at the first opportunity. Moe's eyes flashed with surprise. He thought that the demonic energy and true energy in Jiangcheng's body conflicted, and he would immediately go crazy after being stimulated by him, but the other party did not show any abnormality. Have you accepted this power? Accept your identity as a demon. Who gave you the courage? While Moe was shocked, Jiang Cheng had already approached. The fist shadows in the sky were like a flood, continuous and amazing. The vast demonic energy resisted Jiang Cheng's fist, preventing him from moving forward. At the same time, Jiang Cheng's answer came to Moe's ears. They accepted me, so I accepted myself too. Sect leader Chu told me that people and demons are not judged by their identities. It is up to me to decide whether to be good or evil. People and demons are not judged by their identities. This sentence exploded in Moe's ears like thunder. This was what the sect leader of Shushan said. From the perspective of the world, it was simply heresy. How many people in the world dare to say that there are good people among the demons? Moe's mind was in a trance, and the demonic energy around him weakened. He murmured, "Did he really say that?" Mu Chang'an sneered, "Master Chu's demeanor is beyond the imagination of a timid guy like you." Moe shook his head, took a deep breath, and returned to his previous indifferent look. "I was almost fooled by you little guys. How could the master of Shushan say such a thing? There are so many monsters locked in the demon suppression tower. It can't even accommodate monsters, so how can it accommodate demons?" The terrifying demonic energy filled the room, and everyone's face changed drastically, knowing that Moe was going to take serious action next. At this moment, a reassuring voice sounded. "First of all, I want to correct your two mistakes. The monsters in the demon locking tower were not captured randomly, but all of them have blood debts, without exception. For those monsters that have never harmed anyone, Shushan will formulate new laws in the future. Secondly, I did say that people and monsters are not judged by their identities. In fact, I think this is true for all creatures in the six realms." Chu Yang walked into the room and waved his hand. The demonic energy in the sky dissipated. On the other hand, Moe's face suddenly turned pale, as if he had been hit hard, and his breath became disordered. The Chu Yang who appeared in Xiao's house at this moment was the real body. The shadow clone that had followed them all the way back was dissipated due to the impact of the demonic energy, and Chu Yang, who sensed the situation, immediately performed the phantom shift and came here. As the enemies encountered became stronger and stronger, the tolerance rate of the shadow clone was also getting lower, and now it can only be used as a coordinate. Chu Yang felt that it was time to study a new ability to replace the role of the shadow clone. The demonic energy all over his body seemed to be roughly stuffed back into his body by a pair of big hands, which made Moe very painful. Seeing Chu Yang looking at him without saying a word, he had the idea of cutting off his tail. If he gave up this body, he would not be able to spend decades to rebuild it. If this mysterious Master Chu found out and hurt his original body, it would be a loss. Just when Moe was about to take action, Chu Yang guessed his intention first and said with a smile, "The great elder of the Yaksha kingdom is so easily frightened that he doesn't even have the courage to talk to me, and he wants to give up this body?" Hearing this, Moe silently stopped the surging magic power in his body. He looked up at Chu Yang, and his demeanor returned to his usual calmness. Chu Yang clapped his hands and nodded, praising, "Not bad. I'm convinced by your methods. There is nothing to say about the winners and losers." Moe's eyes were gloomy, and he said with a dark face, "I wonder if Master Chu has any advice?" "I don't dare to give you advice. I just came to be a witness." Chu Yang turned his head and looked at Jiang Cheng. "Next, it's your turn to talk to him. Just say whatever you want to say." Moe's face showed a hint of curiosity. Are they really going to cooperate with me to save the water veins of the demon world from drying up? But what are they after? What is the Master of Shushan for? Jiang Cheng answered Moe's doubts with practical actions. He took out the water spirit pearl he got from Chu Yang. "The water spirit pearl you want is here. Take it to repair the water veins for the demon realm and return it to Shushan afterwards." The water spirit pearl slowly floated in the air, emitting abundant water spirit power. Moe's eyes were dull for a moment, and he asked in disbelief, "Are you really going to hand over the water spirit pearl to me?" Jiang Cheng frowned and said, "Believe it or not, we are not bored enough to take such a big risk to fool you." The shock in Moe's eyes did not fade at all. "Why is this? What benefit does this bring to you and Shushan?" Xiao Jingxuan shook his head and said, "Of course it is of no benefit to us, and we have to bear the risk of losing the water spirit pearl. Even so, we also want to do something for the people of Yaksha country. In this matter, they did nothing wrong, but they have to suffer such a disaster. Shouldn't we help them? Moe imagined thousands of reasons in his mind, but he didn't expect that what he heard was so simple. These words seemed to have some kind of magical power that drained Moe's spirit. He still couldn't believe it and asked, only on what basis? Zaya said impatiently, I explained it to you, but you didn't believe it. It's really troublesome. The reason is very simple. If there were only people like you over there, we would definitely not save them. But if there were people like Brother Chu Yang, how could we not help? Zikangsing gave Zaya a thumbs up and praised. The girl described it well. Even I understood it. Moe lowered his head and murmured, so the problem can be solved so easily. Then what have I been doing all these years? It's not that simple. Jiang Cheng sighed. If it weren't for the strong support of Master Chu, I wouldn't have the courage to face my identity. Maybe I would become deserted by everyone as you planned at the beginning, and it would be impossible for me to sit down and have a frank conversation with you. Moe was silent for a long time. Perhaps he was moved by the sincerity of Jiang Cheng and others, and the coldness on his face gradually softened. As expected of you, the head of Shushan, I have learned a lesson from you. Moe bowed to Chu Yang with a sincere heart. No one in the world should be willing to deceive a worthless person like me at the cost of a water spirit bead. Zaya Haojingsan also breathed a sigh of relief and said, since you are willing to trust us, explain the situation of Yaksha country and the things we don't know. Moe hesitated for a moment and said, the movement just now has alarmed the people in the mansion. Why don't we leave here first and tell you in detail? Chu Yang smiled and said, I have used my magic power to set up a barrier here. No one outside can hear the movement. Don't worry. Zikangsing suddenly realized, I said no one has come here for so long, and I thought there was no one on duty in Zaha Mansion. The last bit of worry disappeared, and Moe immediately told everything about Yaksha country, including his plan for many years. He actually thought about keeping a watchful eye and concealing some of the facts, but facing the unfathomable Chu Yang, he really didn't have the courage. This person is like an unpredictable mystery. It is difficult for Moe to bet on how much he knows. If there is a mistake, the current good situation will be broken by his own hands. The risk is too great and there is no need to take the risk. After hearing more detailed truths from Moe, everyone's hanging hearts finally settled down a little. It was basically the same as what Chu Yang said before, which also proved that Moe really had the intention to cooperate. Chu Yang reminded, regarding Shenending, I can tell you clearly that it is not in Shushan. You'd better think of other ways. Moe nodded and said, I just got the news. Shenending is indeed not in Shushan, or even in the Central Plains, but in another continent outside the 10,000 mountains. People over there call it Shenzhou. Zaya Haojingsan, Jiang Cheng, and Mu Changlan showed surprised expressions. When they were in Shushan, they had not come into contact with the three sects of King Gaian sect, so they didn't know about this. Zaya and Zikangsing were thoughtful, and they had obviously heard the news from their respective masters. Chu Yang continued to ask, are there any more detailed information? Moe pondered for a moment and said, regarding the affairs of Shenzhou, I think it would be better for His Majesty Longming to explain it to you personally. Chu Yang smiled and said, he has been listening silently for so long, I guess he can't help but want to speak, right? As soon as the voice fell, a heroic laugh followed. Master Chu is really interesting. Have you known that I have been listening to your conversation? Longming's voice echoed in the room, and it was impossible to tell from which direction it came. It was probably when Jiang Cheng took the initiative to hand over the water spirit pearl that the secret art of voice transmission between you was restarted. Since His Majesty Longming has been listening for so long, there should be no need for me to explain it again, right? Longming would like to thank you all on behalf of the people of Yaksha country. Business is important, so there is no need to say more polite words. I came to Shenzhou continent a few months ago. According to the information I collected, I have found the seal place of Shenending, but a guy with yin and yang pupils showed up and ruined my good deeds. That person is holding a golden sword? Huh. Master Chu also knows that guy. Chu Yang closed his eyes and took a long breath. At this moment, he was basically sure that Longming met one of the male protagonists of Zuo Sword, Yuan Tuo. In the story of the Zuo Sword series, ancient artifacts are an important factor that cannot be avoided, just like the 5 spirit beads in the story of the fairy sword. The most important one is naturally the Zuo Sword. After all, the entire series of stories is named after this artifact, which also shows the strength of Yuan Tuo, the owner of the Zuo Sword. It is no exaggeration to say that the combat power ceiling of the human world, he is even stronger than King Wei and Dugu Jiansheng. It is normal that Longming cannot defeat him. Chu Yang pondered for a moment and said, if it is really the person I think, I'm afraid we need to think about this matter carefully. Zaya widened his eyes and asked in surprise, is the other party so powerful? Chu Yang nodded and said, the man is powerful, but the sword in his hand is even more powerful. Everyone looked at him curiously. Chu Yang continued, the sword is called Zuo Sword, also known as Zuo Zaiyu Sword. It was a divine weapon created when Emperor Huangdi Zuo fought with Kaiyu. He defeated Kaiyu with this sword and established the status of the human race. After Kaiyu was defeated, he sent the remaining people of the tribe into today's demon world before his death. The sun, moon, and stars are engraved on one side of the sword, and mountains, rivers, and plants are engraved on the other side. The hilt has the techniques of farming and animal husbandry on one side, and the strategy of unifying the world on the other side. It contains unpredictable power, and it is one of the best among the ancient divine weapons. When they heard that it was the sword of Emperor Huangdi Zuo, they immediately understood how powerful the Zuo sword was. Longming said with emotion, I see, no wonder I couldn't even last 20 rounds under that man. He turned out to be the master of Zuo sword. Chu Yang said, there are very few people in the world who can escape from Yuan Tuo's hands unscathed. Your Majesty Longming has enough to be proud of. What is there to be proud of when you are defeated? Longming sighed softly, and his voice kept echoing in the room. Master Chu, just call me Longming. I don't know how to repay your kindness. Zaya said, I don't need you to repay me. I just hope that you will stop hating the human race in the future. We also hope that one day, people in the world will no longer hate and fear half demons like Brother Jiang who stay in the human world. Miss, you are absolutely right. Longming's voice paused slightly, and his breathing became heavy, as if he had made a great determination, and he said, I would like to conclude an alliance with you as the king of Yaksha Kingdom. If this goes well, Yaksha Kingdom will guard the passage between the two worlds for the human world from now on. I, Longming, can guarantee that, as long as I'm alive, no demon can enter the human world through this passage. Hearing Longming's promise, Mo said in a lost voice, Your Majesty, this is not possible. How will you let Yaksha Kingdom deal with itself in the demon world in the future? It is no wonder that Mo panicked. Once this alliance is established, Yaksha Kingdom will become the target of public criticism in the demon world, and the future can be imagined. Chu Yang asked, have you thought about it? Longming's voice became more and more firm. The reason is actually very simple. Even without this covenant, the war in the demon world will not stop easily. The Yaksha Kingdom is still in a situation where it is attacked from all sides. The enemy is still the enemy. Nothing will change. Besides that, I have nothing to give back to you. Whether from the perspective of transaction or cooperation, this is unfair. Zaya Haojingsuan shook his head and said, Brother Long, this is wrong. The reason why we do this is entirely for the innocent people of the Yaksha Kingdom. Longming smiled and said, then I can't let you suffer any loss, otherwise how can I face my people in the future? Mo felt Longming's persistent attitude and knew that he could not change the other party's mind, so he could only sigh worriedly. But there is one thing Longming said correctly. The war situation in the demon world has now entered a white hot stage. Even if the water veins are repaired and the living environment is improved, the war may not be able to stop. It is more likely to end with the complete demise of some countries. Giving up fantasy and making plans early is the right way. Chu Yang confirmed Longming's determination, so he said, okay, I will make this alliance with you as the head of Shushan, and I hope you won't break your promise in the future. Longming smiled and said, don't worry, Headmaster Chu, I'm not stupid enough to do that. Kangsing laughed and said, I say that the Great Elder shouldn't worry too much. Since we are allies, if the Yaksha Kingdom is really in trouble, can't we help you fight a few battles then? Mu Changeling rolled her eyes at him speechlessly. I didn't know that Brother Z has the ability to travel through the 6 realms. Why don't you teach us? Oh, I forgot about this. Kangsing scratched his head awkwardly and immediately looked at his nose and stopped talking. After they finished arguing, Chu Yang continued, I know a little about you and Tenryūbito. He probably didn't take the Shenending for the artifact. Let's wait and see what he wants to do. Longming said helplessly, that's all we can do at this stage. Moe suddenly said, my plans in the Central Plains have been completely resolved by sect leader Chu. There is no point in staying here. It's better to go to Shenzhou and lend a hand to his majesty. Xiahou Jingxuan said excitedly. No. Moe looked at him with a complicated expression. This was the child he had personally raised. Although his identity was fake, the bits and pieces of their interactions over the years couldn't be more real. Xiahou Jingxuan explained, if you leave, how will you explain to your father? Moe pondered and said, this body is already weak. It's not surprising, even if he suddenly dies of illness. Xiahou Jingxuan stared at Moe. Whether my second uncle dies or disappears, my father will be sad. He is old and can't withstand such a blow. Moe fell silent. Xia whispered in Xiahou Jingxuan's ear, Mert, do you want him to continue acting? Isn't this a bit? Xiahou Jingxuan couldn't tell his true thoughts, so he could only stubbornly use excuses to prevaricate. My second uncle must not die suddenly at the moment, and I have to give my father some time to accept it. Jiang Cheng looked at Xiahou Jingxuan deeply, as if he had guessed his thoughts. Kangsing, who was the oldest and had the most experience, couldn't help but shake his head, with a little emotion in his eyes. The room gradually became silent, and the atmosphere became weird. At this time, Longming said, Great Elder Moe, even if you come, the situation will not be improved. We have no way to snatch the Shenending from you and Tenryūbito, and we have no right to bargain with him. If the identity of the demon clan is exposed, there may be more intense conflicts. Hearing this, Moe could only give up the idea of going to Shenzhou. Chu Yang said, you two should be patient. Soon, the road between Central Plains and Shenzhou will be opened. It won't be too late for you to plan your next move then. Longming was shocked. Is what sect leader Chu said true? The 100,000 mountains are boundless and cannot be crossed by human power. Chu Yang smiled and said, it doesn't matter. We are taking the empty road. Chapter 166 New Chu Yang. New World. Chu Yang talked about the ferry plan. Everyone was stunned. Can we make the boat fly in the sky? Xiahou Jingxuan lost his usual elegant demeanor and was as excited as a monkey. Young master, don't get excited. If the headmaster says it's possible, then it must be possible. You should prepare the money in advance. Kangsing also had some expectations on his face, but he was already a formal disciple. Even if there was no ferry, he would learn the art of flying swords and would be able to fly in the future. So he was much calmer than them. As expected of Shushan, your courage is so great that it makes people ashamed. Moe said with admiration. Jiang Cheng pondered and said, in this way, we can also go to Shenzhou and find a way to help Brother Long get the Shenending. Xia clapped her hands happily. Yes, as the saying goes, 3 cobblers are of no use. Xiahou Jingxuan sighed. It's Zhu Liang. Miss Xia, how come you don't even know Mr. Kangming? Xia's cheeks flushed, and she put her hands on her hips and said angrily, it's great to know a celebrity, but you're still just as weak. I can knock you down with one punch. Seeing that she was very emotional, Xiahou Jingxuan was really afraid that she would punch him, so he quickly waved his hands and begged for mercy. Okay, I know your fist is powerful, I was wrong, okay. Xia held her head high and smiled proudly, you're sensible. Longming smiled and said, then I'll wait for good news from you. My sound transmission technique has reached its limit. Then, Longming's voice never sounded again. The water spirit pearl will be kept by Elder Moe for the time being. I will leave, now that the matter here is settled. Chu Yang turned around and was about to leave when he saw Mu Changeling standing in front of him with an anxious look on her face. Master Chu, can you come with me to Muai village? Chu Yang then remembered that Mu Changelin's matter had not been resolved yet. There were still dozens of people in the entire Mui village who relied on ghost energy to survive and could not leave for the rest of their lives. You can be considered to have made up for your mistakes. Anyway, I will accompany you. Mu Changelin heard this and shed tears of excitement. She had been waiting for this moment for more than 10 years. Sister Mu, I want to go too. Miss Mu, I'm also curious about the place where you were born and grew up. I will go with you. Everyone started talking at once and finally decided to go to Mui village to take a look. The people in the whole village will not age, and this alone is enough to arouse great curiosity. Xiahou Jingxuan hesitated and said that he also wanted to go. Young master, now that you are home, why don't you stop making trouble and enjoy yourself at home? Zikangsing didn't quite understand Xiahou Jingxuan's idea. On the way to Mount Shu, he complained a lot about the difficult mountain roads and wanted to go home immediately. How could he be interested in going on a long journey now? Miss Mu is also my friend. I must help with such an important matter. Xiahou Jingxuan said, secretly glancing at Xia. Mu Changelin understood, covered her mouth and smiled. Young master, it's great that you are willing to accompany us on the road. The expenses on the road will be reimbursed. Zikangsing's eyes lit up, and he nodded repeatedly. Yes, we really can't do without the young master. Xiahou Jingxuan shook his head and laughed. You can't do without my wallet. Jiang Cheng remained silent, as if he was worried. Xiahou Jingxuan looked at him and said, Brother Jiang, I know you want to confess everything to Aoyang Shibo, but there is no need to rush this matter. After we finish the work in Mui village, we will accompany you to Zijian Villa. Jiang Cheng shook his head and said, after dealing with Miss Mu's affairs, I can go back alone. Xia said angrily, Brother Jiang, you are really stubborn sometimes. What's wrong with us going back with you? We are all friends, so you can only help others and not let others help you? Jiang Cheng was hesitant to speak. Chu Yang explained for him, he is probably afraid that his identity as a demon clan will be exposed and will drag you down. If he goes back alone, even if Aoyang cannot accept him, that is only his business. He feels uneasy about involving you. Ah. Xia looked at Jiang Cheng with a complicated expression and suddenly fell silent. Miss Xia and Brother Z are fine. You have the protection of Master Chu, so you don't have to worry about gossip from the outside world. But if young Master Xiahou and Miss Mu are related to me, I'm afraid they will have a hard time in the future. Even if I accept myself, the world may not accept me. Jiang Cheng hesitated again and again, but still expressed his worries. He was not afraid of his identity being exposed. The only thing he was worried about was that his friends would be criticized because of him. Brother Jiang, I'm not a child. I know what I'm doing, and I will take responsibility for what I do. Xiahou Jingxuan said solemnly, even if you are reluctant, I will go to Zijian Villa with you. Mu Changelin and Xia nodded at the same time. Zikangsing laughed and said, the headmaster is making friends with the demon clan Changlao. He is not afraid of the gossips of the world. What should we small shrimps worry about? As the saying goes, if the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. Chu Yang couldn't listen anymore and kicked him directly in the butt, saying unhappily, you can't spit out ivory from a dog's mouth. You like to quibble so much. When you go back, copy all the books on the first floor of the Sutra Pavilion 10 times for me. Zikangsing's lips trembled and his face turned pale. Chu Yang glared at him fiercely, turned his head, and said to the others, let's go if you have decided, but I have something important to do, so I can't accompany you in person. I can only send a clone to go with you. As he spoke, there was a bang, smoke spread, and another Chu Yang appeared in front of everyone. A burst of exclamations rang out. There are two heads. Xia pointed at the extra shadow clone and shouted. Xiahou Jingxuan exclaimed, what a wonderful spell, so lifelike, just like a real person. Zikangsing touched his chin, thinking that if he learned this spell, he would have one more person to help copy books. After returning, he would quickly ask the head brother for advice. After leaving the clone, Chu Yang suddenly disappeared in front of everyone. Let's go quickly. If my father finds me at dawn, I may not be able to leave. Xiahou Jingxuan urged everyone to leave. Before leaving, he turned back to look at Xiahou Tao for some reason. Don't worry, I will explain to your father. Xiao Hao Tao looked kind, almost exactly the same as usual. Xiao Hao Jingxuan was slightly absent-minded and said nothing and bowed deeply to the other party. This bow was for the deceased and for the grace of more than 10 years of education. On the other side, in the Soul Palace, the sacred tree that had appeared not long ago suddenly bloomed with a bright light, illuminating the entire silent palace. A white and translucent fruit grew on a branch. The fruit was less than the size of a finger and was obviously not yet ripe, but it was already exciting. How did the fruit suddenly grow? Pirate Chu Yang was puzzled. Look, there seems to be a picture flashing in this fruit. Everyone saw scenes of the fairy world through the fruit, and the final picture was frozen at the moment when Xiao Hao Jingxuan bid farewell to Xiao Hao Tao. Is it because we changed the plot? Or is it for some other reason? I don't know, but this possibility cannot be ruled out. There is too little information available at present. Let's observe it for a while. What is the use of this fruit? Will eating it gain chakra again? If so, what is the difference between it and the sacred tree in the Naruto world? Be patient. Things that can appear in the Soul Palace cannot be so simple. A group of people discussed enthusiastically, and they were more looking forward to what they could get after the fruit matured. Magic Chu Yang looked for a while, returned to the laboratory, and took out the demon refining tower that the fairy Chu Yang gave him a few days ago. In order to figure out why the water demon beast was refined into the water demon bead, they have been working overtime to study it during this period. As a result, the reason has not been completely figured out, but the other several magic beasts brought by Changlao have also been refined into magic weapons. The colorful beads lie quietly in the hands of Magic Chu Yang. Those who don't know may think that he is a wholesaler of marbles. 5 magic beasts correspond to 5 magic beads, and also correspond to the power of 5 spirits. However, compared with the gentleness of the 5 spirit beads, the spiritual power in the 5 magic beads is very violent and very aggressive, and requires strong enough strength to suppress. When the Taoism reaches a certain level, it will be refined into a magic weapon. So is the problem in the formation or somewhere else? The accidental mutation caused by the characteristics of the demon eating goo? It's not impossible. Magic Chu Yang took the 5 magic beads and the demon refining tower, and stood up, and left the laboratory. He had no clue for the time being, so he might as well return the things to the fairy hero Chu Yang. Back to the hall, the fairy hero Chu Yang just walked out of the nebula, and he handed the things over. Immortal hero Chu Yang asked, any clues? Magic Chu Yang shook his head. We have to use the demon eating goo to do a few control experiments to find the cause, but I personally feel that it should be some kind of mutation. After all, blood mutations often occur in bloodline factor experiments. Immortal hero Chu Yang said, that is to say, the big demons over 10,000 years old will most likely be refined into magic weapons. Can we only rely on luck? Magic Chu Yang nodded and said, that's right. Immortal hero Chu Yang said distressedly, magic weapons are not of much use to us. We don't use magic weapons to fight, and we are not used to using them. Some functional magic weapons are not bad. Isn't this equivalent to wasting more than 10,000 years of Taoism? Magic Chu Yang laughed and said, 10,000-year-old big demons are not so easy to encounter. If it weren't for Changlao, where did you get the 5 magic pearls? Maybe you won't encounter one for most of your life. Your way of persuading people is similar to Zikangsing. Immortal hero Chu Yang said helplessly, but that's true. It's really possible that you won't encounter one. The two chatted with a smile for a while. During this time, the fruits on the sacred tree gradually grew and matured, becoming bright red and shaky. Come and see, the fruit is about to fall. Ghost Slayer Chu Yang shouted, gathering everyone present. Xiangsha Chu Yang caught the ripe fruit surrounded by the crowd. The fruit exuded an alluring fragrance, which was a kind of attraction that was hard to describe, stirring the desire deep in the soul. Eat it. After all, the fruit was produced because of you. Yes, if you eat it, it means everyone else will eat it, so why hesitate? After persuading him a few words, Xiangsha Chu Yang stuffed the fruit to his mouth and took a bite. The fruit turned into a beam of light and drilled directly into it. Then, Xiangsha Chu Yang had a wonderful skill in his mind. Refining treasure dew. It can refine magic weapons into a certain part of the body, strengthen the physique, and also have the power of magic weapons. What a coincidence. It's really a pillow when you are sleepy. Chu Yang was still worried about the waste of the 10,000-year-old demon's Taoism in the demon refining tower a second ago, but he immediately got the suitable skill of refining treasure due to help him solve the problem. After synchronizing the information of the treasure refining method to others, Chu Yang began to solicit opinions on which part of the body to refine the 5 magic beads into. After a discussion, everyone finally locked on the 5 internal organs. The 5 internal organs themselves have corresponding 5 elements. The kidney belongs to water, the liver belongs to wood, the heart belongs to fire, the spleen belongs to earth, and the lungs belong to gold. Among the 6 internal organs, the kidney belongs to the bladder, the liver belongs to the gallbladder, the heart belongs to the small intestine, the spleen belongs to the stomach, and the lungs belong to the large intestine. The slight difference is that the 5 magic beads do not have gold and wood, but thunder and wind. But it doesn't matter. The power of the 5 spirits is self-circulating. Once completed, there will be no possibility of disorder. After studying the treasure refining method for a while, Chu Yang began to refine the 5 magic beads in the hall. There are so many people around, so if there is a mistake, there will be someone to take care of it. Chu Yang muttered something in his mouth, and the 5 magic beads emitted a strange light and slowly floated around him. The fire demon bead, earth demon bead, and water demon bead first entered the body of the immortal hero Chu Yang, and then 3 colors of red, yellow, and blue appeared, constantly changing in his body. The power of the 3 spirits constructed the 3 talents formation, which can further stabilize the spiritual energy. The wind demon bead, which has the slightly softer attribute, entered the body of the immortal hero Chu Yang, and the power of the 3 spirits locked it, and slowly refined it. When the thunder demon bead finally entered the body, the 5 internal organs of the immortal hero Chu Yang had become very stable, and no matter how the spiritual power and wild, it remained motionless. After a moment, the spiritual power suddenly became docile, and the circulation of the 5 spiritual powers was achieved between the 5 internal organs of the immortal hero Chu Yang. The body has been unprecedentedly strengthened. The strengthening of each organ, the heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys, can double the physical fitness of the immortal hero Chu Yang. In addition to the body, the immortal hero Chu Yang also gained the ability to control the 5 spirits of thunder, wind, water, fire, and earth. Brothers, I have successfully changed from a warrior to a wizard. The immortal hero Chu Yang was very excited and couldn't wait to synchronize the current state. The fruit actually contains a technique. Does every fruit contain a technique? Maybe it's not just a technique. What if it's something else next time? I also feel there's something else. Fortunately, what we got this time is very suitable for us. I want to try the power of the 5 spirits. I'll come too. Not long after, lightning and thunder flashed in the Soul Palace. Fire shot up to the sky, and there was a violent storm and a meteorite fell from the sky. If the site was not large enough, the entire palace would have been demolished. The Ming Dynasty world. Kiksha Town. On a dark and windy night, Chu Yang and a beautiful young girl were tied to a millstone, and the girl was cursing something indignantly. Junior sister, I've long told you to be low-key when traveling around the world. Now, you see, we are tied to a millstone, but we are not donkeys. You still say that. If you hadn't held me back, how could I have lost to that damn waiter? People call us the male and female evil, and you haven't realized that this is a misunderstanding? Misunderstanding. We are a pair of heroes. If you hadn't exposed your identity, how could we be ambushed by them? You are so stupid. I shouldn't have brought you out to travel the world. What do you mean by a pair of heroes? You have caused a lot of trouble along the way. While I was buying buns, you actually learned how to steal the bride and almost beat the groom to a cripple. He was obviously trying to rob a woman. Didn't you see how sadly the bride cried? If I hadn't saved her, her life would have been miserable. Bullshit. The girl surnamed Zao was broken off many times because of her poor appearance. She finally met a man who didn't mind her appearance. Man, I was so excited when I got married that I burst into tears, but you ruined it. You are talking nonsense. I'm talking nonsense? You beat someone up and ran away. To express my apology, I sent money to Miss Zayo in the middle of the night, but the groom and his men surrounded me, and I was almost beaten to death. When I was in Shabalapu, I saved a little beggar. If it weren't for me, he would have been burned to death by that old villain with a fire cup. I get angry when I talk about this. I just booked 2 rooms in the inn, and when I turned around, I saw you beating up the doctor. I tell you, he was using fire cupping to treat illnesses. How many doctors are willing to treat beggars these days? I won't listen. I won't listen. You are just jealous that my martial arts are better than yours, and you can't stand me being a hero without you. Chu Yang sighed to the sky, wanting to cry but without tears. Every time Guo Furen got into trouble, she was one step faster than him, and she didn't listen to his teachings afterwards, repeating the same sentence over and over again. He should have stayed in the capital and enjoyed his life. I don't know if he was crazy or what, but he was led by some strange god to accompany her to travel the world. I'm so cheap. After thinking about it, Chu Yang could only use this sentence to summarize his behavior. After finally arriving in the town, because it was late, Chu Yang didn't ask for any information, so he just found an inn to stay in. Unexpectedly, it happened to be Tang Fuan. There were many talented people in it. When staying at the hotel, Guo Furen let slip a few words, revealing the identity of the male and female evil spirits. At night, Tang secretly pressed her acupoints and tied her to the millstone in the backyard. In the end, she turned the tables and said it was Chu Yang's fault. I don't know if we can live until dawn. Guo Furen burst into tears and said aggrievedly, I miss my dad. If my dad were here, he could take them down in 2 or 3 moves. You're so stupid that you'll live 100 years. Don't worry at all. Chu Yang sighed and cursed in his heart. If your dad knew what you've done along the way, he would beat you into a retard. Guo Furen was so angry that she started to scold Chu Yang. You started earlier than me and have learned the Jingteo palm from my dad for so many years. How come you are not as good as me? Chu Yang was already accustomed to this level of sarcasm and could not break his defense at all. He replied calmly, my talent is limited, but fortunately my family is rich, so my low martial arts skills don't affect my life. Thinking of Chu Yang's extravagant appearance in the capital, Guo Furen had no temper at all. He always bought double the amount of things, using one and throwing away one. She had never seen such a wasteful rich man. If a normal playboy spent money like this, her father Guo Chuksha would definitely teach him a lesson. But from childhood to adulthood, Guo Furen had never seen her father say a word to Chu Yang. He only praised him. When practicing, fellow apprentices would be beaten if they were a little lazy, but only Chu Yang could slack off with a clear conscience. Therefore, Guo Furen has always been curious about Chu Yang's identity. She had asked about it several times before, but all she got in return was Guo Chuksha's scolding. There is something I really want to ask you, but dad never lets me ask. If you have anything to ask, please say it. Why does dad usually let us call you Chu Yang, but in private, dad calls you Mr. ZHU? Is your last name Chu or ZHU? It's none of your business. I can take whatever last name I like. Chu Yang said to her in a stiff tone, as if he had been touched by something unhappy. Since crossing into this strange world, Chu Yang's life can be described as walking on thin ice. His luck is actually not bad. He was reincarnated into the old ZHU family. ZHU Yuan's Hang's ZHU. Being born in an imperial family has its pros and cons. You will definitely enjoy endless wealth and splendor, provided that you can survive. The traditions of the ZHU family are not much different from those of the Li family. It is not uncommon for brothers to kill each other. When Chu Yang first crossed over, he still held some unrealistic ideals, so he tried his best to show himself in front of the late emperor, hoping to gain his recognition. In fact, he also achieved his goal. Chu Yang still remembers that at a birthday banquet, the late emperor looked at him and said, Aang is most like me when I was a child. It was just this sentence that made the lively hall almost silent in an instant, and it took a long time for the voices to resume. And that night, Chu Yang slipped and fell into the lake. He was not drowned, but he was almost frozen to death. But compared to the cold lake water, the cold palace made him feel chilled. because the one who pushed Chu Yang into the lake was his brother, who is now the emperor. Then, the previous emperor suddenly died, and Chu Yang immediately turned from a good student into a devil, who was good at eating, drinking, whoring, and gambling. No one in the whole capital dared to mess with him. It was a very old-fashioned way of self-pollution, but it was undoubtedly very effective. He lost the hope of competing for the throne, but at least he survived and lived a good life. The most important thing was that his brother Deng Lindabao also believed that he had become a playboy, no longer regarded him as a thorn in his side, and even trusted him very much. This play has been going on for more than 10 years. Chu Yang felt a little breathless recently, so he followed Guo Furong out to travel the world. Anyway, he had done a lot of outrageous things, and this one was not bad. After leaving the palace, Chu Yang found that this world was very different from what he imagined. He had seen someone cut a river with a sword. He had also seen someone punch the sky with a fist, and a big hole was broken in the sky. Someone flew in the air under the moon, like a banished immortal. What's more terrifying is that he saw a big monster flying across the sky, and then it was beheaded by a peerless strong man with a sword and left. In short, there is something wrong with this world. Chapter 167, Court Structure. Demons Attack. About a few decades ago, a strange change unfolded silently, and then the style of this world became strange. Now there are flying and hiding warriors everywhere. It is difficult to judge the level of military power in this world, but the legend of top warriors breaking the void with force has been heard all the time. It is not uncommon for demons to transform into human forms and mingle among the people in the market. Once they are discovered, they will be arrested by the Divine Detective Division and taken to the heavenly prison, tortured until their souls and bodies are completely destroyed. Chu Yang once encountered a scene where the Divine Detective Division arrested demons, which affected a wide range of people, and there were no less than 10 civilians killed or injured. The Divine Detective Division appeared here, led by Zhu Zhengwo, and there are 4 famous detectives under his command. Although Chu Yang has been pretending to be a dandy for these years, and dared not ask about the outside world for fear that the emperor would be suspicious, he is in the capital after all, and he still knows something about the court. In the current court structure of the Ming Dynasty, apart from the increasingly weak civil service group, there are a total of 6 top forces that truly hold the power of life and death. 2 marquesas and 1 clan. 2 factories and 1 guard. The 2 factories and 1 guard are easy to understand. They are old acquaintances in the history of the Ming Dynasty, namely the East Factory and the West Factory, as well as the Jinai Wei. The supervisor of the East Factory is Kao Zhengchen, the supervisor of the West Factory is Yu Huashan, and the commander of the Jinai Wei is Zheng Dongliu. The Jinai Wei is responsible for inspecting all officials, the East Factory is responsible for inspecting the Jinai Wei, and the West Factory is responsible for inspecting the East Factory. This is a typical nesting doll behavior in the Ming Dynasty's government system. The 3-party check and balance is a situation deliberately created by His Majesty the current emperor. He just likes to watch the people below fight each other. It is a kind of bad taste, and he usually likes to pretend to be a grandson more than Chu Yang. Facing such a scheming emperor, it is fortunate that Chu Yang has good acting skills, otherwise he would have been on the other party's blacklist long ago. Compared with the internal responsibilities of the 2 factories and 1 guard, the 2 marquesas and 1 clan are more external. The 2 marquesas refer to the Zhu Shenhao Zhu Zhengwo mentioned just now, and the Tiden Shenhao Zhu Wuxi who came from the old Zhu family. One is the Shendu Division, and the other is a Huang Villa. The Shendu Division is responsible for capturing demons hiding in the world, while the Huang Villa is responsible for finding out relevant information. It belongs to the intelligence agency. Not only is there no conflict between the 2, but they complement each other. But the problem is that Zhu Shenhao and Tiden Shenhao do not get along, and they can even be said to be political enemies who are fighting to the death. The real conflict of duties with the Shenbu division is the 6 gates of the 2 marquesas and 1 gate. Most of the time, the Shenbu division is responsible for eradicating demons, while the 6 gates are responsible for arresting criminals. You must know that after the great changes in the world, the criminals in the rivers and lakes have become more and more fierce. It's like those super criminals in the movie need superheroes to be successfully arrested. The Six Gates are the Avengers of the Ming Dynasty and are very popular with the people. As the chief arrestor, Jujutsu is a star among stars. In comparison, the Senju division is much more low-key. People are all made of flesh and blood. After a long time, the Divine Detective Department will also envy the treatment of the Six Gates, so from time to time they will cross the line and interfere in the work of the Six Gates, under the pretext of helping their colleagues. The conflict between the two sides started from this, and the 4 famous detectives of the Divine Detective Department and the 4 divine detectives of the Six Gates were often compared by those who were curious. Although the people below were very fierce, Zuge Shenhao and Jujutsu never got angry in the court. Instead, they got along well, because they both knew that it was the emperor who was stirring up trouble in secret. In short, the pattern of 2 marquesas, and 1 gate and 2 factories, and 1 guard is similar. The main point is that a triangle has stability. Chu Yang thinks that if his brother had not become an emperor, he would have been an outstanding mathematician. I don't know if it is because of deliberate blockade. The capital is very close to the news of the outside world. Demons are rampant outside, but there is singing and dancing there, and civil and military officials are indulged in gentleness all day long. If it weren't for this unexpected trip to the rivers and lakes, Chu Yang would probably not know what the situation outside is until he died. After thinking about it for a while, Chu Yang turned around and found that Jujutsu had fallen asleep with tears on her face, as if she was tired of crying. He was not worried about safety issues. There were no bad people in Tongfuan. With the courage of those people, they would not do anything like a black eating black thing. It should be fine when the government comes tomorrow morning. After running around for a day and tossing for half a night, Chu Yang couldn't stand it anymore. His eyelids kept fighting, and he fell asleep with his head tilted. In the lobby, Tong Xiangai and others were discussing the matter of reporting to the police tomorrow. Suddenly, a hurried knock on the door sounded, which scared them. "Zantang, go open the door." Tong Xiangai silently retreated behind everyone. "It's me again." Zantang was frowning. He had been scared by the male and female evil spirits just now. Who knows what it is this time? Complaining is complaining, but he also knows that he is the most skilled martial artist here. If there is really danger, others will be equivalent to delivering food. Zantang trembled as he approached the gate. The past 2 years have been turbulent. In addition to the scum like the male and female evil spirits, there are also demons that bring disaster to the world. With a creak, the door of the inn opened, and a black-robed police chief stood outside the door. He had cunning eyes, and looked like a monkey. "Old Crossing, why are you back again? You scared us." Zantang excitedly pulled Crossing Yuzen in from outside the door. "Old Crossing, aren't you going back to the government office?" Tong Xiangai felt that something was wrong with Old Crossing. Because he was afraid of the male and female evil spirits, he didn't stay, no matter how he begged him, but now he ran back in disgrace. "I'm sorry, Liu Bei and Manager Tong." Old Crossing's forehead was covered with cold sweat. He clasped his hands together and begged, "Please let me stay at Tongfuan tonight. Old Crossing, you are really interesting. You leave your home and come to stay at an inn." Li Dazu smiled foolishly and joked, "Are you pursuing novelty here?" Old Crossing immediately waved his hands. "That's not what I meant." Lu Ziake reminded in a low voice, "As a civil servant, it's not good to mess up. Corruption starts from small things." Old Crossing was so anxious that he was shaking. He said angrily, "What are you talking about? Can you shut up?" Tong Xiangai couldn't help shouting, "Old Crossing, tell us what's going on. Is it not possible?" Old Crossing gritted his teeth and said, "On the way back just now, I always felt that something was following me. I didn't dare to go back alone, so I thought of coming to your place to hide." "Hide?" Tong Xiangai was shocked and cursed. "Crossing Yuzen, you are harming people. What if you really bring dirty things here? What should we do?" "Xiao Betty is still here. She is a child." Old Crossing's face changed several times, red and green, and finally shook his head and sighed. Then, "I'd better go." Tong Xiangai saw him like this, and finally couldn't bear it. "Forget it. Let's squeeze together in the lobby later. There are more people and more fire, and we are not afraid of dirty things." Old Crossing's face was happy. The next second, Bazentang seemed to think of something and shouted in shock, "Oh no, there are two people in the backyard." Chu Yang, who was sleeping in a daze, always felt that someone was licking his face. The wet touch was very real, which reminded him of the top girl Kingayu in Hanxiu Pavilion. What's the matter with a little fishy smell? Miss Kingayu doesn't smell like this from head to toe. Chu Yang suddenly woke up, and what he saw was not Miss Kingayu, but a huge demon that looked like a snake, but not a snake, and a cow, but not a cow, licking him with his tongue, just like licking a stick of want ice cream. Judging from the intoxicated look in the other party's eyes, he must have not eaten for a long time. If it were him, he would be willing to swallow even shit when he was so hungry. No matter what, I smell better than shit. This is the end of me. Chu Yang, who was at the critical moment of life and death, still had the leisure to tease. Even he was a little surprised by his calmness. He thought he would piss his pants out of fear. But then he thought he had enjoyed all the glory and wealth in this life, and it would not be a loss if he died. So what was there to be sad about? I only have one request. Can you brush your teeth before eating? Suddenly, the demon stopped, looked at Chu Yang with a strange look for a while, and then put his head towards Jiuo Furin. Chu Yang's expression finally changed. I wonder if you are sick. With her small body, she is only suitable as a dessert after dinner. You might as well eat me first. As if sensing Chu Yang's eagerness, the demon raised the corner of his mouth and revealed an anthropomorphic playful smile. You are playing tricks on me. Chu Yang realized that the demon was teasing him. The demon really liked the feeling of teasing him, just like a cat teasing a mouse. No matter how Chu Yang scolded, the demon ignored him and licked Jiuo Furing's face with his tongue. Jiuo Furing's body couldn't stop shaking. She had woken up a long time ago, but she was just pretending to sleep for fear of disturbing the demon. She heard every word Chu Yang said just now. Thinking of the trouble she had caused to the demon along the way, she felt extremely ashamed. Brother, we are really going to die here today. Jiuo Furin cried softly. Don't cry. The more you cry, the happier it will be. Even death can't make it happy. Don't let the master's reputation fall. Chu Yang couldn't think of any other way to comfort Jiuo Furin, so he could only say so. He tried desperately to find a way to break the situation, but it was a pity that his martial arts skills were too poor, so everything was in vain. Jiuo Furin gradually stopped crying, and her face became resolute. Senior brother was right. Her father was Jiuo Juxia, and she couldn't bring shame to her father. Having lost the source of happiness, the demon's eyes became fierce, and he opened his mouth wide to bite hard. At this moment, sunflower acupuncture point hand. A white shadow quickly passed in front of the demon, so fast that it couldn't see the movement of the person coming at all. The demon was stunned for a moment, and stood there without moving. Ha ha ha, Liu Bei, you are really good. Zantang, you are so great. Tongxiangayu, Luzia K and others didn't dare to go over, and could only stand in the passage between the lobby and the backyard to cheer. Old Crossing, the head of the black-clothed police, looked at the huge demon, trembling all over, gritted his teeth, and drew his sword and walked over. Bazentang turned his back to the demon and clapped his hands in a lively manner. I haven't made a move for many years, but I didn't expect that my sword is still as good as before. Old Crossing, who was about to walk to Bazentang, suddenly changed his face. Bazentang was startled, and just as he was about to turn around, he suddenly felt as if his waist was hit hard by a heavy object. He lost consciousness instantly and fell to the pile of firewood by the wall. The demon's tail swept again. Old Crossing prepared to block with a knife, but as expected, he was swept away and fell in front of Tongxiangayu and others. Everyone's face was pale, and they all said in their hearts, "It's over." Bazentang, who was knocked unconscious, looked at the demon with a dull look, muttered, "Human acupuncture points don't work on it. I'm so stupid." The demon lowered his head greedily, intending to eat everyone in the yard. Tongxiangayu and others cried bitterly. "I told you to run away, but you guys insisted on coming to the backyard. Now you're done, aren't you?" "Boss, didn't you tell me to come? I came when I told you to. I told you to work hard, but no one paid any attention to me. Why are you being so obedient now?" "Boss, you're being unreasonable. I'm about to die. Why should I talk to you about reason?" Xiang Yu, don't cry. I have something to tell you. Zantang. As the two of them were complaining, they suddenly heard a roar from behind the demon. I told you to eat me first. Don't you even know who the big meal is? This broken inn looks like it's not well managed. The boss and employees are all hungry and skinny. What's there to eat? You are so ignorant. You are also a low-class character among the demons, right? The demon paused, slowly turned around, and stared at Chu Yang. This human had been trying to irritate him, and at this moment, he seemed to have succeeded. I'm sorry, junior sister. I'm going to trick you. After this bastard eats me, I guess you'll be the next one. It's okay, senior brother. I'm not afraid. It's enough to buy time for these people to escape. Chu Yang smiled with relief. Jiuo Furing, who had been clamoring to be a hero all day, finally showed some of the shadow of a hero. When she was dying, the demon opened its mouth and almost swallowed Chu Yang's whole body. Jiuo Furing cried out at the top of her lungs. Seeing Chu Yang's act of sacrificing his life for justice, Bei Zantang and others were shocked and speechless. In an instant, the whole world froze. Soul Palace. Damning Chu Yang opened his eyes, and the demon disappeared from his sight. Only a few strange people were left tinkering with incomprehensible instruments. I told you that this won't work. The two bloodlines are too different and there is no compatibility. What if there is a mutation? We have to try it. What kind of science is gambling on probability? That's metaphysics. It doesn't matter. I'm European. Get out of my laboratory, you non-Africans. After arguing for a long time, they realized that there was an extra person in the palace. Are you okay? You look like you've been frightened. Before you came here, you weren't in a good situation, right? Zashu Chuang smiled and helped Daming Chuang up, jokingly saying, you'll get used to it. Before I came here, I was almost killed by a cursed spirit. The moment they touched, they synchronized. Daming Chuang immediately understood the identities of these people and this mysterious palace. Your world is quite interesting. Zashu Chuang said curiously, what exactly is the so-called demon? It doesn't look like a simple demon. Daming Chuang shook his head and said, I don't know. I haven't seen it many times. I only saw it from a distance before. This is the first time I've seen it up close. It feels disgusting to me, even more disgusting than a cursed spirit. Others also synchronized Daming Chuang's memory one after another, and passed on some experience to him. After a while, Daming Chuang returned to the world. The frozen world moved again. Jiuo Furing was still crying. Tong Xiangai and the others had not left yet. The demon's body suddenly burst into a brilliant light. Under their shocked eyes, it exploded. A thunderous flash of lightning exploded, illuminating the entire backyard of Tongfuin, as if a punishment from heaven had come to the world. Oh my god, why is there thunder? Oh my god, my ears are going to be deafened. Boss, I can't see. Just close your eyes and rest for a while. Where's the demon? It was smashed to pieces by thunder. God is watching over it, and the gods are blessing it. Everyone's face was full of smiles after surviving the disaster, except Jiuo Furing, who rushed towards the remains of the demon like crazy, trying to find Chu Yang from a pile of charred meat. Brother, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have asked you to accompany me to the rivers and lakes. If it weren't for me, you would still be enjoying yourself in the capital at this moment. Jiuo Furing was almost collapsed. She should have let the demon eat her as soon as possible so that her brother would not die. Tong Xiangai slowly approached her. Even though the guys held Tong Xiangai's hand tightly, she was still walking towards Jiuo Furing's position. Li Dazu hurriedly shouted, shopkeeper, stop, they are a pair of male and female demons. Tong Xiangai was furious and said, didn't you see what happened just now? They tried their best to save us, but they are still talking about them as a pair of male and female demons. It's obvious that we misunderstood. Lu Zieke shook his head and said subconsciously, not necessarily. As the saying goes, a dying man speaks well. Shut up. Everyone angrily said. Lu Zieke shrank his neck and quieted down. Tong Xiangai lifted her skirt and ran to Jiuo Furing to help her find Chu Yang in a pile of meat. Seeing this, others also rushed to help. Old Crossing stood aside with a sad face, feeling that the scene was a bit disgusting. The smell of burnt meat alone made him almost vomit. Why is Old Crossing still standing there? Tong Xiangai looked up and looked at him coldly. They saved your life. Don't forget who brought the demons. Okay, stop talking. Old Crossing felt that his conscience was greatly hurt, and he didn't care about being disgusted, and got into the pile of meat and fiddled around. Hey, I'm here. Jiuo Furen was overjoyed when she heard the familiar voice. She rushed over and dug Chu Yang out of a pile of bloody filth. Chu Yang was fine, but he was nauseated. When he returned from the Soul Palace, he had been swallowed by the demon. In a hurry, he activated the most powerful of the 5 spiritual powers, the Thunder Spirit. The explosion in the confined space was fatal to the demon, but it also blew out all the filth in the opponent's body. This almost suffocated Chu Yang to death, and his brain crashed instantly. However, the so-called filth is not something like feces and urine, but a source of power unique to demons, similar to blood, but more important than blood. Normal people who come into contact with it will most likely be transformed into the next demon. Brother, are you feeling uncomfortable anywhere? Jiuo Furen was anxiously touching Chu Yang. If you have any questions, you must tell me. Are you blind? Chu Yang picked at the dirt on his body and cursed angrily. You are in this state, and you still ask me where you feel uncomfortable. Try these things on yourself, and you will know if it is comfortable or not. Jiuo Furen looked aggrieved. She was obviously concerned about Chu Yang with good intentions, but he didn't appreciate it at all. Miss, let your brother take a bath first. If you stay a little longer, he will be drowned. Bazentang reminded kindly while retching. Big mouth. Quickly pour some hot water from the kitchen and rinse this young man first. Ugh. Tong Xiangai vomited as she spoke. Her vomiting was like a chain reaction, and a group of people followed suit. Brother, vomit. You should go first. Vomit. Okay, you should vomit first before talking. Chu Yang shook his head helplessly. Before Lee Dazu could pour hot water, he entered the room first, closed the door, and washed his whole body with the power of water spirit. After a while, he was refreshed inside and out. Well, young man, you can sleep in Dazu's room tonight. Your sister and I will sleep upstairs. Don't worry. Tong Xiangai's voice came from outside the room. Thank you, shopkeeper. No, we should thank you. Then you should go to bed early. After being polite, Tong Xiangai's footsteps became farther and farther away. It was almost dawn, but Chu Yang still chose to take a nap. There was no physical fatigue, but the spirit was tormented. The existence of the Soul Palace also made Chu Yang suffer a great shock at this moment. The chickens raised in the backyard were scared to death by the demon, so Chu Yang didn't hear any crowing the next morning. Instead, there was a rapid knock on the door from the main door of the lobby, which woke Tong Xiangai and others from their sleep. Save your life. Who started knocking on the door so early in the morning? Tang Fuin is closed today. Before I get angry, when I wake up, I advise you to leave quickly. Because Chu Yang occupied Lee Dazu's room yesterday, they slept with Bazentang in the lobby. The knock on the door scared the 3 people. They cursed for a long time until Tong Xiangai stood on the 2nd floor in a light gauze dress, frowning and saying, Zantang, go open the door. Okay. Bazentang immediately shut up and opened the door before he even put on his clothes. A middle-aged man stood outside, wearing an official uniform and a black gauze hat, with a thin figure and sharp eyes. Oh my god. Shopkeeper, County Magistrate Lau is here. Bazentang stepped back in surprise, and when he turned around, Tong Xiangai was no longer on the 2nd floor. County Magistrate Lau walked into the inn with a square step, like a big turtle, and many constables stood behind him. Old Crossing followed County Magistrate Lau into the inn. Hurry up and serve tea to County Magistrate Lau. County Magistrate Lau came here specially to issue a reward order for your Tang Fuin. Old Crossing winked and smiled from ear to ear. His jubilant look showed that he was being rewarded. The demons of the Ming dynasty were rampant, and the divine captured apartment alone was not enough to quell the demon chaos in the world. Therefore, the government encouraged the participation of strange people from the public, and this is how the reward order came into being. As long as the people participated in the extermination of demons, they would have the opportunity to obtain a reward order, which was a symbol of status, and they could win some privileges and make requests to the court. The premise was that they should not go too far, otherwise the reward order might be taken away. When Bazantang heard the reward order, his pupils shrank. This thing could completely allow him to clear his previous criminal record, and from then on, he would appear in front of the world openly. In an instant, the whole person trembled with excitement. Old Bay, calm down. Old Crossing stepped forward and patted Bazantang on the shoulder and laughed in a low voice. It's just a reward order. Look at how you have never seen the world. That's what he said, but when the reward order came down this morning, Old Crossing almost fainted, and he was many times more excited than Bazantang. Chapter 168 The Emperor's Thoughts. In just a short while, LVZK had already poured tea for Magistrate Lau, and his movements were not as swift as usual. Magistrate Lau held Lee Dazu's hand and chatted about family matters. Magistrate Lau was Lee Dazu's uncle, and everyone in Kiksha town knew it, but everyone also knew how much Magistrate Lau looked down on Lee Dazu, so they didn't take it seriously. But today was different. With Magistrate Lau's visit, everyone along the way knew about the extermination of the demon at Tang Fuan. This was no small matter, and it might even affect Magistrate Lau's official career. At this moment, Lee Dazu was no different from Magistrate Lau's nephew. The two chatted happily, like a father and son who had been separated for many years, until Tong Xiangayu appeared and broke the atmosphere. Tong Xiangayu had already changed into decent clothes, and she took Jiuo Furong downstairs, walked up to Magistrate Lau and greeted him. Magistrate Lau finally let go of Lee Dazu's hand and shook Tong Xiangayu's hand instead. Shopkeeper Tong is both handsome and intelligent, and the guys under him are all capable people. Only with talents like you can Kiksha town get better and better. Magistrate Lau began to comfort everyone in a leadership tone, which was considered a part of the process. After saying the polite words, he began to give everyone rewards on behalf of the current emperor. Everyone knelt down. Tong Xiangayu seemed to remember something and said quickly, "There is another person in the backyard." Magistrate Lau was stunned for a moment, nodded and said, "Then you should call him quickly. This is a big deal. If you miss it, you will regret it in this life." Tong Xiangayu was about to get up, but was stopped by Jiuo Furong. She shook her head and said, "Don't waste time. My senior brother won't come. He hates this kind of scene the most, since he was a child. How can this be possible?" Tong Xiangayu said excitedly, "Ordinary people will never come into contact with reward orders in their lifetime. This is a rare opportunity. I have a lot of similar things at home." Jiuo Furong stood up and felt a little bored. She complained, "My father often spanked me with this kind of thing when I was young. I didn't have time to hide it and didn't want it at all." Magistrate Lau was an old official. From Jiuo Furong's demeanor, he could tell that the other party was not lying, so he asked curiously, "Who is your father?" Jiuo Furong generously revealed Jiuo Juksha's name. Anyway, this time of wandering in the world is over, and there is no need to continue to hide it. With the intelligence capabilities of the Six Gates, Jiuo Juksha must have known about what happened last night earlier than Magistrate Lau. Jiuo Furong felt that he might be on his way here. After Jiuo Furong introduced herself, the inn fell into a brief silence, and then there were constant sounds of people sucking in cold air. Even the calm Magistrate Lau couldn't help but change his face. He thought that the other party might have some background, but he didn't expect that the background was so strong. Magistrate Lau's eyes turned, and he laughed loudly. "It's my humble official who is rude. So you are the beloved daughter of Jiuo Juksha. In fact, my humble official has long heard that Jiuo Juksha has a beautiful daughter. When I saw her today, it really lived up to her reputation." Jiuo Furong smiled. She was always happy to be praised. Old Crossing looked at Magistrate Lau as if he was looking at an idol. In just such a short time, he learned the way to get promoted. Compared with Magistrate Lau, his flattery skills are nothing. In such a short time, he can lick the target so comfortably. It can only be said that Magistrate Lau is experienced. "You guys can take this reward order. I'll let it go. I won't feel comfortable taking something from the Divine Constable Department." Jiuo Furong refused again. Thinking of the irreconcilable relationship between the Six Gates and the Divine Constable Department, County Magistrate Lau immediately understood and stopped forcing them and gave the reward order to Tong Xiangayu and the others. At this moment, the few people could be regarded as honoring their ancestors. Not only Baizhen Tang needed this thing, but for Lucia K, with a reward order in hand, even if his imperial examination results were average, he could still become an official and fulfill the high hopes placed on him by his ancestors. At the same time, as Guo Furong expected, Guo Juxia was already on his way to Kiksha town. In addition to him, there were several other people on the way. Such a large-scale mobilization was not for anything else. It was for the Prince Chu Yang. Beijing. In the Forbidden City, the Imperial Study. There were 3 people in the room. The current emperor was sitting at the desk, reading the court report about Chu Yang, and beside him stood 2 powerful eunuchs. Kao Zengchen, the supervisor of the East Factory, and Wei Zongsen, the eunuch in charge of the Imperial Household Department. No matter how unruly he is still a prince who was granted a title when my father was in power, and he is my brother. He can't die unless I let him die. The emperor sitting at the desk was furious and threw the official report in his hand to the ground. A good prince almost died at the hands of a demon. It would be a disgrace to the royal family if he told others about it. How could he not be angry? Wei Zongsen, the eunuch in charge of the Imperial Household Department who was standing beside the emperor, laughed softly and said, "Your Majesty, calm down. His Royal Highness the Zion Wang has always been absurd. Fortunately, the thunder from heaven killed the demon. It's a blessing in disguise." Zion Wang? Humph. The emperor seemed to be touched in a sensitive place. His face suddenly changed, and his eyes were fierce. Back then, my father had not yet appointed a crown prince, but he was eager to make him the Zion Wang. Haha, what a Zion Wang. This was the title my father gave when he was young. This shows what my father meant back then. If it weren't for that acute illness, I don't know what would have happened to me now. Wei Zongsen saw that the emperor was in a bad mood and quickly began to flatter him. "Your Majesty, why bother about the past? The Zion Wang is a waste now and poses no threat to you at all." Kao Zengchen raised his eyebrows, glanced at Wei Zongsen with a dead look in his eyes, and then immediately lowered his head. As a result, the next second, the emperor stared at Wei Zongsen and said coldly, "He is a waste. Then what is I? The emperor's brother? What is the father?" Wei Zongsen saw that the emperor's voice was getting colder and colder, and immediately knelt on the ground and said in extreme panic, "It was my servant who spoke out of turn." The emperor took a deep breath and instantly recovered his usual calmness. "Go down and receive 50 lashes. With your body, you should be able to bear it. Thank you for your grace." Wei Zongsen kowtowed frantically, silently left the imperial study, and went outside to receive the punishment. Seeing his embarrassed appearance, Kao Zengchen sneered. No matter how much the emperor hated, it was his own business. How could it be the turn of a servant to say more? Wei Zongsen was promoted by Kao Zengchen, but after he became the eunuch in charge of the Seligian, he ignored Kao Zengchen and seemed to want to set up his own business. He was regarded as a political enemy by Kao Zengchen. The more mistakes like today, the better Wei Zongsen made. "Kao Zengchen, your servant is here. How do you think my brother's luck is? His Royal Highness is blessed by heaven, but it's a pity that he is in a different situation after entering a gambling house. Haha, the money he has lost since he was a child is enough to open hundreds of gambling houses. Your Majesty should persuade His Royal Highness. Forget it. Eating, drinking, whoring, and gambling are his lifeblood, and it's useless, even if my father comes." At this point, Kao Zengchen's forehead was already covered with cold sweat. He didn't dare to continue, and silently prayed that the topic would just pass. However, after a short silence, the emperor suddenly spoke, and just one sentence made Kao Zengchen's heart beat. "Do you think that demon was really killed by the thunder from heaven?" When Kao Zengchen retreated from the imperial study, his back was already wet. He looked back at the door in fear, and left quickly without looking back. The entire imperial study was like a beast that was choosing its prey. Among all the civil and military officials, only he and Wei Zongsen knew the true nature of the emperor. Even the 2 Marcoses that the emperor relied on the most did not know. Therefore, only when the 2 of them were alone with each other, Kao Zengchen would be so cautious. Most people thought that the emperor was cowardly, soft-hearted, and partial to one side. He was worse than a fence sitter. He supported this one today and that one tomorrow, making the entire court as complicated as a spider web. But no one realized that so many parties fighting each other did not affect the power in the hands of the emperor at all. Kao Zengchen, who returned to the East Factory, still could not get rid of the fear just now. The questions left by the emperor kept echoing in his ears. In fact, he had been responsible for monitoring Chu Yang all these years. Everyone in the capital knew that His Royal Highness the Virtuous King had always been absurd, so what was there to monitor? After a long time, Kao Zengchen was too lazy to waste time on him. Compared with a virtuous king who could not make waves, he had too many important enemies to deal with. For example, Yu Huashan of the West Factory and Zheng Donglyu, the commander of the Jinai Wei, were his mortal enemies. Not to mention that when the previous emperor was alive, he had conflicts with the iron-hearted Marquis of Huronvilla, and he made enemies everywhere. He himself was in danger, so how could he have time to care about a useless person? But at this moment, Kao Zengchen gradually came to his senses. Just now in the Imperial study, the emperor was killing a chicken to scare the monkey. Wei Zongxin was the innocent chicken, and he himself was the target of the emperor's warning. It was because of the matter of the virtuous king. You didn't do the things I ordered you to do well. Today, Wei Zongxin was punished, and tomorrow, you, Kao Zengchen, will lose your head. Thinking of this, Kao Zengchen was sweating profusely, and immediately ordered his servants to find the head of the East Factory. After about a cup of tea, the dusty Kao Shaokin came from outside the house, knelt on one knee, clasped his hands, and saluted Kao Zengchen respectfully. Kao Shaokin's father is Kao Zengchen's elder brother. When there was a famine, the Kao family left the eldest son to carry on the family line and sent the second son to the palace. Unexpectedly, Kao Zengchen was so successful in the palace. Seeing Kao Zengchen's power, the Kao family immediately wanted to curry favor with him, and Kao Zengchen was also a ruthless man, which gave the family a dilemma. If they wanted to make friends, they had to send the only seedling of the Kao family to the palace to accompany them. And this family was also ruthless. Kao Zengchen's eldest brother and father agreed without thinking, so Kao Shaokin entered the palace when he was very young and was brought up by Kao Zengchen to become the big boss of the East Factory today. For this nephew, Kao Zengchen had no reservations and passed on the complete Xiangang boys kung fu to him. Kao Shaokin was gifted and liked to study swordsmanship. He was extremely ruthless and ruthless. With the powerful defense of Xiangang boys kung fu, he had no shortcomings in both offense and defense. There were very few people who could beat him among the two factories and one guard. Ma Jinliang, the head of the Western Factory, is also good at using swords and double swords. The two have often fought overtly and covertly in private, but Kao Shaokin has the upper hand most of the time. I wonder what uncle wants to tell Shaokin? When you go out, you must bring His Royal Highness the Virtuous Prince back to the capital in person. Remember, I said in person. Uncle, why did the Virtuous Prince leave the capital for no reason? I heard that he was deceived by the eldest daughter of the Guo family. That stinky girl keeps shouting that she wants to venture into the world, but her kung fu is not as good as her father's. If it weren't for her father's face, I would have killed her. Uncle, calm down. Our Eastern Factory has already made enemies on all sides. It is unwise to make enemies with Guo Bujing again. Humph. Do you need to say that? Guo is also a smart man. He never makes enemies with anyone. He never shows his emotions. He does whatever the emperor tells him to do. He is really watertight. Uncle once said that honest people are the most terrible when they get angry. Kao Zengchen gave orders for a long time and was about to wave Kao Shaokin away when suddenly an idea flashed through his mind, and he asked, "You said that after so many years, His Royal Highness the Sage King might have hidden something?" Kao Shaokin was stunned for a moment and shook his head decisively. "I have seen His Royal Highness the Sage King practicing martial arts. To be honest, he really has no talent. In addition, His Royal Highness is naturally lazy, and he only practices a few days a month at most. It is a miracle that he can master the Jingteo palm." Hearing this, Kao Zengchen's heart finally fell, and the whole person was no longer tense, and his tone became casual. "Then hurry up. Remember that no matter who obstructs, it can only be the East Factory that takes the Sage King back to the capital." Nephew understands. Ko Shaokin bowed, turned around and left, his cloak fluttering in the wind. When the East Factory moved, the Jinaiwi, as a deadly enemy, also moved, and the actions of the two naturally could not be concealed from the West Factory responsible for supervising them. For a time, the small capital city was full of twists and turns, and became lively. Northern Pacification Division. In the center of the lobby hung a plaque that read "Justice is in the heart of the people." Zheng Dongyu, with his hands behind his back, was staring at the plaque when a captain walked in from outside the door. Commander-in-Chief, Ko Shaokin and Ma Jinliang have already left Beijing. Should we send people there as well? Let Captain Zeduo go to watch the fun. I will go and inform Captain Zeduo right away. Wait. Tell Li Jixio too. Sir. Brother Li is no longer a Jinaiwi now. It's not a good idea to do this. I have the final say on whether Li Jixio is a Jinaiwi or not. Amid Zheng Dongliu's roar, the unlucky captain ran out as fast as if his, but was on fire. Kiksha Town. Chu Yang slept all day and came out of the back room near dusk. A familiar scolding sounded in the lobby. It's okay to act like a fool at other times, but this time you almost killed someone. I tell you, if you are killed by the demon, you deserve to die, but don't implicate other innocent people. The harsh words pierced Jiuo Fureng's heart like a sharp sword. She thought her father would comfort her, but she only heard ridicule and mockery. Jiuo Fureng knelt on the ground and cried softly, and the people around her didn't dare to say a word. The reason why Jiuo Bujing was so angry was because Jiuo Fureng involved Chu Yang. If the virtuous king died in Kiksha Town, it would not be too much for their Jiuo family to be executed. The only thing that made Jiuo Bujing feel relieved was that Jiuo Fureng was willing to sacrifice herself to save others at the last moment. At least she didn't embarrass him. And Chu Yang. He has always looked down on this unlearned and unskillful His Highness the Virtuous King, but after hearing what happened last night, he couldn't help but feel shocked. Just when Jiuo Bujing wanted to teach Jiuo Fureng a lesson, Chu Yang was already standing in the lobby, looking at him with a smile. Jiuo Bujing was about to salute, but when he saw Chu Yang shook his head slightly, he immediately changed his action. Only the experienced Baizhen Tang noticed this scene and was shocked. Oh my god, who is this senior brother of Miss Jiuo? Master, calm down first, and forgive my junior sister. She has behaved very well last night. If we don't punish her well, she will hurt others next time. Let's change the way of punishment. What era is this? We still use corporal punishment. You are right. From today on, I will drive her out of the house. Old Jiuo said the most cruel words in the kindest tone, and directly made Jiuo Fureng lose her household registration. For Jiuo Fureng, this is indeed the top punishment. She looked at Chu Yang with murderous eyes. Chu Yang shrugged, and said with a smile, "You're welcome." Jiuo Fureng cried even louder in an instant. Chu Yang said with relief, "Junior sister seems very touched. I think she understands the master's good intentions. Why don't we let her cry for a while, and go to the second floor to talk?" Old Jiuo nodded, and went upstairs first without even looking at Jiuo Fureng. Chu Yang patted Jiuo Fureng's head. "Don't cry, your father is just trying to scare you, but don't think about going home for a while. Find a place to stay for a while." Jiuo Fureng burst into tears. "I can't go home, where else can I go?" Chu Yang said in surprise, "Aren't you still going to venture into the world?" Jiuo Fureng shook her head quickly. "I don't want to play anymore. The monsters are more terrible than I thought. I will really die in the hands of monsters next time I meet them. The monsters that senior brother Zhu Feng and the others told me about before are not that terrible. They are either foxes or dogs, or cats." Chu Yang said helplessly, "Then just find a place to stay. This sin is good. We are all in the same boat." "Yes, yes." Tong Xiangai took Jiuo Fureng's hand and comforted her. "Don't be afraid, just stay here. When your father calms down, you can go back." "Thank you, shopkeeper." Jiuo Fureng burst into tears, feeling the concern. Chu Yang shook his head, and turned to go upstairs. After he left, Baizhen Tang sneaked up to Jiuo Fureng and asked cautiously, "Xiao Jiuo, who is your senior brother?" Jiuo Fureng glanced at him with red eyes, and replied in confusion, "I don't know. Why are you asking this?" Baizhen Tang, who didn't get an answer, laughed dryly, "Just asking casually. I feel that your father respects him very much." Oh, Zentang, what nonsense are you talking about? Tong Xiangai stared at him with a reproachful look. He is a master. How can a master in the world treat his disciples with respect? Bei Zantang kept apologizing. Jiuo Furong thought this man was a bit strange, but on second thought, she did have this feeling on weekdays. On the other side, Jiuo Bujing had already knelt on one knee in the room, and Chu Yang couldn't get up, no matter how he pulled him. My daughter deserves death. She put the prince in a dangerous situation. I'm ashamed of my life. Okay, the prince is fine. Let's just forget about it. You can ask those people to make a unified statement and remove Furong from this matter later. How can this be done? According to the laws of the Ming Dynasty, she should be sentenced. Don't whine. Am I the prince, or are you the prince? Do I need you to teach me how to do things? Just give me a slope and get off quickly. If it weren't for this trip, Chu Yang didn't know when he could enter the Soul Palace. It was a blessing in disguise. Besides, Chu Yang didn't believe that Jiuo Bujing was really playing the trick of self-torture here to send his daughter to prison. They were all 1,000-year-old foxes. What was the point of playing strange stories from a Chinese studio? Thank you, Your Highness. Old Jiuo stood up with a grateful face. You are the only one in the whole capital who respects a fool like me. Chu Yang shook his head and laughed. The conversation was basically over here. Even old Jiuo, who was the chief constable of the Six Gates and the instructor of the Imperial Army, didn't dare to continue. Your Majesty is very worried about the prince's accident. The East Factory, which is responsible for the prince's safety, will inevitably be scolded. I'm worried that Kao Zhengchen will take it out on the prince, so I came to pick him up in person. Lao Jiuo's worries are not unreasonable. The emperor only cares that Chu Yang's death outside will lose the face of the royal family and may affect his own reputation. As for whether Chu Yang is missing arms and legs or was assassinated on the road and beaten into dementia, the emperor doesn't care. He put so much pressure on Kao Zhengchen, and he may have deliberately used Kao Zhengchen to make Chu Yang suffer. Your words are quite nice. Rather than being responsible for my safety, it's better to say that they monitor me. Without the East Factory's diligence for so many years, the one sitting on the dragon throne probably wouldn't even be able to eat. After all, in our ZHU family, brothers turning against each other and uncles bullying nephews are all commonplace. Chu Yang laughed, his expression amused. Old Jiuo's scalp tingled when he heard this. The wise king in front of him seemed like a different person. He would never say such words in the past. Being cautious in words and actions was his normal state. It is said that people's temperaments will change drastically after encountering a life and death crisis. Seeing it today, it is indeed true. Old Jiuo tactfully reminded Chu Yang to be careful with his words. If he continued to say so, he would have to slip away. Please make a trip, but there is no need to pick me up and take me back to Beijing. I have finally come out. I want to walk around and meet some friends before going back. Chu Yang politely rejected old Jiuo's kindness. I'm afraid it's not up to you, Your Highness. The people from the East Factory are probably on the way. They will arrive at Kiksha town soon. By then, they will not be as easy to talk to as I am. Old Jiuo spoke softly, trying to make himself look a little more kind. Then wait for them to come. I'll explain it to them, and then we'll set off. Chu Yang sat down calmly, picked up the empty teapot on the table and shook it, and said with a smile, Master, please help me pour a cup of tea, Your Highness. Lao Jiuo felt that Chu Yang couldn't tell the difference between the important and the unimportant, so he grabbed his arm and wanted to take him away. Chu Yang was not pulled up by him as expected, but the force from his hand was heavy, making him feel like he was holding a huge stone weighing 10,000 pounds. Lao Jiuo usually practiced lifting stone blocks weighing 10,000 pounds and was very familiar with the weight, so he immediately began to wonder. Your Highness? Lao Jiuo didn't believe it and tried his best to pull Chu Yang up until his arms were bulging with veins, his face turned red, and he burst out with more than 10,000 pounds of strength. The other party still didn't react at all. Go get me a pot of tea. Chu Yang looked at him with a smile. Lao Jiuo suddenly seemed to have encountered something extremely terrifying, and his steps kept retreating, with an unbelievable look on his face. The demon, was it killed by the prince? Yes. The room fell into a brief silence. Leo Guo took a deep breath and shook his head. I don't believe that a person's martial arts talent can change so much in a short period of time. The current situation can only mean that you have been forbearing for a long time. Chu Yang pondered for a while and found that it was indeed the case from the perspective of others. His behavior even had the flavor of a traitor, and he couldn't help but feel helpless. Sure enough, the next second, Leo Guo said in a firm tone, "It is impossible for me to rebel against the prince. You should give up this idea. Ask for monthly tickets at the beginning of the month." Dears. Chapter 169 Stormy Waves. Here's to you. You may not believe me, but I really have no intention of rebelling. Chu Yang felt that he had been misunderstood. He was not interested in the throne. I would believe it, but your majesty would not. Your highness should be careful. Leo Guo looked at Chu Yang deeply. The feelings they had for many years told him that Chu Yang was not lying. However, there was an indisputable fact in front of him. Chu Yang could not decide whether to rebel or not. The person who could really decide whether Chu Yang would rebel was the emperor. If the emperor thought he might rebel, then he would definitely rebel. He has already sat in the highest position, holding the power of life and death in the world. He should not be so magnanimous. If that is the case, then he is not worthy of sitting in that position. It is better for him to abdicate early and let others take over. A sneer appeared on Chu Yang's lips. Although everyone was acting, the emperor had been good to him over the years. At least he had no shortage of wealth and glory. It was considered as giving him a chance. If he did not cherish it, then Chu Yang would naturally not be polite. Moreover, the throne was really worthless in his eyes. A billionaire can't fight with a beggar on the street for $100, right? Old Guo was speechless, or he didn't dare to respond at all. He felt that the air became more and more oppressive. He even hoped that the people from the East Factory would come quickly and divert the prince's firepower to them. After all, it would be better for me to die than for my friend to die. Seeing that it was like sitting on wax with old Guo, and it was a bit strange for two grown men to stay in the room all the time, Chu Yang walked out of the room first. Old Guo's heart was finally at ease. At this time, a group of people were sitting in the lobby and talking about something. Guo Fureng's mood seemed to have stabilized. She had decided to stay in Tongfuin for a while. Chu Yang asked with a smile, "Boss, can you make something to eat? I haven't eaten for a day, and I'm a little hungry now." Tong Xiangai quickly stood up and said attentively, "Hero Chu, wait a moment, I'll let Dazu make you food." Chu Yang nodded, "Please make more, my master will also stay for a meal before leaving." Tong Xiangai smiled and agreed, and asked Li Dazu to go to the kitchen to work, but he didn't see Beizentang sweating and feeling uncomfortable. Although he had a reward order in hand, he could theoretically forgive the past, but Beizentang was still subconsciously scared when he saw Leo Guo. The title of the chief constable of the Six Gates is the nightmare of every criminal. Guo Fureng asked in a low voice, "Brother, are you going back with my father?" Chu Yang shook his head and said, "I plan to meet some friends, but I have to meet a few more people before I leave, and talk to them before leaving." Guo Fureng asked curiously, "Are there any more people coming? Could it be Brother Zhu Feng and the others? Your brothers all have important things to do, unlike you who are idle all day long, and have nothing to do, except getting into trouble." Old Guo walked down from the second floor slowly with a cold face. Guo Fureng was like a mouse seeing a cat, trembling with fear, and dared not say a word. In fact, Chu Yang could see what old Guo meant. If Guo Fureng went back to Beijing with him, she would definitely be used to make a fuss. Being punished was a small matter, but I was afraid that someone would hold on to it. Instead of being caught by others, it would be better to let Guo Fureng stay outside. Anyway, as long as she didn't go back to Beijing, no one would dare to do anything to her. I just don't know if Guo Fureng, who is so stupid, can understand old Guo's good intentions in the future. After a moment, Li Dazu brought a few hot dishes to the table. Chu Yang and Leo Guo sat down. The two drank and ate while waiting for the East Factory to come. Beizentang, who was in charge of serving, could not avoid contact with Leo Guo. Perhaps because of the fear in his heart, he had already smashed 7 or 8 plates and teacups in a short while. Tong Xiangai was so distressed that she almost fainted. she said in a crying voice. My white marble teacup. What's wrong with you today, Zentang? You look like you have lost your soul. Bei Zentang's face was pale, and he was speechless. Seeing him like this, Tong Xiangai's face changed immediately, and asked with concern, Zentang, are you feeling unwell? Do you want to see a doctor? Boss, I'm fine. I'll just go back to the room and rest for a while. Bei Zentang waved his hand, eager to leave the lobby. Old Guo, who had long noticed that something was wrong with Bei Zentang, frowned and shouted, wait. Bei Zentang suddenly shuddered, turned around and asked stiffly, Guo Juxia, do you have anything to tell me? Old Guo stared at Bei Zentang without saying a word. The terrifying aura made Bei Zentang feel like he was suffocating, and he subconsciously did not dare to look at old Guo. With just this one action, old Guo could be sure that Bei Zentang in front of him was definitely a criminal. Just as he was about to take action, his shoulder was suddenly pressed down by someone. Master, please forgive him when you can. Chu Yang said with a smile. He just got a reward order. Even if he had an ignoble past, it can be written off now. Am I right, Senior Thief Saint? Thief Saint Bei Yutang has been famous for many years, and Chu Yang calling him a senior is not a joke. However, this sentence, Senior Thief Saint, became the last straw that broke Bei Zentang's psychological defense line. He sat on the ground with his buttocks, his whole body limp, breathing in the air, as if he was drowning. There were no other guests in the inn, and this sentence only fell into the ears of Tong Xiangaiyu and others. Combined with Bei Zentang's reaction, they had to believe what Chu Yang said. Everyone looked at Bei Zentang with strange eyes. Thief Saint, or thief who can be compared with Chu Xiang lives next to them. Oh, so you are the Thief Saint Bei Yutang. Why did you choose such a path at such a young age? Lao Guo's expression eased a little. Unlike other criminals, Bei Zentang's life experience is quite special. Although his mother Bei Kiping is also a famous thief in the world, she is secretly the Hook of the Six Gates, that is, an undercover, responsible for transmitting intelligence about the underworld, its infernal affairs. Seriously speaking, Bei Zentang can be regarded as one of his own, so in Lao Guo's eyes, he still needs to be treated differently. Guo Juxia, spare me, I haven't stolen many things in all these years since I debuted, and it was all others who framed me. Bei Zentang burst into tears, and snot, fearing that the famous Guo Juxia would arrest him and put him in jail and have his limbs cut off like his mother. Old Guo looked at him with amusement, and the current Thief Saint White Jade Soup was completely different from what he imagined. I know, get up quickly, what are you afraid of with a reward in hand? That thing is more than enough to erase your criminal record. Having a good meal made Bei Zentang cry so much that he even lost his appetite, and Chu Yang put down his chopsticks helplessly. Boom. The main door of the lobby suddenly exploded. Two figures attacked Chu Yang from the left and right, as if they were fighting for him as a treasure. How dare you? Seeing this, old Guo was furious, stood up and blocked Chu Yang, and slapped the newcomer in the face with two palms. In an instant, the air was shaking and buzzing. Shocking waves. Why is the shocking wave palm called the shocking wave palm? It was because of the palm strike. The palm power gathered to the peak, like a huge wave. In terms of strength, the Jintao palm is second to none in the world, and no one dares to say it is the first. Lao Guo slapped his palm, and the terrifying power directly forced the two people back, forcing them out of the inn again, and then he rushed out. Tong Xiangaiyu, Lu Ziake and others hid under the counter as quickly as possible, trembling. Oh my god, it's so noisy every day, how can we live? Oh my golden Wador. Tong Xiangaiyu's wailing voice was resentful and gentle, and at first glance there was a tune in it. Boss, didn't you choose this store at the Shibalipu scrap market? Li Dazu looked confused. What do you care about me? I said it is golden wood, so it is golden wood. If you talk back, I will deduct your wages. Tong Xiangaiyu was anxious, and she was no longer weak as before. She looked like she was going to eat people. Bei Zentang was trembling with fear and wanted to go to Tong Xiangaiyu and the others, but was suddenly stopped by Chu Yang with a smile, saying, the food and wine have been spilled. Please help me get a pot of wine, Senior Thief Saint. Someone came to the door, and you still have the mind to drink? Although he complained, Bazentang knew that he couldn't afford to offend the person in front of him, so he ran to the kitchen and got a pot of wine. Chu Yang picked up the wine pot and drank it by himself, watching Lao Guo teach the two guys who didn't know the rules outside the door with a smile. In Bazentang's view, this scene made him more certain that Chu Yang's identity was not ordinary. There was no master-disciple relationship between him and Guo Juxia. It was better to say that they were the master and the thugs. Thinking of this, Bazentang was suddenly shocked. There are not many people in the world who can use the head of the six gates as a thug. Brother, who are those two outside? Seeing Lao Guo fighting with others, Guo Furong was not worried at all because she had absolute confidence in Lao Guo. How could a few cats and dogs hurt the world's #1 head of the police? Looking at their clothes, they should be from the East Factory and the West Factory. The situation is quite interesting. I thought only the East Factory would come. Chu Yang smacked his lips. His eyes were playful, and he looked like he was watching the fun. So it's that bunch of eunuchs. They are used to bullying people on weekdays, and today they provoke us. It's really unreasonable. Guo Furong was furious. If it were any other time, she would have rushed up long ago, but now she has not yet walked out of the shadow of the demon, and it is a bit difficult to use her power. From the signs of the attack just now, Bazentang felt that the people from the two guards were obviously coming for Chu Yang, and it had nothing to do with bullying people on the market. Chu Yang, who was calm and composed, was only concerned with drinking, and seemed to not care about the situation outside at all, which made Bazentang feel uneasy. On the other side, Kao Shaokin and Ma Jinlian were also speechless. They never dreamed that Guo Bujing, the chief constable of the Six Gates, would appear here. After several rounds, Lao Guo's powerful palm force had smashed their swords into pieces. You should know that they were not ordinary swords. The worst material for the sword was fine steel. Master Guo, calm down. I didn't know you were in there. I didn't mean to offend you. Kao Shaokin gritted his teeth and fought Lao Guo hard. He immediately felt his internal organs churning. He took the opportunity to retreat and hurriedly explained. Ma Jinlian was the same. He held the bear hilt in his hand and didn't listen to the explanation. You don't know I'm here, don't you know that the prince is in there? Kao Lao Gao and you Lao Gao are so brave that you treat the prince like this. Two traitorous bastards. Lao Guo sneered in anger, and his eyes gradually showed murderous intent. I thought that, no matter how unreasonable the two factories were, they would maintain the most basic etiquette to the prince, but these two people dared to attack the prince directly in front of him. Kao Shaokin and Ma Jinlian were also speechless at this moment. Their actions just now were not specifically aimed at the virtuous king. In order to compete with each other, they had fought several times on the road before coming here, and forgot to stop for a while. Now it would be wrong to say anything. The two looked at each other and knelt down on the street at the same time, bowing to Chu Yang in the inn, and said loudly, I deserve to die. Please forgive me, King Zan. Old Guo, who was angry, forgot that Chu Yang had asked him to keep it secret before, and with Kao Shaokin and Ma Jinlian's loud voices, everyone on the street knew Chu Yang's true identity. Chu Yang seemed not to hear it. He licked the spout of the pot, swallowed the last drop of wine into his stomach, and smiled contentedly. Guo Furong, who was sitting next to him, was already dumbfounded. Since she was a child, she had guessed that Chu Yang might be the son of a high-ranking official, but she didn't expect that he would be the infamous King Zan. Although senior brother was a bit weird and lived a bit extravagantly, he was not comparable to the room at His Royal Highness the King Zan. That guy was a well-known bad guy in the capital. How should I face my senior brother in the future? Chu Yang could roughly guess what Guo Furong was thinking by glancing at her expression, and couldn't help laughing. Is my reputation really that bad? Even you want to draw a line between me and you? No way. Don't talk nonsense. I don't think so. Guo Furong's face flushed, and she immediately denied 3 times. Chu Yang said nonchalantly, what's wrong with admitting this? I know better than anyone how outrageous I am. The uneasy Tong Xiang guide came over with the others and knelt on the ground without saying a word and shouted in a long voice, the common woman greets the prince. Bazentang's legs softened and he knelt on the ground as well. Seeing the people kneeling in the room, and 2 more kneeling outside the door, Chu Yang didn't feel happy at all. Get up, I don't like seeing people kneeling. Hearing this, Tong Xiangai quickly stood up with the others, but didn't know what to say. Just when everyone was in a dilemma, Chu Yang suddenly looked at the street outside the door and said coldly, "You two continue to kneel." Ko Shaokin and Ma Jinliang, who had already stood up, were stunned for a moment, and knelt down again with an embarrassed look. When they lowered their heads, murderous intent flashed in their eyes at the same time. "You are just a useless prince. When you lose the emperor's favor, you humiliated me today, and I will repay you 100-fold in the future." Then, the two secretly exchanged glances. In order to retaliate, they decided to cooperate. Ko Shaokin clasped his fists and said, "The governor has ordered us to escort the prince back to Beijing. Please don't embarrass us, my prince." Ma Jinliang said in a hoarse voice, "This is also the emperor's intention. The prince, please go back with us." This remark was also to remind Lao Jiuo not to interfere recklessly and not to openly defy the emperor's wishes. Lao Jiuo frowned and looked at Chu Yang. Chu Yang's eyes swept over the two people coldly, and he flicked his fingers. The invisible sword energy slashed out. After 2 puffs, Ko Shaokin and Ma Jinliang each lost an arm in public. The two of them didn't have time to cry out in pain, and stared at Chu Yang in shock and anger. "Tell the one in the capital that I don't want to go back for the time being, and I don't have any ideas about his throne. Just be his emperor, and don't interfere with each other." Are Ko Shaokin and Ma Jinliang weak? As the big bosses of the 2 factories and the future supervisors of the 2 factories, their strength is not much different from the leaders of the major sects in the world. It can even be said that except for the leaders of a few top sects, they can suppress most of the top masters in the world. The same is true for the court. Among the 2 Marcoses and 1 family, the 2 factories and 1 guard, except for their respective bosses who can suppress them, the mainstays of their so-called 4 secret agents, 4 famous detectives, and 4 divine detectives, the odds of winning against them are only 50 to 50 at most. These 2 people who are rare opponents in the world, had their arms cut off easily, and they had no power to fight back. There was only horror in Lao Jiuo's eyes. If it were him, it would not be difficult to defeat Ko Shaokin and Ma Jinliang, but it would be impossible to cripple 2 people so easily. The same could not be said for those who were equally powerful as him. This shows a gap between him and Chu Yang. The strength of the prince is unfathomable. Your Majesty, if you know about this, you will probably have trouble sleeping and eating in the future. I don't know what kind of bloody storm will come to the Ming dynasty. As the most beloved prince of the previous emperor, although he is now unrestrained, he is still different from others. Chu Yang kept saying that he didn't care about the throne, but there was already a lot of disrespect in his words. What scared Lao Jiuo even more was that he had such strength, but he had injured it quietly until today. After a while, Chu Yang walked out of the door with a wine pot. In the aftermath of the battle just now, the street outside the door had been beaten to pieces. It's not that Lao Jiuo is not restrained enough, but the destructive power of warriors is so terrifying now. If he really lets go and fights, he can even destroy the entire Qixia town. Ko Shaokin and Ma Jinliang each held their broken arms and knelt in the ruins. After they came to their senses, they immediately retracted their gazes, not daring to look at Chu Yang who had walked in front of them, and lowered their heads with ferocious expressions. Chu Yang said leisurely, "I still like your unruly look before." Hearing this, the 2 of them began to kowtow at the same time, banging the ground. "I deserve to die for offending the prince. Please spare my life, your majesty. Please forgive me, your majesty." Chu Yang smiled kindly. "You 2 have a reputation from the court to the rivers and lakes, and you can stop children from crying at night. You are also a person of character. How about this? You take my move again. Whoever survives, this matter will be exposed. It can be regarded as the last bit of dignity I give you." Ko Shaokin did not answer, but kowtowed continuously, and the blood had soaked the stone slab under his knees. Ma Jinliang did the same. They didn't even know how their arms were broken. They only felt a terrifying sword energy brushing past them. Facing such an enemy, there was no suspense about the outcome. Even when facing their respective supervisors, neither of them had been so scared. It's disappointing. How did you get to this position as a big boss? Those Jianghu gangsters you look down on are more courageous than you. Chu Yang waved his hand with contempt and said, "Get lost." The two men were, as if they had been pardoned. They walked in the air holding their broken arms and soon disappeared. With their strong blood, if they could reconnect their arms within a day, there would basically be no big impact. Looking at the two people leaving, Lao Jiuo was about to speak, but was stopped by Chu Yang. He looked at the dark place in the alley and said indifferently, "If you hide there and watch the show, you won't be able to keep your arms." Immediately, two people walked out of the dark alley. One of them looked sloppy like a beggar, and he smelled of alcohol, and looked a little decadent. The other one wore a flying fish suit, and had two small mustaches. His face was resolute. The two men standing together were like one bright and one dark, with a very strong contrast. Chu Yang looked at them with interest. "Li Jixio? Zeduo Xiang? Why are you here?" Old Jiuo seemed to know these two people, and his tone became much friendlier, not as bad as when he was facing Kao Shaokin and Ma Jinliang. Zeduo Xiang, who had a mustache, clasped his fists and said, "Master Jiuo, Master Zeng sent us here." He was worried that the two eunuchs would be disrespectful to the prince. Li Jixio took a sip from the wine gourd at his waist, sat down on the ground, his eyes blurred, as if he didn't care about anything. Seeing his decadent appearance, Lao Jiuo couldn't help but shake his head in disappointment. As a direct disciple of Zheng Donglyu, Li Jixio was once the most dazzling person in Jinaiwei, and his strength was even above Kao Shaokin and Ma Jinliang. But an incident in the past ruined him into what he is now. A few years ago, the emperor went on a private visit to understand the people's sentiments. He happened to pass by the small wine shop run by Li Jixio's wife Jing Ruai, and fell in love with the beautiful Jing Ruai while resting. After knowing that Jing Ruai had started a family, the emperor sat in the small wine shop for a long time before leaving. The regret in the emperor's eyes fell into the eyes of the treacherous minister Yan Song. In order to please the emperor, Jing Ruai was kidnapped by Yan Song's men afterwards, and at that time, Li Jixio was on a mission outside. Before sending people to the emperor's bed, Jing Ruai bit her tongue and committed suicide in Yan Song's house to protect her innocence, and then was thrown into the wilderness by Yan Song. When Li Jixio found Jing Ruai's body, it had been eaten by wild beasts in the mountains. Li Jixio, who was almost insane, rushed into the Jinluan palace with a knife, regardless of Zheng Dongliu's attempt to stop him, ready to kill Yan Song to avenge his wife, but was caught on the spot by the two divine Marcoses. The emperor was furious. Even though he later knew the whole story, he still couldn't suppress his anger, because Li Jixio offended his majesty, which was what he valued most. Therefore, he not only did not punish Yan Song, but also put Li Jixio in the imperial prison. If Zheng Dongliu hadn't risked his life to save Li Jixio, and the emperor had sympathized with his years of loyalty, Li Jixio would have been beheaded long ago. Li Jixio, who was tortured in the imperial prison, was left with a body of hidden diseases, and his skills were only 1/10 of what they had left. He became a veritable useless person. He and Chu Yang were called the two biggest wastes in the capital in rumors. The two also became friends because of this, often hanging out in the wine shop, and also met another bitch with 4 eyebrows. Thanks to Li Jixio, the emperor's concern for Chu Yang dropped rapidly during that period, allowing him to gain a lot of freedom. As for Zeduo Xiang, who was traveling with Li Jixio, he was quite famous in the market. He loved to kill demons and monsters, and his ability was not inferior to the 4 famous detectives of the Divine Detective Department. Zeduo Kaian, who was his job title, and also his nickname in the martial arts world. Ordinary monsters would turn around and run away when they heard this name, just like seeing the King of Hell. Zhu Shenhao had asked Zheng Dongliu for Zeduo Kaianhu more than once, intending to turn the 4 famous detectives into 5 famous detectives, but Zheng Dongliu refused. Without Li Jixio, Jinaiwei would lose Zeduo Kaianhu again, and Zheng Dongliu would be unable to support himself. Zhu Zhengwo always admired Zheng Dongliu's character, so he didn't want to make things difficult for him, and could only regard this as a regret in his heart. Chu Yang carried the wine pot, ignored the surprised eyes of others, sat next to Li Jixio, and toasted him. Li Jixio smiled knowingly, and toasted him back. The two sat on the ground like this, drinking happily and laughing up to the sky. A useless person toasts a useless person. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 170, Swords and Sabers. News about Li Zunhun. Your Majesty is so glorious today. If I had known you were so capable, we wouldn't have been chased and beaten when we went to steal wine. It's only natural to be beaten for stealing wine. You want to beat the owner, isn't that rude and immoral? You have to have one or the other. Your Majesty is right. With that, we have to clink glasses. I'll drink as much as you want, but after you finish, you have to accompany me on the road. Where are we going? To play. I've been holding it in for more than 20 years. I finally broke free from the cage. I have to make up for the losses over the years. Where are the losses? You've been eating, drinking, whoring, and gambling all these years. You've almost had too much fun. I'm so envious of you. Chu Yang tapped his chest with his hand. Freedom. Li Jixio was silent for a long time, then smiled bitterly. Your Highness, I'm a useless person. No matter where I go, I will only hinder you. Chu Yang smiled. It was like that before, but not now. In Li Jixio's surprised eyes, Chu Yang stretched out his fingers and pointed at his Renandu meridians and used the vast true essence to open the gate of heaven for him again, but the process would be very painful. His meridians were filled with countless tiny cracks, and the flow of true essence was equivalent to tearing his wounds again. Li Jixio kept groaning. His face turned pale, and beads of sweat slid down his temples. Then, Chu Yang stuffed 2 blood bodhisattvas into his mouth, and then used pure vitality to repair the meridians. Under the action of the two, Li Jixio's hidden illness and old injuries were being healed quickly. Your Highness, are you healing Jixio? Absolutely not, Your Highness. Jixio's meridians are like broken porcelain, and they can't withstand any twists and turns. In the past, Lord Zeng had already invited a miracle doctor, but he still couldn't cure him. Zeduo Kaianho was a little excited, and just as he was about to step forward, he was stopped by Lao Guo. Old Guo shook his head. Be patient, the prince knows his limits. How could a man who could carefully lie dormant under the emperor's nose for so many years be a reckless man? Not long after, Li Jixio's complexion gradually became rosy, and his withered body gradually showed the shadow of the past. When he opened his eyes again, Li Jixio's aura was like a sword drawn from its sheath, with its edge exposed, and there was no trace of decadence in his eyes. Li Jixio thanks the prince for his great kindness, and is willing to follow him to death. Li Jixio turned over, and knelt on the ground. He was about to kowtow, but found that he couldn't do it. A breeze was under his forehead. Prince? Chu Yang pulled him up, patted the dust off his body, and said with a smile, you and I met in times of trouble. We are friends and confidants, so let's not do this. After the injury is healed, you still have to start over to cultivate your true essence. My few blood bodhisattvas can't make up for your loss. Don't be anxious about some things, you need to think about it in the long run. Li Jixio understood Chu Yang's intentions. He just wanted to calm himself down and think about how to avenge Jing Ruai. With their friendship, as long as Li Jixio made a request, Chu Yang could fly to the capital and kill Yan Song in a moment. But for Li Jixio, how could the revenge for his deceased wife be done by someone else? If he couldn't chop off the head of the old dog Yan Song with his own hands, Li Jixio would probably die with difficulty. Old Guo watched the whole process of Chu Yang subduing Li Jixio. His eyelids jumped suddenly, and the scene of His Royal Highness the Virtuous King rebelling immediately flashed in his mind. His scalp couldn't help but numb. Captain Zeduo didn't think too much. He just laughed and hugged Li Jixio, feeling really happy for this good brother. Li Jixio also patted his shoulder. I have to trouble brother Zeduo to go back and tell master for me. Captain Zeduo nodded. Lord Zeng will be happy if he knows, or you should tell him in person. Li Jixio was silent for a moment, then said, Brother Zeduo, times have changed. I can't go back to Jinaiwei, and my life belongs to the prince from today. The smile on Captain Zeduo's face disappeared, leaving only a long sigh. Lee Jixio was right. As long as Yansong was still alive, he would not be able to go back to Jinaiwei. Otherwise he would bring endless troubles to Zhengdangyo and even arouse the emperor's hostility. The power of Jinaiwei came entirely from the emperor's trust. If he lost this trust, the commander would be close to death. I met friends today and beat 2 dogs. I'm in a good mood. If you want to drink, I'll treat you. If you don't want to drink, leave quickly. Chu Yang stretched and walked into Tang Fuan. He didn't forget to turn back and remind him, remember to clean up other people's land before you leave. Leo Guo nodded expressionlessly and took Zeduo Kaianhu to the government office of Kiksha Town. The most important thing now is to block the news about Chu Yang. For the stability of the Ming dynasty, the virtuous king must still be the virtuous king before. As for the reaction of the emperor, that is another matter. To lock the news in Kiksha Town, you have to communicate with County Magistrate Lau first, and then call a group of Jinaiwei to deal with it. This kind of thing is their strong point. It's nothing more than scaring the merchants and people, and putting the embroidered spring knife on their necks. They will soon forget what happened today, and never think about it again in their lives. Lee Jixio went to the second floor to take a shower. When he came out, he looked like a different person. He was originally a handsome man with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. The vicissitudes of life over the years made him more mature, which made Tong Xiangyu and Jiuo Fureng's eyes full of peach blossoms. I don't know whether it was because he was feasting his eyes or because he wanted to curry favor with the Prince Chu Yang. The stingy shopkeeper Tong asked Li Dazu to prepare a large table of delicious dishes, which the two of them could not finish. In the end, everyone sat at a table drinking and having fun. With the alcohol to boost their courage, they gradually became familiar with Chu Yang. It was late at night. Ko Shaokin rushed back to the capital with his broken arm in his arms, bringing bad news to Ko Zengchen, who was full of expectations. A bad news that could make him confiscate his family and exterminate his clan. The emperor asked him to monitor the virtuous king for so many years, and he actually became a peerless master under his nose. How should he report this? Should he report with his own head? He had just promised His Majesty the Emperor that the virtuous king's qualifications in martial arts were terrible. Thinking of this, Ko Zengchen felt his eyes go dark, and he had a premonition of imminent death. The next second, Ko Shaokin on the side spoke up. Uncle, why don't we push this matter onto Jiuo Bujing to divert His Majesty's attention? Jiuo Bujing is the master of the virtuous king. He can't be unaware of the virtuous king's details. I think he is intentionally helping the virtuous king to conceal it. With Jiuo Bujing's help, it is understandable that our East factory was kept in the dark, isn't it? Moreover, it was Jiuo Fureng who instigated the virtuous king to leave Beijing this time. Hearing this, Ko Zengchen's eyes lit up, and he felt as if he was alive again. Okay, let's do as you say. Follow me into the palace immediately, and we must get ahead of Yu Huashan. No matter how fast he hurried, Ko Zengchen was still a step behind. When he entered the palace, Yu Huashan was already standing in the emperor's study, and even Wei Zongxin was one step faster than him. The two had no expression on their faces, but a hint of sarcasm flashed in their eyes. The emperor was playing with the trinkets that the vassal states had paid tribute to him, and he paid no attention to Ko Zengchen in front of him. Ko Zengchen felt bad when he saw this and cursed the two bitches in his heart. Without thinking, he knelt on the ground and cried, "Your Majesty, you have to make a decision for me." Ko Zengchen's head was banging, and he cried with snot and tears, which made those who heard it sad and those who saw it cried. His commotion made Yu Huashan and Wei Zongxin, and even the emperor was stunned. Oh, who made Ko Dusu so wronged? The emperor put away his indifferent face and asked with interest. Jiuo Bujing, the chief constable of the Six Gates. He colluded with the virtuous king to deceive the superiors and the subordinates, and deceived the East factory, and secretly trained the virtuous king into a master. Your Majesty, Jiuo Bujing is a culprit. Ko Zengchen followed the plan discussed with Ko Shaokin, and began to cry to the emperor. Whether the emperor believed it or not, he would get rid of his responsibility first. Yu Huashan and Wei Zongxin looked at each other, and both of them showed contempt on their faces. What a good old dog Ko. He really knows how to bite people. Everyone in the world knows that Guo disrespects the title of the greatest hero, and anyone could rebel, except him. But the virtuous king is the thorn in the emperor's heart. With his suspicious character, even if he doesn't believe Ko Zenchen's words, he will definitely be afraid in his heart. You said that the East Factory doesn't know the martial arts foundation of the virtuous king, and it's Guo King who is obstructing it? The emperor suddenly stood up and smashed the ornaments he was playing with on Ko Zenchen's forehead. Ko Zenchen didn't dare to resist with his true energy, and let the emperor smash his head and bleed. The emperor was furious and said, "How dare you, a dog slave, frame a loyal and good person? Everyone knows that Guo King is loyal, and will never do anything treasonous. How dare you, a dog slave, talk nonsense to exonerate yourself?" Ko Zenchen ignored the wound on his head, kowtowed repeatedly, and said with tears in his voice, "Your Majesty, please understand. Without the help of Guo Bujing, how could the virtuous king have endured for so many years under your Majesty's nose? Even if the virtuous king was not taught by Guo Bujing himself, with Guo Bujing's martial arts skills, how could he not notice the virtuous king's abnormality at all? He was just pretending to be deaf and dumb." The emperor turned his head and looked at Yu Huashan and Wei Zongsan. Wei Zongsan sneered in his heart and was about to add insult to injury, but Yu Huashan secretly grabbed his clothes from behind. Wei Zongsan was startled and swallowed back the words he was about to blurt out. Then, he heard Yu Huashan's voice. "Your Majesty, I think that what Governor Ko said may not be groundless. Lord Guo will not have a rebellious heart, but it is well known that he is soft-hearted and may be inadvertently used by cunning villains." Hearing the implication of Yu Huashan's words, the emperor remained silent, with one hand firmly pressing the corner of the table. Wei Zongsan looked at Yu Huashan with some dissatisfaction, not understanding why he would help Ko Zenchen at a critical moment, when it was obviously a good opportunity to step on him. Ko Zenchen didn't understand either, and secretly glanced at Yu Huashan. The two didn't know that for Yu Huashan, it was naturally a good thing to step on Ko Zenchen, but this would undoubtedly give Jinai Wei a chance to turn over. Zheng Dongliu was not an easy character to deal with. If it weren't for the Li Jixio incident, the power of Jinai Wei would almost be on par with that of the Western Factory. Guo Bujing and Zheng Dongliu were of the same mind, and they had a good relationship in private. The Six Gates and Jinai Wei often worked together on cases. If Guo Bujing could be moved, Zheng Dongliu would also be affected. In this way, the position of the Western Factory will be more stable, which is more cost-effective than stepping on Ko Zenchen. The emperor took a deep breath and asked in a deep voice, "How good is the martial arts of that traitor?" Ko Zenchen recalled Ko Shiokin's description and said carefully, "Very high. He only used one move to break Ko Shiokin's arm." The emperor raised his eyebrows and continued to ask, "Higher than your Lord Ko? Can you break Ko Shiokin's arm?" "Of course I can, but..." Ko Zenchen was about to confess honestly, but was interrupted by Yu Huashan. "Your Majesty, rest assured. No matter how powerful the virtuous prince is, he can't enter the palace, let alone hurt your Majesty." Yu Huashan clasped his fists and vowed, "Although Yu Huashan is not talented, he can ensure your Majesty's safety, even if he doesn't join forces with Governor Ko." The emperor smiled with relief and nodded frequently, saying, "My dear minister, you are worthy of being my mainstay. You are much better than a dog servant who only knows how to boost others' momentum." In just a few words, Ko Zenchen was squeezed to the point of having a myocardial infarction. He said anxiously, "I deserve to die. Your Majesty, rest assured, I will protect your Majesty to the death." The emperor snorted coldly. "Even if there is no eunuch Ko to protect you to the death, your Majesty has the dragon veins of the Ming dynasty to protect you. Ordinary people can't hurt you at all. Those traitors have no chance." Wei Zongsan smiled and handed Ko Zenchen another knife. Ko Zenchen gritted his teeth fiercely. Today, this bitch took the opportunity to beat him to death. He will definitely return it in full in the future. It was not known whether it was because he liked to watch the people fighting each other, or because Wei Zongsan's mention of the dragon vein protecting the body made the emperor feel safe. His expression quickly changed from dark to bright, with a little smile. The emperor's smile made Ko Zenchen feel relieved. At least this matter was over, and he would no longer have to worry about his life. Kao Zengchen hurriedly said, as long as your majesty gives an order, the East Factory will immediately hunt down the traitor, the virtuous king. I promise that your majesty will rest assured from now on. Yu Huashan's mouth curled up, and at this moment he looked at Kao Zengchen with the same contempt that Kao Zengchen had used to look at Wei Zongson. The emperor said lightly, oh. Please tell me, eunuch Kao, what did the virtuous king do to be hunted down by the East Factory? This. Kao Zengchen was speechless for a moment, and immediately knew that he had said the wrong thing. Back then, the reason why I allowed the virtuous prince to practice martial arts with Guo King was that I didn't want the world to think that I was a mean and ungrateful person. Now, because the virtuous prince has become a martial arts master, I sent people to hunt him down. Where do you put me? The emperor's eyes were cold, and the more he looked at Kao Zengchen, the more he disliked him. Kao Zengchen's palms and back were all sweaty. He just walked back from the edge of the cliff, but turned around and fell into the quagmire again. Your Majesty, the virtuous prince couldn't wait to show his strength as soon as he left the capital, which means that he is also a little impatient and will be exposed sooner or later. Your Majesty might as well let the matter of monitoring the virtuous prince be handed over to me. I will never be fooled as easily as Lord Kao. Yu Huashan smiled confidently. The emperor pondered for a moment, nodded, and then looked at Kao Zengchen and said coldly, you dog slave, take a good look at how the West Factory does things. Don't let me down a second time. Kao Zengchen hurriedly agreed. Just when the three thought that the matter had come to an end, the emperor's voice suddenly came to their ears. The 6 gates are busy with affairs, and Mr. Guo is too busy to handle everything. For your health, we will dismiss him from the position of the head coach of the Imperial Guards from now on. The 3 people were shocked. Guo Bujing has become a thorn in the side of His Majesty after all. The value of the chief constable of the 6 gates is actually not as good as that of the head coach of the Imperial Guards. Although the 6 gates is a very large organization, it is also under the control of the Ministry of Justice. However, the head coach of the Imperial Guards is not only responsible for teaching the martial arts of the Imperial Guards, but also for commanding all the Imperial Guards to protect the capital. The command power is above the commander of the Imperial Guards. To put it bluntly, the Imperial Guards are the Emperor's personal guard force and the most important force in his hands. Guo Bujing, who has never been involved in party affairs, is the best candidate for this position, and he has both strength and character, and is deeply trusted by the Emperor. Guo Bujing, who has been blessed with the status of the head coach of the Imperial Guards, is qualified to be compared with the 2 Marcoses. Now because of Kao Zengchen and others' obstruction, the Emperor has become suspicious of him. Although it is just a little sign, it is enough for the Emperor to change someone to be the head coach of the Imperial Guards. The position of the coach of the Imperial Guards is very important. Even Yu Huashan and Kao Zengchen could not restrain themselves and showed greedy expressions. But both of them knew that the Emperor would never appoint them. In the past dynasties, there was a powerful eunuch who held the Imperial Guards and undermined the Emperor's power. He really reached a position above 10,000 people, but he was disabled after all and could not continue, and his end was very miserable. At present, the situation of 2 factories and 1 guard is very stable, and the Emperor cannot break it. The same is true for the 2 Marcoses and 1 family, so the new candidate for the coach of the Imperial Guards is not among the remaining 5 of them. Do you have any recommended candidates for the position of coach of the Imperial Guards? Or, you can recommend yourself, the Emperor said with a smile, looking at the 3 people. Kao Zengchen, who knew the Emperor's thoughts, cursed inwardly first, then forced out a flattering smile. How can a slave be the coach of the Imperial Guards? Your Majesty, please don't make fun of me. The Emperor sneered. You are self-aware. Yu Huashan bowed and said, both Marcoses are capable of being the coaches of the Imperial Guards, but the Hulongvala and the Divine Capture Department are already stretched to their limits in dealing with demons. Tiden Shenhao and Zeus Shenhao are both unable to handle the task, so we have to find someone else. The Emperor sighed and said, I did think of letting the Emperor's uncle be the coach of the Imperial Guards, but as you said, he has a heavy responsibility and cannot be distracted. We have to choose someone else. You will let Zhu Tiden be the coach of the Imperial Guards? I'm afraid you won't be able to rest assured even in your dreams at night. Ko Zenjin sneered in his heart. If the virtuous king was the biggest thorn in the emperor's heart, then Tiden Shenhao was definitely the second biggest thorn. Wei Zongsen's eyes kept turning, as if he had thought of something brilliant. He bowed and smiled. Your Majesty, I actually have someone I can recommend. The emperor looked at him with some surprise. Oh, you, an old man, actually have a solution to a problem that both factories are struggling with. Wei Zongsen chuckled and said, the two governors only focus on the court, and they are confused by the authorities. The emperor guessed what Wei Zongsen meant, tapped his fingers with his hands, and reminded him, the position of the instructor of the Imperial Guards is unusual. You can't just find a martial arts master. What are you thinking, old dog? Wei Zongsen hunched over and echoed the emperor's words. Your Majesty is right. Although the man I mentioned is no longer in the court, he is no grassroots hero. His talent was once praised by the late emperor. Yu Huashan frowned and said, Eunuch Wei, if you have something to say, just say it. The emperor waved his hand impatiently and said, if you have something to say it quickly. Why don't you talk so much on weekdays? Wei Zongsen glanced at Yu Huashan with resentment. He finally found an opportunity to show his face, but it was ruined. Your Majesty, the candidate I recommend is Li Tanhua, who resigned from office and retired 10 years ago. As soon as these words came out, the emperor's eyes lit up, and he suddenly said, is it the little Li flying dagger who never misses his target? Wei Zongsen smiled from ear to ear. Your Majesty also knows Li Tanhua's reputation in the martial arts world? The emperor said helplessly, how would I know what his reputation is in the martial arts world? I heard it from the princesses and the princesses. Those women talk about Li Zonghuan all day long. I have to say that this guy is really popular with women. But is his martial arts good enough to be the instructor of the Imperial Guards? Yu Huashan thought for a moment and said, I met Li Tanhua several years ago and saw him in action. The little Li flying dagger is not just a name, it is close to the Tao, and it is not a martial art of ordinary people. Even you say so, it seems that he is really powerful. The emperor closed his eyes and fell into deep thought. The imperial study suddenly became silent. In fact, whether it was Ko Zenjin who was kneeling on the ground, or Yu Huashan and Wei Zongsen, they all knew that the emperor's expression in front of them meant that he agreed with this suggestion. A person with the title of Tanhua and a former official is always more trustworthy than a daoshi who does not know the depth of the world. The important thing is that, although Li Zonghuan's reputation in the world is not as good as Liu Jiuo's, he is not an ordinary person. There should be no second suitable candidate with the same conditions. The emperor opened his eyes and said in a deep voice, then summon Li Zonghuan to the capital first. Ko Zenjin hurriedly said, Your Majesty, Li Zonghuan has been in seclusion for many years, and ordinary people can't find him at all. Why not let the East Factory? Before he finished speaking, he was rudely interrupted by Yu Huashan. Why not trouble the Hyung Villa? Finding people and gathering intelligence are their specialties. Ko Zenjin was so angry that his face was ferocious, but he didn't dare to get angry in front of the emperor. The emperor nodded and said, then trouble you to go to the Hyung Villa and inform Tiden Shenhao of the matter. The matter of the virtuous king will be kept secret for the time being. Your servant obeys your command. Yu Huashan knelt down and kowtowed, and after getting up, he left the imperial study room, looking like a swift and resolute person. The emperor looked at his back as he left, showing a satisfied smile, then looked down at Ko Zenjin and said with an unhappy look, why don't you get out of my imperial study room quickly? Do you want me to ask you to get out? You dog slave. Ko Zenjin kowtowed several times again and left on his knees with tears on his face. Wei Zongsen, who had his head buried in his chest, couldn't help but smile smugly when he saw him in such a mess. Ko Zenjin, who was full of anger, slapped Ko Shaokin who was walking towards him as soon as he walked out of the palace. Uncle? Didn't His Majesty believe you? Ko Shaokin asked nervously. Do you think His Majesty is a fool? Can you put all the responsibility on Jiuo in just a few words? Ko Zenjin glanced at him coldly. Fortunately, His Majesty still suspected, otherwise today would be the anniversary of your uncle's death. Ko Shaokin breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this, but he immediately became angry in his heart. His strategy was obviously effective, but Kao Leo Gao still beat him up. It was obvious that he was venting the humiliation he suffered in the Imperial study. Damn old dog. One day, I will kill you with my own hands. Chapter 171. Guarding Dragon Villa. Demons, spirits, demons, and humans. Yu Huashan went to Heilong Villa without stopping. He and Kao Zhengchen had different personalities, and they never used other people to do important things. The replacement of the head coach of the Imperial Army was good news, but he was not sure about Li Zunhuan's character, and it was not known whether they could become allies in the future, so it was very important for Yu Huashan to contact this person in advance. It was just a cover to entrust the search for Li Zunhuan to Heilong Villa. Yu Huashan would still send the forces of the West Factory to find out the whereabouts of the other party. This time he came to communicate with ZHU Washi. Compared with the stiff relationship between Kao Zhengchen and ZHU Washi, the West Factory and Heilong Villa had never had a conflict. At least they were in a state of not interfering with each other. The location of Heilong Villa was mysterious, and few people in the world knew about it, but Yu Huashan happened to be an exception. But when he really arrived near Heilong Villa, Yu Huashan was a little confused, not for anything else. He forgot that there was a tricky magic array outside the villa. There are several formation masters with high attainments in the Heilong Villa, which gathers heroes from all over the world. They create illusion formations based on the general situation of the mountains and hide the entire villa. Even if a large army attacks, without the correct method to break the formation, they will be lost in the illusion and difficult to escape. The formations in this world are not simple illusions, but formations that are truly driven by spiritual energy. Even martial arts masters like Yu Huashan find it difficult to break them by brute force. Why did you forget this damn formation? The scenery in front of Yu Huashan suddenly changed. He knew that he was already in the formation, and it was right not to act rashly at the moment. The Heilong Villa will soon notice that someone has broken into the formation. He only needs to wait patiently and someone will come. After a moment, Yu Huashan's eyes blurred, and several masked men in black appeared in front of him, looking at him without saying a word. This is the sentry guard of the Heilong Villa, and there are also some hidden sentries hidden in the illusion. The Emperor has ordered that the iron-hearted Divine Marquis come out to receive the order. Yu Huashan looked at the few people coldly. The guards looked at each other, and the leader clasped his fists towards Yu Huashan and said, "Please wait a moment, Lord Governor." After that, the few people disappeared. Not long after, the illusion array suddenly dissipated, and Yu Huashan's eyes suddenly became clear. He was already standing in front of the gate of the Heilong Villa, and he couldn't help showing a look of shock. He clearly remembered that he had not moved a step after entering the illusion array, so how could he suddenly appear in front of the villa? Ha ha ha, Lord Yu, don't panic. The illusion array is like this. It can affect people's 5 senses without knowing it. You think you haven't moved a step, but in fact you have walked a long way. As the laughter sounded, a middle-aged man with a heroic appearance suddenly appeared, looking eagle-like and tiger-like, giving people a great sense of oppression. The Divine Marquis is joking. This Lord Governor is just curious. The arrogant Yu Huashan naturally couldn't show his fear in front of ZHU Wuxi, and replied in a stiff tone. Seeing this, ZHU Washi did not expose him, and asked with a smile, "I wonder what the Emperor's will is, and he actually wants you to go there in person." Speaking of business, Yu Huashan looked serious and whispered, "This is not a place to talk. Please arrange a quiet room." ZHU Washi understood the seriousness of the matter when he heard this, and hurriedly took Yu Huashan into the Heilong Villa, went straight to his study, and arranged many people around. All this was completed in a very short time. The huge villa acted like a cold machine with no gaps. Looking at the Heilong Villa that obeyed the orders, Yu Huashan was secretly shocked. This action force was not a little stronger than the 2 factories. Is this guy training the people of Heilong Villa as an army? Yu Huashan suddenly felt a little creepy. After ZHU Wuxi dismissed his attendants, he asked in a deep voice, "Eunuch, what has made the Emperor so anxious?" Yu Huashan said, "His Majesty is concerned about the hard work and great contributions of Lord Guo, the Chief Constable of the 6 Gates, and is afraid that he will strain himself, so he dismissed Lord Guo from the position of instructor of the Imperial Guards, and appointed a new person to take the position." Upon hearing this, Zhu Wuxi was shocked. Brother Guo is a diligent, loyal and patriotic person. How could he be dismissed for no reason? What does His Majesty mean? Yu Huashan coughed dryly. Lord Shenhao, I have already explained it just now. His Majesty is worried about Lord Guo's health, afraid that he will be too tired from holding two positions, and there is no other intention. Zhu Wuxi did not believe such an explanation, and began to wonder what the little emperor was doing. In his eyes, the emperor liked to do things that he could not understand since he ascended the throne. Yu Huashan said with a smile, Shenhao, I came to you today for the position of the new coach of the Imperial Guards. Zhu Wuxi was stunned for a moment, and then he was ecstatic. Could it be that the little emperor wanted to hand over this important position to him? If he had the Imperial Guards, his power would be able to make a qualitative leap, and he could even try some things that he had never dared to think of before. Zhu Wuxi's greed buried deep in his heart gradually emerged. The coach of the Imperial Guards is responsible for the safety of His Majesty, which is a heavy responsibility. I also have the responsibility of guarding the Dragon Villa, so I'm afraid I can't do it. Zhu Wuxi smiled. No matter what, it would be better to refuse first, so as not to make the little emperor suspicious. Hahaha, Shenhao is worthy of being His Majesty's uncle. He really has a heart-to-heart with His Majesty. His Majesty also considered this point, so he chose someone else to sit in the position of the coach of the Imperial Guards. Yu Huashan responded with a smile. The smile on Zhu Wuxi's face quickly disappeared, and he looked at Yu Huashan with a bad look. The damn eunuch actually dared to tease me. Eunuch, it would be better if you say everything in one go. Feeling that Zhu Wuxi's attitude took a sharp turn for the worse, Yu Huashan restrained his teasing and said seriously, Your Majesty wants Heirongvilla to find Li Tanhua to be the new coach of the Imperial Guards. Li Tanhua? Zhu Wuxi felt that the name sounded familiar. After careful recollection, he said in surprise, Li Zunhuan, the little Li flying dagger who never misses his target? Yu Huashan nodded. That's exactly him. Your Majesty wants him to be the coach of the Imperial Guards. Isn't it a bit risky? Li Zunhuan has disappeared for many years and no one knows what his current situation is. Zhu Wuxi seemed to still have some thoughts about the coach of the Imperial Guards. His words and deeds showed that he wanted the young emperor to change someone. Don't worry, Lord Shen. I saw Li Tanhua outside the Shanhai Pass several years ago. At that time, he used his unique skill of Xiaoli flying dagger to kill more than 20 monsters with one sword and saved the passing caravan. It was truly amazing. To be honest, if it was a head-on fight, even I don't have the confidence to dodge the legendary Xiaoli flying dagger. Recalling the situation at that time, Yu Huashan, who had always been arrogant, couldn't help but reveal a trace of fear. Zhu Wuxi said worriedly, with the changes in the world decades ago, there are more and more top sects in the martial arts world. If they unite, they will pose a great threat to the court. We have to be on guard. That's why Miming Dynasty Court needs people like Li Zunhuan to return. Your Majesty, do you want Heirongvilla to look for Li Zunhuan? Shenhao is wise. In terms of intelligence capabilities, there is no force in the world that can compare to Heirongvilla. Didn't you meet Li Zunhuan outside the Great Wall? It should be easy for you to find him, right? To be honest, after a hasty farewell outside the Great Wall that year, I actually looked for Li Zunhuan once, but he had left the Great Wall and his whereabouts were unknown. Oh, in that case, it would be a bit difficult to find Heirongvilla. I wonder if you have any other clues? Shenhao, you're joking. If I had other clues, Your Majesty wouldn't bother Shenhao. Zhu Wuxi observed Yu Huashan's expression and nodded to agree to it after making sure that the other party was not lying. He always felt that the other party was hiding something from him. Your Majesty will wait for good news from the Divine Marquis. I hope the Divine Marquis will find Li Zunhuan as soon as possible. Having said what he needed to say, Yu Huashan said goodbye and left. When he left, he kept looking at the layout of the Heirongvilla, hoping to see some clues. Unfortunately, he was just a martial artist and didn't know anything about formations, so it was useless to look. Zhu Wuxi squinted his eyes and watched Yu Huashan's departing back, looking thoughtful. Call Shia and Yideo to me. After a cup of tea, Duanshyanaya, the number one spy of the sky, and Guihayudeo, the number one spy of the earth, came to Zhu Wash's study. Godfather, what is the important matter that makes you look for us so anxiously? Duanshyanaya and Guihayudeo knelt on one knee and asked respectfully. Put down what you are doing for the time being. There is a more important task that you need to complete. Hearing this, Duanshyanaya and Guihayudeo, although a little confused, still nodded obediently to agree to Zhu Wash's order. Zhu Wuxi said, you two should set out immediately to find Li Zunhuan's whereabouts and make sure to bring him back to the capital. Duanshyanaya felt that the name was a little familiar and asked, Godfather, is it the Li Zunhuan who won the third place in the imperial examination 10 years ago and was known as Little Li Flying Dagger? Zhu Wuxi nodded. Guihayudeo asked, why are you looking for this person? Zhu Wuxi frowned slightly and said dissatisfiedly, do you still remember what the most important rule of a spy is? Guihayudeo lowered his head and replied, don't ask why when carrying out a mission. Zhu Wuxi said coldly, it's good to know. There is one thing you must remember on this trip. If Li Zunhuan is unwilling to enter the capital, you can use some special means. Yes. The two bowed and left. Zhu Wuxi paced back and forth in the study. After thinking for a long time, he walked to the desk. He stretched out his hand to press the inkstone on the table and then twisted it. A rumbling sound came from the innermost wall of the study and a secret passage slowly appeared. He kept moving forward along the long dark passage until water stains began to seep out of the dark stone wall and suddenly there was light in front of him. When Zhu Wuxi came out of the dark passage, he was already standing in a pavilion in the middle of the lake, and the Hurong Villa became a blurred background in the distance. Several black figures appeared quietly in front of Zhu Wuxi like ghosts, knelt down respectfully, and shouted, Master. These shadow-like existences were actually shadow guards secretly trained by Zhu Wuxi. They were all shady. Not only did the emperor not know about it, but even the spies of the Hurong Villa did not know about it. You guys go check Guo Bujing's whereabouts and see what he has been doing recently. The emperor can't dismiss him for no reason. He must have done something taboo. At this point, Zhu Wuxi suddenly remembered Yu Huashan's strange attitude and continued to instruct. By the way, check the recent movements of the two factories. Yes. Several shadow guards suddenly disappeared in front of Zhu Wuxi. After finishing these things, Zhu Wuxi did not return to Hurong Villa immediately, but sat in the pavilion in the middle of the lake, looking at the endless mountains around him. At this moment, he seemed to be integrated with this pavilion, and his life was like being firmly trapped by these mountains in front of him, and he would never be free. Father, one day I will prove that I'm better than my brother and his son, and I should be the real master of the Ming dynasty. After a good drink at Tang Fuan, Chu Yang left Qixia town with Li Jixiao early the next morning. After more than 20 years of repressed life in the capital, he couldn't wait to enjoy a new life. After being in a cage for a long time, he returned to nature. Chu Yang could rest assured to let Li Jixiao take care of everything on the road. Unlike Guo Furing, who was a half-baked person, Li Jixiao, who was once 1,000 households of Jinaiwei, had rich experience in the rivers and lakes. Chu Yang, who was used to riding a carriage, decided to ride down to the south of the Yangtze River and ride on the official road with Li Jixiao. Your Highness, you must be careful on this trip to the south. Outlaws are one thing, but more importantly, the frequency of demons appearing will also increase greatly, including quite a few spirit demons and human monsters. The legendary kingdom of 10,000 demons seems to be in the southwest. Except for a few wealthy cities that are not affected, other towns are severely ravaged by demons. It is also the area where the battles between the Divine Marquis Mansion and demons are most intense. For safety's sake, we'd better avoid these places. Listening to Li Jixiao's description, Chu Yang couldn't help but ask curiously, you mentioned demons, spirit demons, and human monsters just now. What is the difference between these three? Li Jixiao knew that Chu Yang grew up in the isolated capital city and had no understanding of the three, so he patiently explained to him. Generally speaking, spirit demons refer to the existence of plants and animals that have gained intelligence. Some spirit demons can transform into human form after they have enough strength, which is what we often call big demons. The kingdom of 10,000 demons I just mentioned is the gathering place of big demons. Chu Yang nodded. Spirit demons are basically the same as the monsters in the world of immortals, with not much difference. Lee Jixio went on to say, the so-called monsters, some refer to humans who have fallen into monsters. Some of them practice the monster skills, some inherit the monster's bloodline and become half human, half monster, and the other part is the offspring of humans and big monsters. Most monsters are on the same side as the spirit monsters, helping the spirit monsters to make plans, and being enemies of humans. Therefore, all monsters are regarded as traitors of humans, and have been hunted down by humans. Many of the criminals arrested by the Six Gates are monsters. Unlike the half-demons in the fairy world who are not loved by grandmas and uncles, monsters are thriving in this world, and are still the great enemies of humans. Chu Yang asked again, what about demons? Are they spirit demons that have fallen into demons? Speaking of demons, Lee Jixio showed an unprecedented seriousness. He shook his head and said, although demons have the word demon in their name, they have nothing to do with spirit demons. The birth of spirit demons is related to the great changes that took place decades ago, but the birth of demons preceded that great change. There are even rumors that demons are the root cause of that great change. Chapter 172. The best man in the world. Lee Jixio's answer was a little beyond Chu Yang's expectations. He originally thought that demons should be closely related to the other two, but he didn't expect that demons began to appear long before the great changes in the world. No wonder he always felt that the style of the demons was a little wrong. With a taste of Cthulhu, he only took a look that day and his Sun value dropped wildly. Chu Yang's intuition told him that Lee Jixio's guess might be right. How did demons appear? There is no file recording the origin of demons. From a certain day, there were traces of demons everywhere in the world. If demons and spirit demons have nothing to do with each other, then for spirit demons, demons should also be a problem that needs to be solved. Prince, you are right. The spirit demons also have an attitude of killing all demons, and they are more difficult to deal with than us. Why is that? You should know that ordinary people who are contaminated with demon blood have a very high probability of becoming new demons, and for spirit demons, this possibility is close to 100%, which is much higher than that of humans. Almost no demon can be spared. At this point, Lee Jie smiled and breathed a sigh of relief. Thanks to the existence of demons, most of the power of spirit demons is restrained. Otherwise, war between humans and demons would have started long ago, and there would be no situation of non-interference now. Once the two sides go to war, coupled with those demons who are traitors, the human race is actually at a disadvantage. As they were talking, the two saw a tea stall on the official road. It was already noon, and the temperature was so high that people were thirsty, so Chu Yang decided to rest here for a while. Even if the two of them could withstand the sun, the horses would suffer. If they didn't rest and drink some water, they would probably die on the way. The waiter led the horses of the two to the stables with ease. After they got off the horses, he led them to an empty table. What do you two guests want to eat? Do you have wine? We only have rice wine brewed at home. I wonder if you can get used to it. 2 pots of wine, 2 cutters of braised meat, and a few cold dishes. You can order whatever you like. Okay, sir. After the waiter left, Lee Jixio looked around the tea stall with a playful smile on his face. Even on the official road, there were very few people who dared to open tea stalls in the wild these days. The prices of food at the tea stalls were almost catching up with some luxurious restaurants in the capital, but passers-by and merchants had no opinion on this, because they all knew that the shop owners were making money with their lives. It was hard to say when a demon would pass by here, and then the people in the tea stalls would be dead. There are masters. Chu Yang knocked on the table and chuckled. Wang. Young master has noticed it? In order to avoid trouble, Lee Jixio changed the address, calling Wang Yi in front of outsiders all the time. Wouldn't that be idiotic? Chu Yang replied, a man and a woman. The man is in the kitchen, and his knife skills are pretty good. The woman should be the boss's wife, with a long breath and good light and internal skills. I just don't know if they are doing serious business. Lee Jixio was shocked when he heard this. Chu Yang could find out the details of these people from such a distance. It was really hard to imagine how high their realm was. How did you know? Listen. Lee Jixio was confused. The braised meat and rice wine were placed on the table. When Lee Jixio smelled the wine, his eyes began to be intoxicated. No matter how many questions he had, they were all put into his stomach. Chu Yang was not much better. He took the wine pot and drank it first. Young master, wait a minute. Lee Jixio was anxious to snatch the wine pot from Chu Yang's hand. It was not that his alcohol addiction was really that serious, but he wanted to test the poison before letting Chu Yang drink it. When you go out, you should be most careful about this kind of tea stall. If you drink anything carelessly, you may become meat on someone else's chopping board when you wake up. I have a special physique. Even if there is something in the wine pot, it's okay. Don't worry. Chu Yang drank half a pot of wine. The rice wine was not strong, and the taste was sweet and refreshing. Lee Jixio stared at Chu Yang for a while. After confirming that Chu Yang was really fine, he checked the wine pot in front of him. The result was nothing abnormal. Then, he also picked up the wine pot and drank it. The rice wine went down his throat, bringing a sense of coolness and heat relief, making him shout with joy. This time when we go to Jiangnan, we must catch that guy with 4 eyebrows and make him pay for the wine he owed in Beijing. The news from the 6 gates and the Jinai Wei cannot be wrong. I'm just afraid that guy will run away again when we get there. There are so many beauties in Jiangnan. With his character, he won't be able to get away for a while. Haha, that's true. The two were chatting when a caravan of merchants came in a hurry not far away. There were about 10 people and 6 carriages. One of them was carrying people, and the other 5 were carrying goods. The carriages could not enter the stables, and could only be parked on the side of the road. The caravan did not let the waiter greet the horses, but directly took out food to feed them. Even the water for the horses had to be tasted by people first. With such caution, Chu Yang thought it should be an old caravan that traveled all year round. Not long after, a young couple got out of the carriage with 2 babies in their arms, a pair of twins. Chu Yang and Lee Jixio were the only 2 customers in the tea stall, drinking and eating, which naturally attracted the attention of the caravan. An old man who looked like a housekeeper was about to come over to Chu Yang and the others to say something, but was stopped by the young couple. Chu Yang smiled and said, they wanted to use silver to persuade us to leave. Lee Jixio sighed and said, that couple is quite kind. They should be a good family, but they should try. Chu Yang smacked his lips. That's right. Anyway, we have almost eaten. As long as they ask, I will definitely agree, and I can also earn some silver to spend. Lee Jixio smiled. Young master is not short of money. Why don't you give me the silver? Chu Yang rolled his eyes at him and said unhappily, which fool in the world would complain about having too much money? When the caravan filled the small tea stall, Chu Yang and Lee Jixio were also full of wine and food, and stood up to leave, and let others take their seats. When walking out of the tea stall, Chu Yang passed by the male owner of the caravan, and he didn't expect that the other party would take the initiative to say hello. Jiang didn't mean to disturb you two. There are so many people in the caravan, please forgive me. Looking at the polite man in front of him, Chu Yang also had a little good impression in his heart, and bowed his hands and said, you're welcome, brother. The two were just polite, and they didn't plan to have a deep chat. Chu Yang turned sideways, and walked out of the tea stall with Lee Jixio. Seeing them leave, the man surnamed Jiang was obviously relieved, and whispered to his wife beside him, you know, these 2 people are not coming for us. The woman named Yuna held the 2 babies in her arms, and smiled at her husband. However, not long after Chu Yang and his friends walked out of the tea stall, something strange happened. The boss lady, the cook, and the waiter all took action, taking advantage of the caravan's relaxed vigilance, and aimed directly at the young couple. At the same time, several black shadows quickly approached the tea stall. Jiang Feng, the best man in the world, we, the 12 zodiac signs, would like to lend you some money today. Ha 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 ha. The change on the tea stall only took a moment, and the guards of the entire caravan were unable to react. They watched the cook and the proprietress kill their own master. The young man who took the initiative to greet Chu Yang before was Jiang Feng, and beside him were his wife Hua Yunu and the newly born twins, the future Hua Wook and Xiaoya. Facing the sneak attack of the gangster, Jiang Feng took out a folding fan from his waist, opened the fan and slashed forward. The wind was howling, and the energy was like a sharp sword energy. Seeing this, the cook and the proprietress twisted their waists and narrowly avoided it. The real Jiang Feng was not a great good man who was powerless, but because he practiced a magical skill called the Jinglang Secret Book. The more you practice this martial arts, the weaker it becomes. Only when you practice it to the end, you can achieve perfection and reach the Jinglang realm of returning to the true nature. How could a man who could become sworn brothers with Yan Nanshan, the world's #1 swordsman, be a fool with a beautiful appearance but rotten inside? It's a pity that Jiang Feng still missed one person. The waiter took advantage of the gap when Jiang Feng was counter-attacking the two and quietly appeared in front of Huayunu. His target was the two babies who were still in their cradles. If they took Jiang Feng's children away, he would naturally surrender. This group of sudden bandits had vicious thoughts, but the waiter underestimated Huayunu. The moment he made a move, Huayunu also struck out with a palm. A strange fragrance wafted over, and in the eyes of the waiter, it seemed as if petals were flying all over the sky. When he was slightly distracted, the waiter was hit on the shoulder by Huayunu, and the whole person flew out and rolled to the feet of the cook and the proprietress. The caravan guards surrounded them. The three people looked ugly. What a waste of three. A curse sounded not far away, and a wheelchair appeared in front of everyone. On it sat an ugly man with short limbs. His eyes were red, like a hungry wolf that was choosing its prey. In addition to him, more than a dozen people walked out of the dense forest, all with vicious and cruel eyes. Wei Wuya, the head of the 12 constellations, Wei Wuya, the rat. Jiang Feng shouted out the identity of the dwarf, but he was desperate in his heart. His skills were different from before. His wife had just given birth, and these guards could not beat the 12 constellations. How did they get the news? Jiang Feng had already made a detailed plan for this trip, to join his eldest brother Yan Nanshan. It can be said that it was foolproof. He never dreamed that the 12 constellations would be waiting for them on the road. With Wei Wuya's order, the chicken sign Si Cheng took the lead to kill one person with a red chicken comb, one person with a yellow chicken breast, and 3 people with flowery chicken tails. The rest of the constellations filed out and fought with the surrounding caravan guards. Chu Yang and Li Jixiao were standing on the side of the road, leading their horses, and they were looking at the scene in surprise. Laoli, what is the 12 constellations? Young master, the 12 constellations are the cruelest and most vicious group of robbers in the underworld in the past 30 years. They rarely take action on weekdays, but if they see something worth taking action, they will never be able to escape. In the past 30 years, they have only failed at the hands of Yan Nanshan and the Lord of Yehua Palace. So powerful? They are indeed very smart. They never have a head-on conflict with the 6 gates. When I used to drink with Wuxin, I often heard him scold this group of people for being cowardly. Who is Wuxin? The leader of the 4 great detectives. He is not Lord Jiuo's apprentice, so you may not have seen him. Oh, now that you mention it, I have some impression of him. He seems to have a paralyzed face, and everyone he talks to seems to owe him money. It's that guy. Let me tell you a gossip. When Wuxin was drunk, he said that he had a crush on Wuking, the leader of the 4 great detectives in the Shenhao mansion next door. Fuck, Wuking? Isn't he a man? How can 2 men still? Well, times have changed now. It's not impossible. I don't mean to discriminate against them at all. Sir, what are you talking about? Wuking is a woman, and she is very beautiful. Chu Yang's brain was a little stuck, and he couldn't figure out what version of Wuking this was. Anyway, the hodgepodge world is so messy. Which of them are men, and which are women? There are 3 men, and 1 woman on both sides. Wuking is a woman among the 4 famous detectives, and Leng Feng, who ranks 4th among the 4 divine detectives, is also a girl. Leng Feng. How can a girl be given a man's nickname? Sir, you are so presumptuous. That's her real name. Chu Yang couldn't hold it in any longer, and said with a strange look, if it's a nickname, I call it Heo Huo. If it's a real name, I would call it Juho. Li Jixiao laughed dryly and said, she usually doesn't want others to call her by her real name, so we all call her Leng Leng. A fight was going on at the tea stall, and Chu Yang and Li Jixiao were watching the fun. Their behavior soon attracted the attention of the 12 constellations. The 7 of you go and kill those 2 people, lest the news leak out. Yan Nanshan is not someone you can easily mess with. Wei Wu'er ordered the 7 people from the Black Dog Star among the 12 zodiac signs to deal with Chu Yang and Li Jixiao. The martial arts of these 7 people were actually average when separated, but they had practiced a set of martial arts for joint attacks. In addition, they had lived and died together for many years, and their tacit understanding with each other was extraordinary. If they fell into their joint attack formation, even a first-class master would not be able to get away with it. In addition, the 7 people also tamed a giant wolfhound the size of a tiger. It was already intelligent and only one step away from becoming a spirit monster. The coordinated combat was very powerful. The 7 people in black rushed towards Chu Yang aggressively. Seeing this, Chu Yang smiled calmly and said, "Old Li, you are here to fight. Can you handle it?" Li Jixiao clasped his fists and said, "Don't worry, young master. Although my power has not yet recovered, I can still deal with these scumbags." Chu Yang reminded, "Since they are extremely vicious bandits, don't show mercy and kill them all. If it is really impossible, don't force yourself, just retreat." "Yes." Li Jixiao agreed and walked towards the 7 people from the Black Dog Star alone. As the second most powerful person in the Jinaiwei and the disciple of the commander Zheng Donglio, Li Jixiao could fight the 12 constellations alone at his peak. Now that he has just recovered from a serious injury, his power has only recovered 20% to 30%, but it is enough to deal with the Black Dog Star. He did not brag about this. The reason why the 12 constellations can get away with it is not because the 4 great detectives cannot beat them in terms of hard power, but because these guys are too cunning. Wei Wu'er, the rat minister, was very intelligent and planned every action very carefully. He had seen through several ambushes set by the 6 gates. So far, none of the 4 great detectives had even seen his true form. Li Jixiao, holding the embroidered spring knife, quickly fought with Black Dog Star. The knife was given to him by Zeduo Kaianhu before he left. The martial arts of the Jinaiwei were roughly the same as those of the 6 gates. They were both public servants. Most of their targets were people, so they were good at knife skills and close range capture. Commander Zheng Donglio was a military man and was good at broadsword skills. He had a Guandao weighing 1,000 pounds as a weapon. As a disciple, Li Jixiao had also learned broadswords, but he was very talented and realized a set of knife skills from Zheng Donglio's knife skills. The essence of this set of knife skills was to be good at fighting one against many. Li Jixiao, who was still chivalrous in his heart when he was young, gave it a domineering name. The unfairness of heaven and earth. It means, although there is injustice between heaven and earth, I will break it with one knife. Chapter 173, The Power of a Palm. House Thief. The moment Li Jixiao pulled out the embroidered spring knife, the 7 people from the Black Dog Star had the illusion that they were blinded by the knife light. It felt like seeing the sparkling lake under the setting sun. It was flashing. When they came to their senses, 2 of the 7 people had been killed by Li Jixiao on the spot. The remaining 5 were horrified. They had debuted for many years, but had never encountered an opponent with such a sophisticated killing experience. It was just a simple flaw, but they paid a painful price. If it weren't for the giant wolfhound they raised suddenly rushing out and catching Li Jixiao off guard, I'm afraid a few more people would have died. The wolfhound, which was only one step away from becoming a spirit demon, had the strength of a lion and a tiger. A simple collision knocked Li Jixiao out 10 meters away. Li Jixiao stared at the wolfhound with his knife across his face and cursed it in his heart. The opportunity was fleeting, but it was ruined by this dog. It smells like a demon. This dog looks like it's going to become a demon. These guys are willing to invest. Li Jixiao grinned. As Zheng Donglio's right-hand man, he has been busy with Jinaiwei's official duties for these years and has not had many opportunities to kill demons and monsters. This is a regret in his heart. Killing the wolfhound in front of him is also a consolation. Old Li, can you do it? This dog looks quite strong. If not, remember to squeak. Bored Chu Yang yawned. Don't worry, sir, it's just a dog. The knife that old Zeduo gave me is specially used to kill this kind of beast. The embroidered spring knife in Li Jixiao's hand hummed and emitted a faint light. Oh, it's a magic weapon. Chu Yang looked at the embroidered spring knife with interest. Jujutsu Kaisen, who was nicknamed Weapon Master in the Six Gates, not only because he had countless weapons hidden on his body, but also because he was very good at forging weapons. Before joining the Jinaiwi, Jujutsu Kaisen, who accidentally got a Taoist secret book of true talismans. He devoted himself to studying for many years, and knew the talismans on it by heart. Each of his weapons was engraved with Taoist talismans, which greatly increased the power against demons and monsters. As if sensing the existence of the talisman, the giant wolfhound's eyes flashed with human fear, and it paced back and forth anxiously. Seeing this, the 5 people of Black Dog Star finally realized that Lee Jixio was unusual. Boss, this is a bit tricky. Why don't we retreat first? Retreat? Don't you know Wei Wu's character? If we don't kill these two, we can't say whether we can survive. What should we do now? The one who uses a knife is not easy to deal with, so let's deal with that young master. The clothes he wears are made of snow silk, which is very expensive. He is probably the son of a noble family. As long as we can control him, this guy will have to surrender, no matter how sharp his knife skills are. The 5 people had an idea and immediately let the big wolfhound entangle Lee Jixio. His figure suddenly disappeared in the battlefield and turned into several strong winds to attack Chu Yang. Lee Jixio was shocked and turned around to chase him. He was pawed by the wolfhound on his back, and blood flowed immediately. 5 smart people. Chu Yang looked at them with a smile, and lightning surged at his fingertips. As he flicked his finger, thunder roared and several black and purple lightning struck the 5 people. 4 of them were unable to dodge and were chopped into charcoal on the spot by Chu Yang. The last person screamed miserably, "Taoist palm thunder. Brothers, hurry up. This guy is a Taoist." Hearing the 4 characters of Taoist, Wei Wuya, the leader of the 12 constellations, trembled and turned his head to look at Chu Yang and the 4 charred bodies under his feet. Everyone knows that the masters of Buddhism and Taoism are the most difficult to deal with in the world. Buddhists are good at defense but not attack. Once the golden body is out, even if a big demon comes, it will be useless. They also like to pester and pester. Once provoked, it will be like a dogskin plaster that can't be thrown away. The Taoists have mysterious methods that are difficult for ordinary warriors to deal with. There is only a way you can't think of to die, and there is nothing that others can't do. When walking in the rivers and lakes, the most taboo thing is to provoke monks and Taoists. Boss, we can't eat this batch of goods. Let's go. We have experienced the skills of Taoist masters before. Everyone's martial arts are restrained by this kind of authentic martial arts. If you want to win, you must pay a very high price. The Black Dog Star is gone. We can't lose other brothers. Many of the 12 constellations wanted to retreat because they had met a Taoist master many years ago, leaving an indelible shadow. Jiang Feng, who was covered in blood, saw the 12 constellations stop one by one, and he suddenly had hope of life in his heart. He held his wife tightly with one hand and hugged his son in the cradle with the other hand. Hua Yunu held the other son of the twins and looked at these bandits anxiously. Life and death depended on their thoughts. No. Hua Yunu looked at the elegant young man in the distance again. To be precise, all life and death were in the hands of this Taoist master. I should have made a good relationship just now. Hua Yunu couldn't help but regret it. She didn't know that in Chu Yang and Lee Jixio's opinion, in this world, she and Jiang Feng did not use their wealth to oppress others, and they were already worthy of the evaluation of a good family. With Chu Yang's casual attack, the huge wolfhound that was fighting with Lee Jixio was frightened and crawled on the ground, trembling, without any fighting spirit. The wolfhound with spiritual intelligence knew that the young man in gorgeous clothes in front of him could send it to see the king of hell with just a flick of his finger. The last survivor of the Black Dog Star was beheaded by Lee Jixio with a knife. Such a treacherous and evil person would not be able to relieve his hatred, even if he died 10,000 times. Lee Jixio whispered in Chu Yang's ear, "Young master, the 12 constellations have a lot of blood debts, and they will take revenge for every grievance. It's best not to let any of them escape." Chu Yang nodded. Looking at the boxes of treasures, Wei Wu's eyes glowed red, and he gritted his teeth and said, "No matter how powerful he is still a human being. We brothers can kill him, even if we pile up together." Jiang Feng is rich enough to rival a country, and he has many martial arts secret treasures. If we get one of them, our brothers will rise to heaven. You are willing to give it up, but I, Wei Wuya, am not willing to. Among the treasures owned by Jiang Feng, there is a treasure called Pure Pearl. After eating it, the body can be reshaped. People like Wei Wuya who are born ugly can get a chance to change their appearance. He can give up other things, but this Pure Pearl, Wei Wuya must get it. When the other 12 constellations heard the words martial arts secret treasure, the greed in their hearts once again overwhelmed their reason. As Wei Wuya said, as long as they can get one of them, they will be able to laugh at the martial arts world for the rest of their lives. Damn it, I'm going all out, let's get him. Brothers, kill these two troublemakers first, then we'll deal with Jiang Feng. Hahaha, I want the secret treasure, and I want their lives too. Money can make people lose their minds. More money can make people lose their minds. A group of bandits who put their heads on their waistbands. Once they get ruthless, they can throw everything behind their heads, including their own lives. This is the most brutal part of the 12 constellations. Wei Wuya saw that his companions were aroused by his greed, and he couldn't help but curl his lips. Even though they had lived and died together for many years, at the critical moment, these people were still expendable pawns in his eyes. With the unfathomable prince's support, Li Jixio was full of courage at this time, carrying the embroidered spring knife and preparing to walk towards the 12 constellations. Chu Yang suddenly said, "That dog probably ate a lot of people with them. You can kill it by the way." The wolfhound trembled even more. Li Jixio replied, "Sir, if the 12 zodiac signs intend to raise this wolfhound into a spirit monster, they will not let it eat people. I see that it has the intention to surrender, so why not leave it here?" Chu Yang asked curiously, "What does this mean?" Li Jixio explained, "People are born between heaven and earth, and eat grains and various meats. There is inevitably filth in their bodies, and there is also the vulgarity of the world. These smells will affect the success rate of plants and animals turning into monsters, especially canine spirit monsters, whose sense of smell will be irreversibly damaged. But if it becomes a spirit monster or a great monster, it can directly absorb the essence and blood of the human race through special means, and no longer need to be taboo about these things." The wolfhound nodded hurriedly, as if it knew that this was its only chance to survive. Chu Yang nodded and said, "Then spare its life, so that you can have a helper." Li Jixio heard this, and lowered his head to kick the wolfhound. "I'm giving you a chance to make meritorious contributions, and you beast, don't you thank me, sir?" The wolfhound shook its tail, and bowed like a human, looking very funny. On the other side, Wei Wuya and others temporarily let Jiang Feng go, and rushed towards Chu Yang with great momentum. Jiang Feng raised his sword, and prepared to chase him to help. Hua Yunu suddenly grabbed him, and said with tears in her eyes, "Please protect yourself." Hua Yunu, who knew Jiang Feng's character well, did not try to keep her husband, because she knew it was impossible. Jiang Feng attached great importance to the word morality in his heart, otherwise he and Yan Nanshan could not be brothers. "Madam, don't worry." Jiang Feng patted the back of Hua Yunu's hand, and rushed out of the tea stall resolutely. If it weren't for the children, Hua Yunu would have followed closely. The 12 constellations led by Wei Wuya were fighting with Li Jixio. Jiang Feng suddenly intervened in the battle, making Wei Wuya furious. "I'll let you go. Do you really think I'm made of mud?" Wei Wuya took out the blowpipe from his waist. He coated each arrow with poison. He blew it gently at Jiang Feng, and the arrow shot out and hit Jiang Feng in the melee. Jiang Feng, who was shot by an arrow, fell to the ground. In an instant, a black gas appeared on his face, showing how poisonous it was. Hahaha, the poison on my arrow was taken from a poisonous scorpion that became a demon. Not to mention a mortal like you, even a martial arts master can't bear it. Go with peace of mind, Jiang Feng. Wei Wuya's rampant laughter was very harsh, especially when it fell into Hua Yunu's ears. Hua Yunu was filled with grief and anger after hearing the bad news, but as a mother, she couldn't let go of the two children in her arms. She was so excited that she almost fainted. "Don't panic, don't panic." In full view of everyone, Chu Yang appeared in front of Jiang Feng out of thin air. Wei Wuya and others didn't see clearly how Yang appeared. They only saw that he was holding a ball of rosy light in his hand and fell on Jiang Feng's body. The black gas on Jiang Feng's face melted instantly when it met the rosy light, and the poison in his body was also expelled one by one. Purifying Clothes Curse. One of the magic spells of the Shushan school. It is specially used for detoxification. As long as it is not the poison of a great demon with profound Taoism, most other poisons can be expelled. It is a magic spell that the sect disciples must learn when they go out. The so-called poisonous scorpion mentioned by Wei Wu'er is far from the realm of a great demon. After curing the poison in Jiang Feng's body, Chu Yang shot her spiritual power into him, lifted him up, and flew back to the tea stall, landing next to Hua Yunu. Hua Yunu cried with joy, put the two children on the table, leaned over and hugged Jiang Feng tightly. Chu Yang looked back at the evil 12 constellations and suddenly felt disgusted in his heart and said coldly, you can leave. Facing Chu Yang's cold eyes, Li Jixio stepped aside without saying a word. So what if you have the unique skills of Taoism? It's not like we, the 12 constellations, haven't encountered this before. If there is another expert, we brothers will turn around and walk away, but you and this guy with a knife can't scare us. That's right. Since our debut, even Yan Nanshan and Yehua Palace Master can't kill us. Little did they know that the more these people talked, the more they felt guilty. When others were talking nonsense, Wei Wu'er suddenly felt a palpitation, and cold sweat oozed from the back of his palms. He had been in the martial arts world for many years, and this situation had occurred several times, and each time it was a life and death crisis. It was like some kind of intuitive warning. Wei Wu'er, who believed in his intuition very much, no longer had the courage to confront Chu Yang, and secretly reached out to press the button on the wheelchair, ready to escape at any time. The next moment, Chu Yang's body burst out with amazing sword energy, pouring out at the 12 constellations in one breath. The 12 constellations, who were waiting for the Taoist method, did not expect to be waiting for such a magnificent sword energy. After being stunned, everyone fled in all directions. He is a Taoist master and a swordsman. How can he have so many skills at such a young age? Wei Wu'er, terrified, pounded the buttons on the wheelchair like crazy. This special wheelchair was as fast as a Fergana horse. Even so, Wei Wu'er was caught up by a sword, and his lower body and wheelchair were cut in half. At the same time, the 12 constellations also turned into cold corpses. Jiang Feng and Hua Yunu watched this scene, and a chill rose from the bottom of their hearts. The 12 constellations, who were notorious for their evil deeds, were killed in the blink of an eye. Who would dare to believe this, if it was spread out? Chu Yang turned around, and walked back into the tea stall. He found a pot of intact rice wine from the ruins, took a sip, and said with a little regret, the skill of brewing rice wine is really good, but it's a pity. Jiang Feng barely stood up, and walked slowly to Chu Yang with Hua Yunu, clasped his fists and said, thank you for saving my life. Jiang Feng has nothing to repay, only some worldly things. I hope you can accept them. Chu Yang glanced at the treasures on the carriages, shook his head and laughed. You show off your gold and silver treasures every day. No wonder you have this today. You should be more careful in the future. Jiang Feng smiled bitterly and was speechless. But there is a saying that goes, it is difficult to prevent thieves from thieves at home. Even if you want to keep a low profile, you can't stop someone in your family from tipping you off. Hearing the implication of Chu Yang's words, Jiang Feng and his wife's faces changed. They didn't see that a young man in the crowd was sweating profusely. At this moment, Li Jixio came over with only half of Wei Wu'er's body left. He still had a glimmer of hope, and wailed, please save my life, master. From now on, I will serve you at your service. Okay, tell me how you found out about Jiang Feng and his wife, and I'll think about it. Chu Yang chuckled. As Wei Wu'er looked at the young man suddenly drew his sword and stabbed Wei Wu'er. With only half of his body left, Wei Wu'er couldn't dodge and was stabbed in the vitals by the sword. He stared with anger and died. Chapter 174 How can I allow others to sleep soundly beside my bed? Ghost fog in the deserted village. Master, there is no need to let such a wicked man live. Let me send him off. Don't let the master's hands get dirty. The young man who stabbed Wei Wu'er to death said to Jiang Feng righteously. However, Jiang Feng looked at him with a strange look, and after a long time, He sighed. "You are too impatient, Jiangkin." The young man named Jiangkin was panicked. Jiang Feng continued, "Only 3 people know the complete route, you and me, and my wife. Others can't have time to tip off. If it's not you, could it be me and my wife?" Jiangkin thought he could get away with it, but now Jiang Feng made it clear, he could no longer pretend. He clenched his fists, his face flushed, and his whole body was shaking. I don't know if it was because of fear, or because he felt ashamed of having his secret exposed in public. Jiangkin said coldly, "Since you have guessed that I'm a traitor, you can beat me, or kill me as you please. I, Jiang Feng, have treated you well. I can even say that I'm as close to you as a brother. I will satisfy you, as long as you want. What on earth made you do such a thing?" Jiang Feng was not happy after catching the thief. Instead, he was so sad that he could hardly speak. He stared at the book boy who grew up with him with red eyes. He regarded the other party as his younger brother from the bottom of his heart. This was absolutely true. Jiangkin suddenly laughed wildly at the sky after hearing this, with a crazy look. "Why? You actually ask me why? Because you are the best man in the world, the best man in the world. Jiang Feng, the jade man who is pursued by thousands of women, and I'm just your book boy. So what if you treat me well? Is your $1 million family fortune mine? Why should you be respected by the world, and I have to follow behind you and serve you? I've had enough." Jiangkin's face was ferocious, and he kept shaking with the long sword in his hand. Every word he said was hurting Jiang Feng's heart. "Who are you?" Nu gently patted Jiang Feng's back to comfort her emotionally broken husband. "What a sharp-tongued beast. As a servant, you betrayed your master, and you even said it so naturally. You beast really deserved to die." Li Jixio listened to every word, and his heart was already full of anger. He held the embroidered spring knife and strode towards Jiangkin. Under the words and deeds of his master Zheng Dongyu, he had an unshakable creed that he would abide by no matter what. The most treacherous and evil people must be killed. "Don't come over!" Jiangkin screamed and kept backing away. "Brother, wait." Jiang Feng, who was soft-hearted, thought of their old friendship and still planned to let Jiangkin live. Unfortunately, his words were not as fast as Li Jixio's knife. With a flash of knife light, the big head soared into the sky. When it landed, everyone only saw Jiangkin's eyes that were still open. Li Jixio turned to look at Jiang Feng and said indifferently, "You have a family, so you should put your wife and children first in everything. Don't let your cowardice hurt them, so as to avoid regrets in the future." Chu Yang knew that Li Jixio was thinking of his first wife Qingruai, so he patted his shoulder. Although Li Jixio's tone was bad, Jiang Feng still felt his kindness and nodded. "Brother, you are teaching me a lesson. I will take it as a warning." Okay, sitting down to drink tea can still encounter so many troubles, delaying time. Chu Yang waved his hand and walked out of the tea stall by himself. "Old Li, hurry up and get on the road. If you are any later, you will really have to sleep in the wilderness." Seeing Chu Yang was about to leave, Jiang Feng hurriedly stepped forward and asked, "I haven't asked for the lives of the 2 benefactors yet. One day Jiang Feng will definitely repay you too." Chu Yang ignored him, stretched and walked forward. A guy like this who is handsome, rich, and has a very good character must be kept away from him. Otherwise, where he is, the girls will all revolve around him, and there will be no place for you. This is the truth that Chu Yang has summed up after years in the brothel. Li Jixio didn't care about this, and laughed loudly. "My son's surname is Chu, and his given name is Yang. As for me, Li Jixio, Chu Yang, Li Jixio." Jiang Feng silently repeated the 2 names, and said firmly, "I will remember the names of the 2 benefactors. One day I will." I said, "Are you annoying? You always say one day." Chu Yang turned around and glared at Jiang Feng. "You are chanting a spell here, right?" Jiang Feng was embarrassed and kept silent. However, as soon as the 2 left, Huayunu immediately ordered others to follow, and the convoy fell far behind Chu Yang and Li Jixio. "Madam, it's not right for us to do this. It will bring trouble to our benefactors. The 12 constellations have countless disciples under their command. The battle just now will soon spread throughout the entire underworld. Your and my whereabouts have been exposed. If we don't follow Master Chu and his men closely, how can we survive?" "Madam is right. I hope the two benefactors don't mind. Hiroli has already reminded you just now, but you didn't understand what he meant. He asked you to put me and the children first in everything. You two are really kind-hearted. That Master Chu is so powerful that it's scary. Let alone anything else. I have never seen the overwhelming sword energy. I don't know who is more powerful, him or the palace master. I think Master Chu may be more powerful. I have only seen such a terrifying sword skill in my eldest brother in my life. My eldest brother still needs the help of the magic sword, but Master Chu can shoot out sword energy at will. The gap between the two can be seen from this. It's strange. Master Chu is much younger than us, and looks like he is living a life of luxury. How can his martial arts skills be so high? Hahaha, there are so many people with extraordinary talents in the world. Madam, you are making a fuss about nothing. The undefeated boy Gu Santang back then was also as young as Master Chu, and he had already conquered the world. Without the sense of crisis, the couple began to chat and laugh. Li Jixio, who was riding a horse in front, occasionally looked back with a smile in his eyes and a hint of nostalgia. Chu Yang smiled and said, after so many years, haven't you met a woman who makes your heart beat? Li Jixio shook her head. As long as the old thief Yan Song is alive, my heart will be like dead water, and it will be difficult to stir up waves. Chu Yang took a deep breath. His eyes were stern. Then wait a little longer. This day will come sooner or later. Killing the elder is a technical job. Li Jixio said seriously. Thank you, my lord, for giving me a chance to kill my enemy myself. Otherwise, with your temper, you would have swept the court clean long ago. Chu Yang said, I'm just a prince. What the court looks like has nothing to do with me, no matter if it is full of smoke and miasma, or there are a lot of bad people, as long as it doesn't affect my drinking and drinking. Li Jixio had something hidden in his heart that he didn't say clearly. Sometimes the general trend has nothing to do with personal consciousness. The moment you put on the imperial robe, you have to be the emperor. Even if you don't want to, you want the years to be peaceful. But for some people, how can they allow others to snore beside their bed? The crowd hurried, but still failed to reach the town before dark, so they had no choice but to find a deserted village to rest temporarily. The demons in the south were rampant, and people often moved away from their hometowns and moved to big cities. When the population of the town was too large, the local prefect would allow refugees to reclaim land nearby to build houses and live. Although it conflicted with the laws of the country, they had to do so because human lives were at stake, and basically they turned a blind eye. The number of deserted villages has increased sharply in recent years, and even became a den for demons. Demons know how to disguise themselves as humans. Some villages seem prosperous and populous, but maybe the whole village is transformed by demons. For safety reasons, before everyone entered the deserted village, Li Jixio went in alone to investigate. As a Jinaiwei, he was very good at investigating such things. After he had a clear understanding of everything inside and out, Li Jixio signaled others to enter. Jiang Feng and his wife and the caravan guards did not dare to go too far inside. They randomly found a few relatively intact thatched huts on the periphery and prepared to spend the night there. The main reason was that they had to stay close to the mysterious Master Chu before they dared to close their eyes and rest for a while. Li Jixio quickly cleaned out a thatched hut and then stood outside the hut silently, like a door god. No matter how Chu Yang persuaded him, he was very determined. Influenced by his master Zheng Dongliu since childhood, Li Jixio attached great importance to the word loyalty. Chu Yang was willing to lower himself, but it did not mean that he could not be ignorant of the importance. Everyone has something they value, and Chu Yang could not force him. He made a wooden bed and leaned on it to close his eyes and rest. According to the realm of the fairy world, Chu Yang's practice has reached the second stage of ki refining and spirit transformation. Basically, he does not need to sleep. Just meditating for a while can restore his energy for several days. Moreover, Chu Yang does not think he can sleep well tonight. In the original plot, Yaoyu, Liangxing and Yan Nanshan of Yehua Palace appeared after the 12 constellations, but they just missed each other. Chu Yang changed part of his direction, so he might still meet them. The reason why he is not sure is that the style of this world is not normal, and no one can guarantee how the plot will go. After all, Li Xiaoyao and Zhu Changqing appeared in the same frame in the fairy world next door. I was thinking about it until the second half of the night, and a burst of water mist still emerged around the deserted village. The air suddenly became humid, as if it had rained heavily. Tick-tock, tick-tock in the silent night. The sound of water drops is quite harsh, and each drop seems to knock on people's atrium. Young master, something is coming. Li Jixiao pushed the door and entered. His usual cynical smile became very serious at this moment. It is not clear whether the thing outside is a spirit monster or a demon. The former is easy to deal with, but if it is the latter, many people may die. Go and take a look at Jiang Feng and the others. Be careful and safe. Yes. As soon as Li Jixiao left, Chu Yang walked out of the house and walked into the depths of the fog. He had already smelled the scent of demons. On the other side, Jiang Feng and his wife and their guards were all sleeping soundly for some reason, and even the night watchman fell asleep by the door. This scene was very strange. Since they set out on the road, the couple had been very cautious and should not be careless. Even when they were resting, one of them would definitely stay awake. Most of the time it would be Jiang Feng. But now both of them fell asleep at the same time. Even if they relied on Chu Yang to be beside them, they should not be so careless. The guards were also sleeping soundly, and the mist around the house gradually became thicker. Water stains had appeared on the walls and ceiling, and their clothes also became wet. The mist began to enter the house from the gaps in the house, and a humanoid figure could be vaguely seen approaching Jiang Feng and his wife with fangs and claws. Brother Jiang. Li Jixiao's full body roar came from outside the house, like a tiger's roar tearing through the fog. He waved the torch wildly, and the faint firelight illuminated the room. The drifting water mist suddenly dissipated, and the hazy figures hidden in the water mist also disappeared. Bang! Li Jixiao kicked the door hard, and the guard outside the house fell flat on his face, and suddenly woke up from his coma. The guard, who was knocked unconscious, looked up and saw Li Jixiao holding a torch and an embroidered spring knife. He was immediately frightened and shouted a few words. Soon he woke up Jiang Feng and others. Master Li, what are you doing? Jiang Feng, who was confused, looked at Li Jixiao with a dull look. Are you still sleeping? You were almost eaten by a demon just now. Li Jixiao cursed angrily. Demon. Hearing this word, Jiang Feng's eyes suddenly became clear, and he shouted excitedly, where is the demon? The other guards also stood up in shock and looked around, while Hua Yuna held the two children in her arms with fear. Jiang Feng walked up to Li Jixiao and asked, Master Li, what kind of demon is it? I don't know. The young master asked me to come and see you, fearing that you would be attacked by the demon. Li Jixiao smacked his lips. The facts prove that the young master's worry is justified. If you come, what should young master Chu do alone? Jiang Feng rushed out of the door anxiously and was pulled back by Li Jixiao. Don't worry about my young master. You should pay attention to yourselves. You can't even save yourself, and you still want to save others. Li Jixiao frowned and scolded. It is better to change the name of the world's best good man to the world's worst good man. Foolish kindness will pay a very huge price. Don't panic, my husband. Young Master Chu is a Taoist master. No matter whether it is a spirit monster or a demon outside, it will not be his opponent. Hua Yuna hurriedly stopped Jiang Feng's impulsive behavior. Demons and underworld are two completely different things. The latter still has a chance of survival if they fight hard, but the former is just looking for death. There is a 1% chance of survival when encountering the 12 constellations, but if you encounter a demon, there is not even a 1 in 10,000 chance. Except for the Shenhao mansion that specializes in dealing with demons, the mortality rate of ordinary martial arts masters when encountering demons is also very high. The awakened guards formed a battle formation under the arrangement of Li Jixiao, protecting Hua Yunu and the two children in the middle, and then left the house in an orderly manner, and moved towards the direction where Chu Yang was. The air temperature became lower and lower, as if the season had suddenly arrived in the cold winter. At the same time, Chu Yang found the source in the deepest part of the fog. Unlike the demon, that looked like a cow, but not a cow, and a snake, but not a snake, that he met in Tangfuin last time, the demon in front of him looked almost like a human. The whole body was snow white and smooth like jade, like an ice sculpture, but in the transparent body, Countless faces flashed by, and each face seemed to be wailing in pain. The demon had no whites in its eyes, and its two eyes were pitch black, staring straight at Chu Yang. Suddenly, the corners of its mouth curled up, revealing a weird smile. Chapter 175. A different Yaoyu. The temperature was getting lower and lower. Every breath made the trachea ache. The cold mist entered the body through the mouth and nose, and the coldness radiated from the inside out. If it were an ordinary person, he would probably become hypothermic in a very short time and die. Chu Yang also felt the coldness, but the Killin blood began to boil wildly in his body. As a man who bathed in the blood of a whole Killin, this low temperature was nothing in Chu Yang's eyes. His hot body was enough to melt the ice and snow. The ice mist demon obviously did not expect Chu Yang to be so strong. A flash of surprise flashed in his eyes, and then, there was only endless fanaticism in his eyes. The body in front of him, that contained terrifying blood, was like a treasure to him. In just a moment, the ice mist demon's sanity value was the first to return to zero. It opened its mouth and let out a strange and shrill roar. The sound was like the whistling of the cold wind in the dark night, and the looming human face in its body struggled to fly out of its body. After flying out of the body of the ice mist demon, those faces turned into complete human forms, emitting blue fluorescence, floating in the mist, like blue jellyfish. One of the blue light shadows rushed towards Chu Yang at a very fast speed, and was crushed by him, and then a memory that did not belong to Chu Yang emerged in his mind. A boy who was probably only 16 or 17 years old was walking in the wasteland in hunger and cold. The picture was not long, and finally fixed on the boy's desperate face. As more and more blue light shadows attacked Chu Yang, and were destroyed by him, many similar pictures emerged one by one, all of which were scenes before these people died. A group of homeless refugees froze to death in the wilderness, and became nutrients for the demons. It is also possible that they were the reason for the birth of the ice mist demon. In this world, where demons are rampant, human life is not much more valuable than grass. More and more pictures appeared. Chu Yang also heard crazy mumbling in his ears, mixed with the cries of dead refugees. Under such circumstances, the SYN value of a normal person would soon reach the bottom. The ice mist demon kept approaching, quietly waiting for the moment when Chu Yang went crazy. It used this method to kill many martial arts masters who were sleeping in the deserted village. Time passed by, until Chu Yang eliminated all the blue light and shadows. He did not go crazy as the ice mist demon expected. The ice mist demon instinctively felt the danger and wanted to retreat, but it could not abandon Chu Yang's blood and essence, and greed gradually overwhelmed reason. Cold eyes stared at it, and Chu Yang's calm expression was surging with murderous intent. The surrounding water mist quickly gathered and turned into white gas that entered the body of the ice mist demon, and its body was also rapidly growing. In the blink of an eye, it was larger than the surrounding huts. A snow giant with a height of dozens of feet appeared in front of Chu Yang. Without the fog blocking the view, Li Jixio led Jiang Feng and his party to find Chu Yang. Seeing that he was confronting the snow giant, everyone stopped and hid under the hut. It's really a demon. Should we go out and help Master Chu? Jiang Feng asked with a serious expression. Not causing trouble is the greatest help. You should take care of your family more. Li Jixio shook his head and was about to go out, but suddenly felt something pulling his clothes. He turned around and saw the huge wolfhound looking at him with a flattering face. You beast slept so soundly, why didn't the demon eat you? Li Jixio cursed unhappily, and then saw the people around him showing embarrassed expressions, and he hurriedly laughed a few times. I'm scolding the dog, not you. The others were even more embarrassed when they heard it. Li Jixio smacked his lips and quickly changed the subject. He patted the wolfhound's head and ordered, protect the people here. If you make any mistakes again, I will kill you for hot pot. The wolfhound lowered its head and shook its tail. At the same time, the ice and snow giant attacked Chu Yang and stepped down with all its might with its huge body of dozens of feet, setting off a surging wave of air that drowned Chu Yang. The huts around were all turned into ruins by this blow. Chu Yang formed a seal, and a strong wind blew around him, which was more violent than the airwaves raised by the ice and snow giant. It not only offset this force, but also blew the ice and snow giant back again and again, unable to stand. Chu Yang, who had melted the 5 magic beads into his body, had the initial ability to control the power of the 5 spirits. Although he was not at the level of moving mountains and filling the sea with a wave of his hand, he could still call the wind and rain. Boom. The moment the mountain like ice and snow giant fell, the whole deserted village shook, making Jiang Feng and others hiding not far away feel like they were experiencing a major earthquake. Chu Yang formed a seal again, and red flames appeared out of thin air, illuminating the entire deserted village. The raging sea of fire poured out towards the ice and snow giant, burning it and making it roar horribly, resounding for dozens of miles. Li Jixio and others felt dizzy and covered their ears desperately. Jiang Feng and Hua Yunu were only concerned with covering the ears of the 2 children, and they were completely unaware that blood was flowing from their mouths and noses. The wolfhound suddenly let out a long howl, and as the void shook, the impact of the demon's roar weakened. Jiang Feng and his wife slumped on the ground, their complexions gradually improving. The dog thing still has something. Li Jixio rubbed the dog's head vigorously and grinned. Thank you, brother dog. Jiang Feng also smiled and bowed. The wolfhound barked a few times, as if asking for credit, and wagged its tail excitedly. Under the illumination of the red light in the sky, the high temperature burned the void and twisted it. The ground cracked, the stones were burned and melted, and a large number of huts turned to ashes, and the cry of the ice and snow giants gradually weakened. What a terrifying flame. It's just like the legendary Samadhi True Fire. Master Chu is really amazing. Jiang Feng looked at the shocking scene, and his whole body was horrified. He was well known for his charity, so he naturally donated to the most prestigious temples and Taoist temples in the Ming dynasty, and made friends with the so-called Taoist masters and Buddhist Vajra. Jiang Feng had seen the secrets of Buddhism and Taoism, so he was not unfamiliar with them, but such a terrifying secret was indeed rare, and generally only the very experienced abbots or masters had such skills. So young, it's incredible. Jiang Feng was very puzzled and muttered to himself. Li Jixio had a complicated expression. When Chu Yang was still the useless prince, the 2 of them often drank like crazy and were unrestrained. He had never seen the other party practice any Taoist classics hard. Even the Jingtao palm taught by Lord Jiuo, Chu Yang practiced it half-heartedly. Was it a natural talent, or had it been planned for a long time? The burning of the flames made the ice mist demon return to its original appearance, revealing a crystal clear body like glass. The high temperature made its body keep breaking, and it would be completely shattered soon. Just when everyone thought that the demon was about to be killed, the temperature around dropped again, and the cold wind whistled. Under the moonlight, a beautiful figure fell from the sky and fell into the sea of fire. The strong cold air froze the flames directly with her arrival. When Jiang Feng and his wife saw the person coming, their bodies trembled suddenly, and their faces showed fear. A voice as cold as 1,000-year-old ice sounded instantly. Jiang Feng, who are you? Come out and die. There are not many people in the world who meet these conditions. She is beautiful and has a noble temperament, high martial arts, and such a deep hatred for Jiang Feng, the Grand Master of Yehua Palace. Yaoyu. Her voice is smart, ethereal, and unpredictable. Although her tone is cold and ruthless, it makes people tremble, but it is also soft, delicate, and soul-stirring. This is the original words in the book. In Chu Yang's eyes, a few words can actually describe Yaoyu. Royal sister voice Lali. Yaoyu's petite body forms a very strong contrast with her terrifying aura, which makes her inexplicably cute, especially with her cold face. Because she has mastered the authentic inner family's ultimate mental method, Mengai Gong, Yaoyu not only becomes younger and younger, but also has a jade-like crystal and soft light on her ice white and cold face. Humanoid figures belong to Chu Yang looked at Yaoyu with interest, but did not notice that Jiang Feng and his wife behind him looked as pale as death. She actually caught up with us. Jiang Feng held Hua Yunu's hand tightly and hugged the baby in the cradle tightly. Jiang Lang, I'm afraid we can't escape death today. Hua Yunu was about to cry, and her voice was choked with sobs. Seeing that the 2 of them were facing a formidable enemy, Li Jixio asked in confusion, who is this woman? Jiang Feng replied, the palace master of Yehua Palace, Yaoyu. Li Jixio took a breath of cold air. The name of the palace master of Yehua Palace was well known in the martial arts world. As a former Jinaiwi Tangzi, how could he not know her? What really made Yaoyu famous was an attack on Yahoo Palace launched by a big demon 5 years ago. The cause was that a big demon coveted Yaoyu's beauty and wanted her to become his demon concubine, but was ruthlessly rejected by Yaoyu and verbally humiliated by her. Who can become a big demon is not one in a million. How could they bear Yaoyu's humiliation? The big demon who returned to the One Yao Kingdom united the 4 big demons who were on good terms with him on weekdays and took a group of spirit demons to attack Yahoo Palace directly. In that battle, Yahoo Palace suffered numerous casualties. But what was even more shocking was that 4 of the 5 great demons were frozen to death by Yaoyu's Mingayu Gong, and the great demon who threatened to marry Yaoyu was forcibly cut out of his demon pill and turned back to his original form. It was this battle that made the name of Yahoo Palace resound throughout the martial arts world and became a top sect, and Yaoyu also became a top master known to the world. Countless masters went to Yahoo Palace to pay homage, hoping to have a taste of the beauty, but in the end, they all became ice sculptures in front of the palace gate. Yahoo Palace has since become a forbidden place for men. Thinking of Yaoyu's angry look, Li Jixio looked at Jiang Feng and smiled meaningfully. Your appearance is really good, and even Palace Master Yaoyu was confused by you. Jiang Feng heard this, and his expression immediately became horrified. Master Li, be careful with your words. Yaoyu had excellent hearing, and she could not hide any movement within 100 feet, so Li Jixio's ridicule naturally fell into her ears. An ice spear condensed above her head and then shot out at Li Jixio. The sound of breaking through the air exploded in his ears. Li Jixio realized that something was wrong and quickly raised the embroidered spring knife and turned around to block it. The ice spear exploded in front of him. Li Jixio thought he was dead, but suddenly he felt warm in front of him. A fiery red light shield protected him and melted the ice stone produced by the explosion of the ice spear. Yaoyu looked at Chu Yang coldly. You dare to stop me? Chu Yang scratched his ears and said speechlessly, you are not my mother. What dare you not? Yaoyu's face sank, but she did not act rashly. The move Chu Yang showed just now had already proved his strength to her. Li Jixio patted her chest and said in shock, this woman has such a bad temper. What did I say wrong to make her so angry? Who are you? Nu explained with a wry smile. The first palace master has no feelings for Jiang language. In fact, the second palace master fell in love with Jiang Lang, but was rejected by Jiang language. She was depressed all day long. The first palace master and the second palace master have a deep sisterly relationship. In addition, I eloped with Jiang Lang and defected from Yahoo Palace, so she was so angry. Li Jixio suddenly realized, so you are from Yahoo Palace. The second palace master had her husband robbed by a little maid. No wonder she is so angry. How embarrassed she will be if it gets out. Jiang Feng was anxious. Master Li, be careful with your words. Another gust of cold wind whistled, and Chu Yang once again helped Li Jixio block Yaoyu's killing move. He said unhappily, can you stop deliberately provoking her? If you do it again, I won't help you block it. I'll let you, a drunkard, freeze into an ice sculpture. Don't, sir. I'm no match for Palace Master Yaoyu. Li Jie smiled and licked his face. You're here. Let me try what it feels like to bully others. Chu Yang didn't bother to pay attention to him and turned to look at Yaoyu. The Yaoyu in front of him was different from what he remembered. Apart from other things, the fact that she didn't like Jiang Feng was a huge difference. This was also a routine operation in the fusion world. Although it was strange, Chu Yang was not too surprised. However, according to Huayunu, Yaoyu seemed to be a sister con, which was very interesting. What is your relationship with Jiang Feng? Why did you stop me from killing him? Are you the masters he hired with money? He must have spent a lot of money to hire a Taoist master like you. Yaoyu stared with a pair of piercing eyes, and her voice was particularly cold. Facing Yaoyu's 3 questions, Chu Yang simply replied, we met on the way. With my worth, he couldn't afford to hire me, even if he sold all his money. Meet on the way. Yaoyu sneered. Nonsense. If you just met on the way, would you go against Yahoo Palace for a stranger? Are you sick? When did I stop you from killing him? Chu Yang pointed at Li Jie helplessly and said with a smile, the person you wanted to kill just now was obviously my man. Rude man. I must smash your mouth. Yaoyu was so angry that she wanted to fight with Chu Yang directly, but before that, she still wanted to kill Jiang Feng, the heartless man, first. When she thought of her sister Lion Crossing crying all day, she was furious. Yaoyu condensed the power of ice in her palm and hit Jiang Feng and his wife through the air. As long as that annoying guy didn't interfere, the power of this palm was enough to kill the two. The next second, Chu Yang flicked his finger, and the sharp sword energy crushed the ice palm power. Yaoyu's eyes widened. He grinned and said, "Now I'm hindering you." Yaoyu was furious. Veins popped out at the corners of her eyes. Her anger towards Chu Yang surpassed that of the big demon who said he wanted to marry her 5 years ago. "I'm going to kill you, little thief." Yaoyu screamed. Her exquisite figure slowly floated up, and as the Mingayu Gong was activated, the whole deserted village was covered with snow and wind, and at the same time, there was an inexplicable strong suction force pointing directly at Chu Yang. When the Mingayu Gong is practiced to the 9th level, not only will you stay young and become more and more beautiful, but your true essence will also produce amazing ice power and strong vortex suction. No matter what the target is, it will be sucked in front of Yaoyu. Compared to sucking things, I've never been afraid of anyone. Chu Yang, who swallowed the fruit of the sacred tree, has reached an unimaginable level of chakra. In his hands, any ninjutsu is completely different from before. The terrifying suction generated by the Wangxiang Xian is completely incomparable to the Mingayu Gong. Not long after, Yaoyu found that her body was completely out of control, and the distance between her and Chu Yang was getting closer and closer. In fear, she made a sharp explosion. "Don't come over here." End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.